I hope you enjoy this video. But if you didn't, then send me your girlfriend's number and don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the fanfiction channel so you don't miss the next part. Chapter 1. Uncle Riley, have you heard of the Ghost Pirates? The old man, who had silver hair, glasses, and a straight scar on his right eye, was stunned when he heard this. He put down his tools and turned to look at the children behind him. Where did you hear that name? His expression was serious, and there was a solemnity between his eyebrows. The children were instantly excited. Uncle Riley, you've definitely heard of it, haven't you? It is rumored that the Ghost Pirates were a powerful opponent that made One Piece Roger fearful, right? And they only haunt at night, and they are known as the most mysterious pirates. Uncle Riley, would you tell us a little more about the Ghost Pirates? Uncle Torelli, please. The children collectively bowed to the old man with long curly hair. The old man smiled helplessly, but there was a look of remembrance in his eyes. Ghost Pirates, to be precise, it's called the Ghost Moon Pirates. That excessively young captain, whose name is Si Chen, once singled out the Roger Pirates in the Battle of the Moonlit Night, and he couldn't kill him no matter how he killed him. If it weren't for the sudden disappearance of them 40 years ago, I'm afraid that the title of One Piece would not have fallen on whose head. To the world government, the Ghost Moon Pirates and that man are definitely more feared existences than Roger, who is already dead. The blockade of their news is comparable to that 100 years of blank history, you. The old man's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of sharpness, like a sharp blade that had been sealed for many years, revealing his grandeur. Where did you hear that name? But the children were not moved by the old man's momentum in the slightest. Jumped up excitedly, chattering non-stop. Suddenly, a teenager with curly blonde hair raised his hands and gestured. Uncle Riley, have you ever seen a ghost ship? Shock appeared on the old man's face, and he grabbed the young man who was questioning. Tell me, where did you learn about that ship? The children were taken aback by his serious expression and couldn't help but retract their voices. Virgil, who was grabbed by the arm, shouted pain even more, and tears were about to fall. We saw it with our own eyes, and in the evening, the ship was docked at Pier 59. The old man's eyes froze, and his breathing suddenly became heavy. The children left the old man's house disappointed. After mercilessly driving the children away, the old man did not choose to rest. Instead, he stood outside the door with his hands in his pockets. It seems to be waiting for someone to arrive. Suddenly, a low sigh seemed to sound from the depths of the void. Riley, or rather, Mr. Hades, is this really good? Old friends have to be so solemn when they meet. A figure slowly emerged from the woods. Soon, the faces of the visitors were clearly revealed in the moonlight. He was a young man with black hair and red eyes, with a pale complexion and a handsome appearance. Wearing a black and red suit and a black bowler hat, he looks like a young master of a noble family. The old man, who was once the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, constricted his pupils the moment he saw the young man. It's hard to hide the turbulent waves in my heart. Si Chen, it's been 40 years, and your appearance is. Nothing has changed. Time is always the most ruthless killer. Even if it was himself, known as the right wrist of One Piece, he was also a powerful figure on the sea back then. Now he has become an old man with silver hair, and his face is full of furrows. But the other party was 18 or 19 years old at the time, and after 40 years, the years seemed to be unable to leave any traces on the other party's face. It's scary. I don't want to be like this. I obviously have so many abilities against this guy, but I inherited the blood of this ancestor who belongs to the ghost, and I'm also helpless. The young man named Si Chen shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. Riley was unmoved. From a series of encounters 40 years ago, he knew that this terrifyingly powerful young man seemed to like to say things that others did not understand. What crossing, two-dimensional, demon slayer blade, ghost dance Tsuji no miserable and so on. I don't know what to say. If ordinary people pretended to be ghosts in front of him, he would have slapped him a long time ago. Let you talk to yourself. Makes you crooked. But the same words came out of the mouth of the young man in front of him. Even Roger could only listen, not daring to provoke disputes easily. Because of this young man in front of him possessed the ability to truly immortal. Unlike those with devil fruit abilities, neither the sea water nor the sea building stone could work on him at all. What are you doing here, Si Chen? Rayleigh asked, looking the young man in the eye. I'm here to invite you aboard, Rayleigh, the place of the winding ghost. I've reserved one for you. Chapter 2. The Ghost of the Winding? Rayleigh took a deep breath. 40 years ago, the Ghost Moon Pirates had a total of 6 cotters in addition to Sichen. Every cotter of the Ghost Moon Pirates has a strange number in their eyes. They are the first of the lower string to the land of the lower string. The strength is also in numerical order. At that time, Xia Xianyi already had the strength to compete with himself at his peak. Now, 40 years later, if those cotters are also immortal like the young people in front of them, I'm afraid that the pattern of the entire great voyage will be broken in an instant. What's more, listening to the meaning of the other party's words, it seems that there has been a strong person with winding numbers. Rayleigh's heart suddenly became worried about the world government. Originally, the opening of the era of pirates was enough to give Mary Joya a splitting headache. Now the Ghost Moon Pirates, who have disappeared from the world for 40 years, have reappeared. At least one new senior cotter has been added, who has never been seen before. I don't know what kind of stormy waves it will set off in this sea. However, these things are a headache for the Navy. It has nothing to do with him, an old man who has already washed his hands. Rayleigh's expression became relaxed, he waved his hand, shook his head, and said, I'm old, I didn't accept your invitation at the peak, and now, with only a broken shell, what can I do for you? It doesn't matter, as long as you become the 12 ghost moons, you will immediately have the ability to regain your youth, and you will never have to endure the torture of decay from now on. At what cost? The price. Yes, I carefully studied the whereabouts of your Ghost Moon Pirates back then, and I made a major discovery. Oh. The time you are seen is always at night, that is to say. A meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Rayleigh's face. Although you are not affected by the sea like ordinary people, you are not without weaknesses. Sunlight is your biggest weakness, right? Was revealed the biggest secret in his heart, and the expression on Si Chen's face was still calm. Indeed, for him, who has the bloodline of Onibatsuji, and the 12 ghost moons who transformed into ghosts through his blood, sunlight is their worst enemy. Not one. Even if it is as strong as Onibatsuji, for thousands of years, it is necessary to avoid the sun's rays every day. Never being able to live in the sun is an eternal curse to the Oni clan. And the price of eternal life. Even if he has tried to hide it. But the people of this world are not stupid. In addition to Rayleigh, I am afraid that the world government will also grasp this weakness of the Ghost Moon Pirates. Yes, everything has a price, and that's reasonable, isn't it? Si Chen generously admitted it. Well, I'm sorry, I don't have any hobbies in my life, I just like to bask in the sun and blow the sea breeze every day. If I were to be a little mouse that can only move at night, then I would rather choose to die. Rayleigh did not hesitate to refuse Si Chen's invitation. The latter could only shrug helplessly. His ancestry is not without limitations. Not being exposed to the sun is one thing. If he wants to transform humans into the 12 ghost moons, he also needs to pay a price. 40 years ago, for every piece of blood given to him at the level of a lower string ghost, he would fall into a deep sleep for 3 to 5 years. And giving him a winding ghost level blood made him sleep directly for 40 years. In addition, his blood must be voluntarily accepted by the target in order for it to take effect. You can't use a coercive way to turn the other party into 12 ghost moons. It's a pity, the position of the second wind, it seems that you can only pass by Mr. Hades. Si Chen had no intention of forcing the other party. It is now the year 1519 of the Haiwan calendar, the magnificent era of pirates, and it has just entered the most prosperous and wonderful year. The environment nourishes the strong. It's different from 40 years ago. In today's world, there are so many candidates for him to choose from. You don't have to hang yourself from the tree of Rayleigh. I'm curious, what is the sacredness of the first string? Asked Rayleigh suddenly. Si Chen raised his eyes and didn't reply, just smiled slightly. You'll soon find out, Mr. Rayleigh. After all, this place is too close to Marinfondo, and I'll be in trouble if that guy shows up. As soon as he appeared, he would immediately alarm the Navy headquarters Marinfondo. The one who can make Si Chen say the word trouble is at least the existence of the three major generals. So, that mysterious one of the upper strings, before he became a cadre of the Ghost Moon Pirates, was also a great big man, right? May I make a request? Captain Sichen. Please. I've lived here for so many years and I've used to feeling at home, if I can. Rayleigh raised his head and looked directly at Si Chen's blood-red eyes. Your Excellency, please get out of here. I have an ominous premonition that the appearance of the Ghost Moon Pirates this time will set off a vast bloody storm. Chapter 3. In the end, Si Chen, who was the leader of the Ghost Moon Pirates, personally went out to this job fair. Perfect failure. Bloody rain? Rayleigh, you're really looking at the wrong person, and I'm not the psychologically deformed guy like Onibatsuji. After saying goodbye to Rayleigh, Si Chen did not choose to leave the Chambord Islands. What he said to Rayleigh was a half-truth. It's true that Rayleigh was the first person he wanted to meet after he woke up. But he had other considerations for choosing the Chambord Islands as his base of stay. Island number 16, Lawless Zone. Unlike most other islands, the tranquility of the night is different. The night here is the time when the hustle and bustle is really lively. In front of a gold-decorated hotel, two men dressed as bounty hunters suddenly burst into view. In front of them, dressed in leather shoes and wearing a top hat, like an aristocratic youth, he is slowly approaching. It's a face I've never seen before. Big water fish. The two men glanced at each other, and they both understood the meaning of the other from the eyes of their companions. They took the first step, and before the doorman could react, they cut off Si Chen, who was about to step up the steps. Little brother, is this the first time to come to Paradise Island to play? This is the most prosperous hotel in the whole Chambordi Islands, and VIP guests are not allowed to enter. Si Chen stopped, his expression smiling. Oh, I'm here for the first time, and I've never heard of it. The two men were even more excited when they heard this. It's normal that I haven't heard of it. This hotel is not simple, the owner behind it is the leader of the largest underground gang on the island, Lord Humphrey. Yes, Lord Humphrey is moody. If you break the rules, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out alive. Si Chen calmly listened to the two singing and harmonizing, and continued to smile. So what am I going to do? It's easy. What you need most at this time is a professional guide and the company of a well-known local person. But it's my first time visiting the Chambord Islands, and I don't know the human relationships here. In that case, there is no choice but to let our Milne brothers help you. Who made both of us brothers known for their warm-heartedness. And the fee is fair, and there are well-known big names in the neighborhood. Let's go, let's take you in, the doorman will never dare to stop you. The Milne brothers, almost one on the left and one on the right, put Si Chen in the middle, and walked towards the hotel gate. After inquiring about the fact that the young man had come alone, they had no scruples. Now you have to go if you don't go. But Si Chen frowned at this time, and unhappiness appeared on his face for the first time. He hated the feeling of being touched. Perhaps because he inherited the bloodline of Onibatsuji, he himself suffered from a heavy cleanliness habit. Stay away from me, don't touch me. Si Chen spoke. After hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the two Milne brothers became even more presumptuous, and they did not think so. Hehe, our brothers are the most warm-hearted, and I gave you a hand when I saw your weak appearance. That's it. Besides, can you go into the hotel lobby without our introduction? In order not to let the fat sheep escape, they each stretched out their palms and put them on Si Chen's shoulders. Si Chen's face was no longer angry at this time. Just a deep sigh. In the next moment, he raised his right hand, snapped his fingers in mid-air. I saw that among the Milne brothers' facial features, bright red blood suddenly flowed out suddenly. Blood crawled along the brothers' skin, as if on each other's faces, forming cracks after the porcelain had been shattered. Soon, the blood condensed into several thick ropes, tightly bound around the necks of the two of them. The rope composed of blood is even more as if it has been manipulated, lifting the bodies of the two brothers in the air and floating in the air. This, what is this? Ah! H! The Milne brothers let out a scream of terror. It immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. But this did not affect the blood in their bodies in the slightest, and it still kept flowing from their facial features. From a distance, the two of them looked like they were being tightly entwined by a giant blood python crawling out of their bodies. The skull is congested and swollen at a rate visible to the naked eye. Like a watermelon that is being tied up tighter and tighter. There is a risk of bursting at any time. Help, help, please, spare your life. Seeing this scene at night, all the onlookers were terrified. Even if they heard the Milne brothers' pleas for help, no one dared to step forward. Only a few staff members dressed in hotel waiter costumes sneaked into the hotel and didn't know who to taunt. Suddenly, bang! Blood bloomed like fireworks in front of the hotel lobby. The young man in a black suit took out a big black umbrella out of nowhere, blocking all the blood splashes. On the ground, there are two headless corpses left. It's telling the horrific scene that just happened here. Chapter 4. This guy, killing people at the gates of Paradise Island. Is he dead? Lord Humphrey likes cleanliness the most, and will never tolerate such cruel behavior. Another stunned young man, right? I think I can do whatever I want on the Great Route with a little strength. Is it a pirate? Is there a bounty on him? Killings are not uncommon news in the Chambord Islands. After all, the location of this place is too unique. It is located just in front of the Red Earth continent in the middle of the Great Shipping Route. It is the only way to the New World. Therefore, this place is full of pirates all year round, and the bounty hunters who follow the pirates' trails are also in groups. Fights and killings are staged on this island almost every moment. But the Paradise Island Hotel is an exception. This hotel has only been established for a short time, just over 20 years. But the boss behind it is Master Humphrey, who has the nickname Gourmet. No one knows exactly when Humphrey came to the Chambord Islands. Even the Icelanders who have seen Humphrey himself are very few. For those on Island 16, Humphrey is synonymous with mystery. But no one dares to ignore his strength. The head of the Flame Tank Pirates, nicknamed Gang, has a bounty of 300 million berry, Capone Becky, nicknamed the Gang. Once because of the grabbing of territory, he led his subordinates to rush into the Paradise Island Hotel. No one knows the exact process of that negotiation. It is only known that after that night, the Flame Tank Pirates disappeared from the Chambord Islands for a time. The Paradise Island Hotel was open the next day, and everything was uneventful. Since then, no one has dared to act rashly within the confines of the Paradise Island Hotel. If this young man, who looked too handsome, thought that he had killed two unscrupulous bounty hunters. If you can do whatever you want on Island 16, I believe Master Humphrey will teach him how to be a man. Many onlookers had a look of drama in their eyes. They can't wait to see the personable aristocratic young man, chased by the Gourmet, fleeing in embarrassment. The interior structure of the Paradise Island Hotel is very different from what outsiders imagine. The 20-story building above ground level is not the core of the hotel. Its really important buildings are hidden underground. A completely enclosed, luxuriously decorated huge suite. Gourmet Humphrey is enjoying his exquisite late-night snack. Humphrey has long, enviable blonde hair, pale complexion, elegant manners. He wears a pair of white ice silk gloves on his hands all year round. At this time, he was holding a knife and fork, comfortably cutting on the plate. Heart. It's a heart that's still beating. With blood. It was as if it had just been taken out of its owner's body. Placed on a beautiful dinner plate, it becomes Humphrey's meal. Trafalgar Row, the surgical fruit ability, I really like your ability. Humphrey complimented as he slowly lowered a small piece of his severed heart into his mouth. He closed his eyes and chewed carefully. Revel in it. Across from him sat a young man wearing a leopard-spotted winter fur hat. Dark bags are noticeable. A small gold earring hangs from each ear. He wrapped his hands around a long black knife. Each finger of both hands is engraved with letters, connected by the word death. With such an image, looking at the entire Chambord Islands, there is only one person who meets. The leader of the Heart Pirates, the Sea Pirates with a bounty of 200 million berry. Trafalgar Row. No one thought that the famous surgeon of death would quietly appear underground in the Paradise Island Hotel. And also to take advantage of his vaunted ability to perform surgical fruits. For the owner of the Paradise Island Hotel, the Gourmet Humphrey, he presented a fresh delicacy. I'm afraid that if I say it, I will shock everyone's big teeth. Lord Humphrey, it's great that you're pleased with this gift. Luo hid his face in the shadows and said softly. I think, Captain Luo came here this time, not just to negotiate the medical device business, right? Why not? Everyone knows that business on Paradise Island is all-encompassing, and as long as you can afford the price, you can get everything you want here. Hehe, Captain Luo is too famous, I'm just a small middleman, I don't have that much ability, I can meet all your needs. But what I want this time, Your Excellency will be able to provide. Oh. What I want is... Before Luo's words could be finished, he was interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. Humphrey and Ro frowned at the same time. Come in, you'd better have something urgent to report, otherwise, disturb my dining interest, and disturb the distinguished guests, you should know the end. Humphrey's cold eyes made the butler who pushed the door break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly bowed his head and reported in Humphrey's ear. I don't know what the housekeeper said. Suddenly. Bang bang. In Luo's surprised gaze. Humphrey, who has always behaved elegantly, actually dropped the silver cutlery in his hand to the ground for the first time. Chapter 5. It's different from the hasty escape that many people imagine. The young man in a black suit remained calm after the killing. He put away his big black umbrella and stepped straight over the two corpses on the ground. The strange thing is that the blood spilled on the ground seems to be afraid of the pace of the youth. Whenever the leather shoes on the young man's feet fell forward, the blood on the ground would automatically spread to both sides. It seems to be consciously making way for young people to make a clean passage. However, this magical sight was not seen by others due to the darkness of the night. Stop, who are you? How dare you kill someone in front of the Paradise Island Hotel? A large group of strong, heavily armed bodyguards suddenly poured out of the lobby of the hotel. Surrounded Si Chen. Facing the layers of surrounding, the young man was not in a hurry, raised his head and said. Don't worry, I'm not running, I'm about to go to the lobby and wait for someone. Who are you waiting for? Humphrey. Whew. The scene suddenly sounded a gasp of cold air. Gourmet Humphrey. Today, the most famous and murderous underground gang leader in the Chambord Islands. This young man even knew Humphrey, and even called him by his first name. For a while, the menacing bodyguards couldn't figure out Si Chen's doorway. As the young man paced up the steps step by step, the bodyguards in front of him kept retreating. It's like a person pushing the crowd backwards. Spectacular. After a while, under everyone's gaze, Si Chen stepped into the hotel lobby. The hotel lobby is extremely luxuriously decorated. The smooth marble floor, the towering sheep's head statue spitting spring water, and the dazzling lighting like crystal. Si Chen raised his head and looked at the surrounding scenery with curiosity. Behind him, a large group of nervous-looking bodyguards followed. A strong contrast is formed. Hey, what's going on? Don't you think it's rude for a large crowd to pour into the lobby? A fur man in an orange long-sleeved jumpsuit with a polar bear head complained unhappily to the hotel front desk. I'm so sorry, Mr. PayPal, the man in the suit just killed 2 bounty hunters outside the hotel, and we arranged for someone to keep an eye on them to ensure the safety of our guests. Oh, it looks quite Sven, but I didn't expect it to be a murderous killer. The Fur clan stared at Si Chen for a moment, but they were never able to see anything special from the other party. I've been a pirate for a long time, and I've been able to keenly capture something called momentum. For example, facing your own captain, or a person of the same level as your own captain. It can clearly feel a strong sense of threat from the other party. It's like facing a sharp blade out of its sheath. There is always a risk of injuring yourself. But at this moment, the young man standing in the lobby, as if he was visiting an art exhibition. I don't feel the slightest feeling of just killing someone. If it weren't for a large group of nervous-looking bodyguards behind him. They even subconsciously ignore the existence of young people. When things go wrong, there must be demons. The polar bear's expression suddenly became cautious. At this time, a figure appeared beside it like a ghost. It was startled at first, and then after seeing the other party's appearance clearly, it said in surprise. Master, are you done talking? It was none other than the leader of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Row. I saw Luo at this moment, his face was solemn, and he reached out and put his hand on the polar bear's shoulder. PayPal, be careful, don't approach that man, he's an extremely dangerous person. Luo showed a posture as if he was facing a great enemy. PayPal froze in place, turned his head a little puzzled, and looked at Si Chen again. Perhaps because of Luo's reminder, this time, it has made a completely new discovery. From the other party's eyes as if they were inlaid with 2 top-grade rubies. It was as if there was a blood color that was so rich that it could not be dissolved, and it began to spread. It turned into a huge canopy, enveloping the entire lobby of the hotel. The blood-colored canopy did not have the salty rusty taste of blood, but it brought it something else. It is as deep as a unique taste engraved in the bone marrow. Death. It's the smell of death. The blood-colored canopy of heaven seems to come from the curtain of death in the netherworld. All those who are covered in it will not escape the ultimate fate of death. PayPal, PayPal, what's wrong with you? PayPal, PayPal, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, PayPal, who was immersed in fear, was awakened by Luo's concerned voice. It fixed its eyes again. The hotel lobby is still brightly lit all around. The lighting on the suspended ceiling gives off a soft glow. The soothing piano music flows like a calm stream. Where is there any bloody canopy cover? Everything I saw just now seemed to be just an illusion. It turns out that it's just my delusion. At this moment, PayPal noticed that the young man not far away seemed to be watching him. The corners of the other party's mouth curled slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Instantly, the hair on PayPal's whole body stands up at the roots. Chapter 6. At the same time that PayPal fell into endless fear, there was a loud exclamation from the crowd. I saw a group of executives of Paradise Island hotels who were dressed dignified on weekdays, and they appeared one after another. But tonight, even Mr. Morgan, who is the general manager, is not the protagonist in the spotlight. Because behind Morgan, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared. He is like an angel following the Most High God in a fresco. It seems to have its own aura. As long as he appears, he will inevitably become the focus of attention of the audience. I don't need to introduce much. Even guests who have never seen Humphrey himself will know the identity of this person from various rumors in the past. Gourmet Lord Humphrey. Today, one of the most powerful few people in the Chambord Islands. Possess a huge underground gang force that is strong enough to fight against the supernova pirates. Even he himself has a mysterious ability that makes people fearful, and Capone Becky, the leader of the famous flame tank pirates, will be able to retreat. The Humphrey is rumored to be a clever politician. Through some money transactions behind the scenes, he maintained close contact with the nobles above the Holy Land of Mary Joy. Is a top powerful person who can really decide the life and death of many people with one word. But he rarely appears in public. So much so that even most of the employees in the Paradise Island Hotel never had the opportunity to see him in person. I didn't expect to be so lucky tonight. To be able to witness Mr. Humphrey's majesty firsthand. The vast majority of people who spend money in Paradise Island hotels are either rich or expensive. Many people are already eager to try. I secretly thought to myself what kind of reason I should use to get close to currying favor with Humphrey. In order to be able to get help from each other in future business and Vanity Fair. As for the red-eyed young man who should have been the focus of attention of the audience. At this moment, no one is looking at it anymore. After all, the two slain bounty hunters were just small people who couldn't even enter the gate of Paradise Island. Insignificant. Since Mr. Humphrey is here. Then, the fate of the red-eyed young man is only in the other party's thoughts. It doesn't matter if it's life or death. It was no longer within his control. I saw Humphrey rudely pushing away the executives who were blocking him. The meteor strode quickly in front of the red-eyed youth. Many onlookers had a look of banter in their eyes. It seems that Mr. Humphrey tonight is really angry. I want to give this young man who dares to provoke His Majesty a little color. 2. After all, it's been a long time. There has been no serious incident in the confines of Paradise Island. Recently, it has been witnessed that a distinguished guest from Mary Joy has stayed in the highest level of luxury suites on Paradise Island. Once you make a bad impression on those distinguished guests, Mr. Humphrey's years of layout could be ruined. No wonder the other party is so angry. Thinking about it like this, many people's eyes looking at Si Chen were filled with sympathy and pity. And a hint of schadenfreude. Especially those men who were jealous of Si Chen's handsome appearance, they even raised their red wine glasses at the concierge desk. Get ready for a great show. And at this very moment, a scene that shocked everyone's jaws appeared. I saw Mr. Humphrey like an angel descending, full of holiness. The perfect man who combines nobility, elegance, calmness, and mystery. A powerful figure who stood at the top of the power of the Chambord Islands. Plop sound. Get down on one knee. With a respectful gesture. In front of the red-eyed youth, beat his chest with one hand and bow his head to salute. Si Chen. Your Excellency. There was silence. Even Trafalgar Rowe, who was watching from the sidelines, could not hide the shock in his heart at this time. His eyes widened, and he looked straight at the figure who was standing straight. He was unbelievable. With Humphrey's current status and power, and the mysterious strength that makes his heart palpitate. What kind of person can make him have such a humble attitude? Even kneeling down to each other on the spot despite the public's eyes. Could it be? Trafalgar Rowe clenched the long knife in his hand, and the back of his hand was covered with green tendons. Of course, what no one notices is, in the socket of Humphrey's left eye, who was on one knee with his head bowed. A number popped up out of nowhere. Downland. Humphrey, a gourmet, is the most famous in the Chambord Islands. Real identity. It turned out to be a high-ranking cadre of the Ghost Moon Pirates who was regarded as a big problem by the world government 40 years ago. 12 ghost moons, the land of the last string. If the news gets out, I'm afraid that it will cause an uproar in an instant. Humphrey, you've had a good life during the days I've been asleep. Si Chen's fluttering words suddenly made Humphrey, who was kneeling on one knee, tremble. Plop! His other knee was also kneeling hard, prostrate in front of Si Chen with a five-body throwing posture. The subordinates know their mistakes, please punish them. Humphrey's body trembled slightly. His voice was trembling as he spoke. Apparently terrified to the extreme. Let's talk somewhere else, and by the way, don't forget to invite the guests over there. Si Chen motioned in the direction of Trafalgar Row, then let Humphrey, who was still kneeling behind him, ignore it and walk straight forward. Chapter 7. When, in charge, really want to go. PayPal could never forget that under the red eyes of that man just now, death was shrouded in haze. If you have a choice, it must have left that terrible man far away. How far to run, how far? No way, named, if my guess is correct, this is a person we absolutely can't afford to provoke. Trafalgar Row sighed and patted PayPal on the shoulder. Soon, the four of them came to a closed room. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can clearly see the scenery of the harbor in the distance. Countless coated ships, like bright stars in the Milky Way, rise and fall. Construct a beautiful picture. But inside the room, in addition to lifting Erlang's legs, dragging his cheeks with one hand, Si Chen, who sat in a relaxed and comfortable posture. The other three all had different feelings of apprehension in their hearts. Si Chen left Trafalgar Row and Beibao aside, reaching out and motioning for Humphrey to sit down on the couch across from him. Humphrey sat down nervously, looking like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. Humphrey, do you remember the order I gave you? Lord Si Chen, of course, my subordinates should remember that you have instructed me to build an intelligence network covering the great shipping routes and the 4 seas in the Chambodi Islands. So, what about your results? My lord, through decades of dormancy and development, my subordinates have now built the Paradise Island Hotel into the largest underground trading platform on the island. In addition to that, there is a team of more than 2,000 people ready to serve the adults. At present, the funds in the company's account have 30 billion berry in cash flow alone. Humphrey recounted his credits. Trafalgar Row and PayPal, who were on the sidelines, were dumbfounded. They know that the man in front of them has a lot of power and a lot of wealth. The cash flow of 30 billion Bailey can be mobilized at any time, which is already more than the national strength of many kingdoms. With the Paradise Island Hotel as a cover, quietly accumulating such a huge amount of resources behind the scenes. It's really amazing. But what they didn't expect was such a good result in the face of Humphrey. The young man with strange red eyes shook his head dissatisfied. Humphrey, of course I know that you make a lot of money, otherwise, you would not be able to build such a luxurious hotel and enjoy the comfortable life of an emperor. Humphrey was so frightened by Si Chen's words that he fell to his knees again. He couldn't refute Si Chen's accusations. After all, in the last decade, as Si Chen continued to sleep, the sense of urgency in his heart was also declining day by day. As one of the 12 ghost moons, he has an infinite lifespan. Some things, if you have too much, you will not cherish enough. So he squandered his time almost all day long, and the time to really do things was less than 1 hour a day. His work on the Chambord Islands for 40 years can be described as outstanding. But he could have done better. Much better than now. In the face of outsiders, he can have all kinds of quibbles and disguised arguments. But in front of Si Chen, under the gaze of those bright red eyes, he had a hunch. Any lie will be immediately recognized. The end of quibbling can only lead to death in the end. So at this moment, Humphrey only had infinite fear in his heart. Si Chen didn't show mercy because of Humphrey's kneeling. He became the most demanding boss and asked a series of questions. 40 years, Humphrey, how many lines have you planted in the holy land of Mary Joy, and how high have you helped them climb? Have you figured out the weaknesses of the 5 old stars in Congo? What about the naval headquarters in Marinfondo, and how many spies at the rank of lieutenant general and above do we have? How many of the 4 emperors' fleets are willing to work for us and provide information on the sea? How many channels have you built in the 4 seas and the New World so that I can keep abreast of the latest first-hand developments? Every time Si Chen asked one more question, Humphrey's head lowered one more point. Cold sweat flowing. Si Chen suddenly put down Erlang's legs, bent down, and reached out to lift Humphrey's chin. The blood-red pupils seemed to be able to penetrate directly into the heart and reflect into the depths of the other party's soul. You didn't really do any of this, did you? The wealth of 30 billion berry is enough for you to cover every corner of the world with the intelligence network belonging to the Ghost Moon through bribery, rebellion, cultivation, bribery, etc. And you, on the other hand, are just holding on to the limited limits of the Chambord Islands, living a luxurious and depraved life as an emperor of the earth. Humphrey, the land of the second quarter, as the weakest of the second quarter moon, you have disappointed me so much. Humphrey's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He cried and threw himself on Si Chen's trouser legs, and his voice trembled violently. Lord Si Chen, I know that I was wrong. Please give me another chance to atone for my sins, and I will definitely do my best to make up for the mistakes I have committed. Chapter 8. Humphrey, I've given you enough opportunities. In Si Chen's mind, a memory flashed. It was more than 90 years ago, and he had just crossed into this world. Except for the strength of the bloodline, which was still very weak when he first awakened, he had almost no self-protection ability at that time. Fortunately, though, 90 years ago was not the chaotic era of pirates. Descending on the West Sea, he spent a relatively peaceful few years in a small village. It was at that time that he met Humphrey. A poor child who was born in an ordinary chef's family, but unfortunately suffered from a terminal illness since he was a child. In order to raise enough money for the child's treatment, Humphrey's parents worked hard, eager to wear 3 hats, day and night. Humphrey also did light physical work such as selling newspapers on the streets. With weak hands, he earns a meager amount of medicine for himself. However, the cruelty of fate lies in that it always picks on the already unhappy family and then imposes an even more unfortunate curse. The hemp rope is broken in detail, and bad luck is only looking for miserable people. Humphrey's father was picked off by a local gang because of a flying accident. Since then, the family has lost its most important source of income. Humphrey's mother spent her days in tears, and soon fell ill and was bedridden. Thunderbolt from the blue. Bad luck just came unexpectedly. It became the last straw that crushed this unfortunate family. Young Humphrey, who was reluctant to guard his stall, did not want to leave late at night. What was once a warm home is now full of crying and the smell of medicine. Disabled fathers, seriously ill mothers, and terminally ill children. Under the dimly lit roof, there is no glimmer of hope in sight. Humphrey, can I ask for an up-to-date newspaper? Suddenly, a gentle voice rang in my ears. Humphrey wiped tears from his face. From the thick pile of papers, pull out a piece of newspaper. Hand it to a peer who has a beautiful pair of red eyes in front of him. Si Chen, why do you always go out to buy newspapers in the evening? If I hadn't been particularly short of money, I might have gone home before dark like other newspaper sellers. Because I know you'll be out late at night, Humphrey. The blonde young man was silent for a moment, and a bitter smile suddenly appeared on his face. I'm sorry, Si Chen, maybe from tomorrow, I won't set up a stall here anymore. Where are you going? Well, I'm going to leave this village and go somewhere else to make a living, by the way, Si Chen, or I'll give you Mr. Potter's contact information. He's a good friend of my father's, and I get my newspapers from him, so you can keep up to date even if I'm no longer setting up a stall. Even in such a sad moment, Humphrey was still kindly thinking about Si Chen. You want to die, don't you? The black-haired and red-eyed young man suddenly opened his mouth and asked a very offensive word. Humphrey's expression changed, and then he couldn't hold back the sorrow in his heart, and crouched down and cried bitterly. I can't hold on any more, Si Chen. If I, the doomed person, can make a decision earlier, maybe Mom and Dad, they won't have to be so tired, right? Humphrey, if I have a way to cure you, will you follow me? The blonde young man looked up sharply, his eyes shining with a fierce glint of hope. Really, but, the doctor in the town said I was incurable. Yes, I think, but not without a price. As long as I can cure the disease, I can do more work to help my parents lighten their burden, no matter what the cost, I am willing to accept it. Well, then, accept my blood, and from this day forward, you are the land of the lower strings, Humphrey. Images of memories and reality seem to overlap in front of your eyes. But it is difficult for Si Chen to connect the kind and hard-working figure at the beginning with the sick man who is now covered in jewelry. A long time will change a person's face beyond recognition. He had feelings for Humphrey. As the first ghost to give blood after he came to this world. Even later, as his own strength grew, the number of other lower string ghosts increased. Humphrey has become more and more unable to keep up with the rhythm of the 12 ghost moons, and is always in the position of the tail of the crane. Si Chen didn't have the idea of leaving him behind. Gave him opportunities again and again, but he was squandered and wasted again and again. Especially in the 40 years that he has been asleep. Humphrey didn't take the opportunity to change the situation. On the contrary, he became more and more immersed in the pleasures of drunken gold. Even, there are certain ideas that should never be born in heart. At this moment, Humphrey, who still has luck in his heart, does not know. In fact, Si Chen is for the 12 ghost moons under his command. Have the ability to see everything they think. He was able to read their memories and retrace everything he had experienced over the past 40 years. Humphrey finished his secret conversation with Luo before heading to the lobby of the Paradise Island Hotel to meet Si Chen. Also arranged for his henchman to arrange one thing in advance. It was this arrangement that allowed Humphrey to gradually slide into the abyss. The Abyss. Chapter 9. Lower String Land, Humphrey, you're no longer fit for it. Si Chen said calmly. Humphrey's fists clenched violently when he heard this, and green veins appeared on his forehead. To be deprived of the right to go down the first quarter? For the 12 ghost months, the last quarter moon is more than just a title. It also means that through this layer of identity, a steady stream of power can be obtained from Si Chen. Ghosts have a long lifespan though. But it is by no means impossible. Except for the ghost dance Tsurugi and Si Chen, who have the existence of the ancestor's blood. The rest of the ghosts will face the threat of decay and extinction after a long period of time. Want to fight this decay? There are two ways to do this. One is to continue to receive the gifts from the ancestral lineage, so that eternal life is intermittently obtained. The other is to alleviate the rate of decay by eating people. But the level between the above two is completely different. The former allows the ghost who has received the gift of blood to maintain reason and wisdom, and continue the human side. The latter, on the other hand, will gradually lose their minds and thinking. Gradually becoming a beast that will only keep eating people in order to survive. Eventually reduced to a walking corpse with an infinite lifespan. How could Humphrey be willing to accept such an end? For decades, he had long been exiled to the extravagant human life. Except for not being able to bathe in the sun. He has all the best human beings' best of life. Especially in the 40 years that Si Chen has been asleep. It was the happiest time of his life. After experiencing the unforgettable pain of childhood due to poverty, Humphrey has an almost pathological obsession and yearning for money. In order to be able to ensure that you enjoy everything you have forever. He even began to think about a question he had never dared to think about before. Is there a way to get rid of the control from Si Chen? To really take control of your own destiny? When the idea was born, Humphrey felt a great deal of fear. All understringers understand one thing. The blood from Si Chen is both a gift and a curse. While obtaining eternal life, it also means that life is delivered to Si Chen's hands. Si Chen only needed to move his mind slightly, and no matter how powerful the 12 ghost moons were, they would immediately fall into eternal death. So in the past few decades, Humphrey has never dared to have the slightest idea of disobedience to Si Chen. But this time, Si Chen had been asleep for too long and too long. 40 years is enough time for many people, or ghosts, to forget some feelings that should be unforgettable. And he knew very well that his position in the 12 ghost months was very unpopular. In the second quarter of the month, more than one person once proposed to Si Chen to deprive him of Humphrey's qualification as the second quarter moon. Humphrey had plenty of reason to be suspicious. As long as the timeline is extended, he is at risk of being abandoned by Si Chen at any time. He must seek a means of self-preservation. At this moment, click. There was a sharp knock on the door, coming from outside the door of the room. Lord Humphrey, please allow me to report an emergency. His Excellency Charroth, a nobleman of the Dracoians, has an order for you to go and meet you immediately. The butler outside the door said loudly. Humphrey, who was clenching his fists, was shining wildly in his lowered eyes at the moment. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. The tight string in my heart relaxed slightly. The backhand he laid down finally played a role at the most critical moment. Yes. The world's aristocratic draconian. This is the layout he carefully set up after meditating on it in order to get rid of the shackles from Si Chen. The draconians have a supreme position, and can easily mobilize the supreme force of the navy at the rank of admiral. As long as he, Humphrey, can put his name on the draconians. Si Chen must throw a rat bogey, and he can no longer wipe out his life at will. In this way, he, Humphrey, put himself in the middle of the scales at the same time. On one side is Si Chen, and on the other side is the Tianlong people. The two sides have formed an extremely delicate balance. So as to ensure that he himself is always in the most central position, left and right. Exquisite layout. Humphrey couldn't hide the smugness in his heart. His political skill helped him earn everything he has in the Chambord Islands. He also believes that the same means can help him get more. When Humphrey breathed a sigh of relief, the duo of the Heart Pirates, who were always watching their noses and noses, also secretly relaxed their tense backs. Especially Trafalgar Row. He had long guessed Si Chen's identity. Now in the dialogue between the two, the conjecture in his heart is confirmed. Still, when you are discussing the problem, can you block us two outsiders a little? What planted spies in the Holy Land of Mary Joy, what probed the weaknesses of the 5 old stars in Congo, and what bribed the fleet of the 4 emperors? Including the true identity of the second quarter moon and so on. Are these things we can listen to? Are we the ones we dare to hear? In case Si Chen really executed Humphrey on the spot. The remaining 2 outsiders were in the same room as Si Chen. That picture. It's so beautiful that I can't imagine it. Chapter 10. Lord Si Chen, Charo's holy summons, you see. Humphrey looked up cautiously and asked Si Chen. Si Chen's face was expressionless, but the blood red in his eyes seemed to be even richer. He leaned back, leaning back on the couch, his eyes looking directly at his men. Humphrey, are you threatening me? Humphrey hurriedly defended, the subordinates don't dare. It's just the domineering of the Tianlong people, Lord Si Chen may not know. Very well. He couldn't be wrong. In the past, the Ghost Moon Pirates have been active in the Western Sea and the Great Shipping Route. The rules of action are not much different from those of other pirates. Very few of them appear in the prosperous territory heavily guarded by the navy. Si Chen is also a Tianlong who has never been in contact with the legendary world nobles. Humphrey was also based on this fact to judge that Si Chen would be jealous of the Tianlong people he had never met, thus giving him room to leave and write. But his voice didn't fall. I heard Si Chen say coldly. It's just that, Humphrey, you probably haven't figured it out yet, my domineering. Humphrey looked up in astonishment. At this moment, he only felt that his eyes seemed to be covered with a thick layer of blood. Smack! Si Chen stretched out his left hand and snapped his fingers in mid-air. The crisp snap of his fingers fell on Humphrey's ears, but it sounded like a thunderclap. Ah! H! Humphrey let out a scream of pain. He covered his left eye, which was originally engraved with the number a lower chord land, with both hands. But the blood was rushing like a waterfall, seeping from between his 10 fingers. When Humphrey let go of his hands, his bloodshot eye sockets appeared. Trafalgar Row and PayPal, who were watching, suddenly gasped. I saw that the eye sockets that were originally engraved with numbers suddenly became dim at this moment. A clear and eye-catching cross scar passed through the original number. It's like a piece of white paper that has been modified by graffiti, erased from the marks it once left. No, 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 Lord Si Chen, you can't do this to me. If I can't meet Charo's saint in time, and the Draconians are furious, you will also be implicated. Please, Lord Si Chen, give me another chance. As long as I have a good relationship with the holy place of Charos, I will definitely be able to complete the task you have commanded. Power. My power. It's draining fast, don't. Humphrey clutched the dripping blood in both hands, scrambling to put them back into his eyes. It seems that by doing this, you can stop the power that is being lost in your body. But Si Chen snapped his fingers again. The blood that suddenly dripped was at Si Chen's fingertips, converging into a flowing rope. Restrained to Humphrey's hands, he hung him in the air. Humphrey, do you know that before today, depriving you of your status as the second quarter moon is the most severe punishment I have ever given you in my heart? Humphrey first looked at Si Chen with pleading eyes. After listening to Si Chen's words, he froze in place, and then his face showed the biggest fear and panic since tonight. Lord Si Chen, I know that I am wrong, I really know that I am wrong, please, don't kill me. He understood the meaning of Si Chen's words. Originally, the biggest punishment for him was to deprive the land of the lower strings. And what about now? The status symbol of the last quarter moon has been erased. The power conferred by the blood of the ancestors was rapidly draining from him. To punish more severely than that. Then there's only one left. Death. Death in the truest sense of the word. It wasn't until this point that Humphrey suddenly understood. How stupid and ridiculous is what he has done, how stupid and ridiculous his so-called elaborate layout. The one in front of him is the strongest ghost king who ignores death. It's the top powerhouse who once singled out all the members of One Piece. It was the man who subdued Elbaf by himself and was regarded as a god by the giant clan. Throughout his life, he never decided only according to his own preferences. As Si Chen himself said. As the king of ghosts, he acts domineeringly, compared to the Tianlong people who rely on special political status. More than that, wants to use the influence of the Tianlong people to balance Si Chen. It's purely that he has been in the Chambord Islands, a human territory, for too long. So much so that he forgot about Si Chen's terribleness and overestimated the prestige of the Tianlong people. I know it's wrong, I know it's wrong, I really know it's wrong. Humphrey kept begging for mercy, snot and tears flowing. But Si Chen just looked at him quietly. I can't see clearly what kind of emotions are hidden under those red eyes. There are some mistakes, I can tolerate, but some mistakes, when committed, must be punished. Humphrey, thank you for being with me for so many years, I will never forget the boy who sold newspapers late at night every day in the small village of Zihai. Goodbye, Humphrey, I'll go back to the village and erect a tombstone for you, and pay homage every 10 years. Even if it's a reminiscence, let's remember the years when we used to get along together. Smack! Si Chen snapped his fingers for the third time. Humphrey's head suddenly detached from his neck. Plop to the ground. Chapter 11. Dead? Trafalgar Roll looked at Humphrey's head on the ground. My mind went blank for a moment. What happened tonight was far beyond his imagination. First of all, Humphrey was a high-ranking cadre of the Ghost Moon Pirates, one of the 6 lower moons, which was beyond his expectations. And at the same time as he came to visit, he met the legendary man. The leader of the Ghost Moon Pirates. Dark Moon Master Si Chen. It was an unfolding he could never have dreamed of. Originally, it was magical enough to be in the same room with the leader of the Ghost Moon Pirates and the cadres of the second quarter moon. Unexpectedly, he also heard many layouts and conspiracies with a time span older than his age. Luo didn't feel good at the time. The intention was to escape. But under the gaze of Si Chen's bloody pupils, he didn't dare to make any abnormal moves in the end. And when Humphrey's head hit the ground, Luo can only feel endless happiness for his own caution. Even their own high-ranking cadres, strong characters like Gourmet Humphrey. Si Chen can kill as much as he says, without mercy. Once he and PayPal have any abnormal movements, the end can be imagined. Captain Trafalgar Row, I'm sorry to let you watch a fratricidal farce. At this moment, Luo heard Si Chen talking to himself. He quickly got up from the couch. With one hand on his chest, he saluted the famous man opposite. All pirates have their own rules, and those who cross the line will be punished, which is the truth of the sea. Luo Jing's words were very decent. Si Chen smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and pointed to the sofa opposite, motioning for Luo to sit down. Luo also sat generously opposite Si Chen. Both of them seemed to be blind to Humphrey's corpse, which was still under their noses at this time. Shows a strong psychological quality. Is it convenient to ask Captain Luo for the purpose of coming to Humphrey tonight? Asked Si Chen. Luo glanced at Humphrey's corpse on the ground, and was silent for a moment. Si Chen disagreed, and continued. I've heard that Captain Luo is an excellent doctor, and even has the ability to bring the dead back to life. When Luo heard Si Chen's words, his face suddenly changed drastically. There is a deepest secret in the heart that is perceived in a panic and helplessness. Si Chen looked at Luo with a smile, as if patiently waiting for his response. At the same time, there was a distant sound of footsteps outside the door. It was thought that the butler had heard Humphrey's screams before he died, and went to the Draco to report the news. Isn't it okay, Captain Si Chen, if you clash with the celestial dragons here? I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble, right? Luo shifted the subject while mentally combing through the time to organize the language. It's okay, it's just a dragon, it doesn't affect the pleasant conversation between me and Captain Luo. Si Chen smiled. Mere Tianlong people? Luo sighed in his heart. In this world, people who can talk about the threat posed by the celestial dragons are so lightly spoken. Except for those braggart kings. I'm afraid I can count them on one hand. Still. Pleasant conversation? He didn't dare think so. Luo pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided to tell the truth to Si Chen. Even if he is proficient in psychology, in front of Si Chen, he is not sure that lying will not be exposed. I learned from Captain Capone that Humphrey. Sir, he has a miraculous physique that heals quickly from wounds, so this visit is to obtain some of Mr. Humphrey's blood for medical research. This was the intention he had not had time to say earlier, when he faced Humphrey. I didn't expect to wait until I actually said it. Humphrey, who has a magical physique, has been reduced to a corpse. Law looked at the severed body on the carpet with fiery eyes. And at this moment, a scene that shocked him happened. I saw Humphrey's body on the ground dissipating rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, including the other party's shells and spilled blood. They all disappeared from the room without a trace. Both Law and PayPal were frightened by this strange scene. They had never seen a person who had died without even a body. Combined with certain rumors about ghosts and knights. Luo raised his head again and looked at Si Chen, his eyes already carried a layer of deep awe. As you can see, the members of the Ghost Moon Pirates have a bit of a special physique. For example, after death, the corpses will quickly dissipate. Si Chen stood up, spread his hands and said. However, I have also heard that Captain Law is one of the best doctors at sea, and I am willing to entrust you with a special medical study in my own name. To this end, I am willing to provide you with the exact same research material as Humphrey, and use all the assets of the Paradise Island Hotel as financial support for the research. I don't know what Captain Luo thinks. Luo looked up at Si Chen, who was speaking. For a moment, my heart was pounding and beating fast. Chapter 12. Luo was moved. Like Humphrey's special physique, complete research material, plus the entire assets of Paradise Island Hotel's more than 30 billion berry. These two conditions are added together. Even if I have a hunch in my heart, this research is seeking skin with the tiger. I can't help but have a fast heartbeat. It's almost a mouthful. But Luo's last sanity still made him not have the impulse to choose. Instead, a couple of key questions were asked. However, Si Chen's body, Humphrey's body has completely disappeared, and the property of Paradise Island is. With all due respect, how can you ensure its safety after losing Humphrey and offending the Draconians? Good question. Si Chen looked at Luo appreciatively. Careful thinking is the quality he wants from his partners. There is no doubt that the calmness and keen judgment that Luo is showing now make Si Chen feel very satisfied. Don't worry, Captain Luo, wait a minute, I have a gift for you. As soon as Si Chen's words fell, he heard 3 gunshots in succession. The door lock of the room was broken. Boom! The door was kicked open. Several figures crossed the collapsed door and stepped into the room. The leader was obese, with thick lips, resin bubbles on his head, and 2 lines of nauseous snot hanging on his fat face. Dressed in typical Draco costumes. Needless to say, this person is the world aristocrat that Humphrey said earlier. Charos St. After he broke into the room with his bodyguards, he squinted at everyone in the room. Who are you, and what about Humphrey? How dare you tease the great Charos Saint and call him out, and I will let him know that in my eyes, he is just a pig and a dog. Also, you guys, why don't you hurry up and crawl over on your knees and meet the nobles of the world? At this time, he paid attention to the handsome Si Chen. Sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, he muttered. It's so good looking, but it's a pity it's not a woman, otherwise, he. He suddenly stretched out his hand, pointed at Si Chen, and said arrogantly. Hey, what's your name, and from today onwards, you're the slave mount beast of my great Charos. Riding such a mount beast with outstanding appearance and temperament will definitely attract the envy of other celestial dragons. Even for individual fetishes unique Tenryu people, it is not impossible to exchange a wife for beauty with them. Thinking of the beautiful picture in the future, Charos Saint couldn't help but salivate yearning. Trafalgar Luo frowned and looked at Si Chen. In his heart, he despised and disgusted the Tianlong nobleman in front of him. However, the celestial dragons are not easy to provoke. Even if they, the supernova pirates, have to retreat against the heavenly dragons. No way. Although the vast majority of the celestial dragons are the existence of individual strength and 5 scum. Even if any crew member makes a shot, it can be easily killed. But what stands behind him is the endorsement of the entire navy and even the world government. Once the Draconians are violated, they will immediately dispatch their admiral-level combat power to take revenge. This is a huge pressure that no pirate group is capable of withstanding except for the 4 emperors. Can't afford to mess with. You can only hide. He still hasn't figured it out. On the premise of knowing that the celestial dragon people are about to come over to find trouble. Why did Si Chen calmly talk to him in the room? Instead of transferring places in advance. He believed that with Si Chen and his own strength, it is definitely a breeze to avoid the search of the celestial dragons. Unless Si Chen did it on purpose. He was in the room, waiting for the Draco people to come to the door. Luo's eyes trembled, and he was still thinking about Si Chen's purpose in his heart. And the doglegs of the heavenly dragon Manchar Ra Saint couldn't hold back their desire to make meritorious contributions and rushed towards Si Chen. They want to take Si Chen for their master. Who can be the first to make a contribution? With the character of the Tianlong people who spend money like earth, they will definitely be able to get rich rewards. It was at this time. Smack! Fingers snapped again in the room. Trafalgar Row and PayPal were close to having PTSD with the snap of their fingers. When I heard the voice, I shuddered. Among them, the polar bear fur tribe of PayPal is particularly strong. Because in its field of vision, with the snapping of fingers, the room includes walls, windows, carpets, and all the decorations and utensils. It's all in an instant. Shrouded in a blood-red bloody coat. As it was not long ago inside the hotel lobby. The blood-colored canopy seen in the hallucination is the same. It smells of death. At the same time, with the color of blood descending, a group of bodyguards who were rushing towards Si Chen. Without exception, they all bled from 7 holes in an instant and fell to the ground one after another. With Luo's many years of experience in practicing medicine, it can be seen at a glance. These people died in an instant. I didn't even make the slightest struggle. Even, when they were dying, their eyes were still full of fire. There was also an excited and unruly smile on his face. Sudden death. Chapter 13. You, what have you done? Saint Charos was frightened by the sudden tragic scene. He spread his hands in a panic, trying to stabilize his body. At the same time, his feet involuntarily retreated out of the door. I want to escape. But the gate has been destroyed, and the passage should be unimpeded. Now it is covered by a thick blood-colored curtain. Stopped the fat body of Saint Charos in the room. At this moment, except for himself, all the bodyguards he brought with him had died tragically on the spot. He was left alone. I want to cry. Hey, you person, do you know who I am? Do you know what will happen if you offend the celestial dragons? Luo sighed and reached out to cover his forehead. He had heard of the stupidity of the Draconians. But I didn't expect the other party to be so stupid. It doesn't matter if you can't recognize Si Chen's identity. After this man has obviously shown such a strong strength. Is still delusional to use the identity of the Tianlong people to blackmail the other party. It is undoubtedly self-defeating. Stupid to explode. However, it is also the celestial dragon people who are used to being domineering, and no one has dared to provoke them for hundreds of years. Thus letting down the vigilance. The guards around him have been replaced by a group of wine bags and rice bags that can only pat on the back and say good things. Otherwise, it won't be killed in one face. In this case, once the identity of the celestial dragon people loses their deterrent effect. The so-called world aristocracy is no different from a rooster that has been stripped naked. See the botched performance of Charos St. In the past, the deterrent effect left by the 3 words of Tianlong people in Luo's mind has also become much lesser. He turned his attention to the blood-colored curtain that hung around him. Luo, who has devoured the fruits of surgery, has the signature ability to create a specific space room. So he could recognize at a glance that the blood-colored curtain laid by Si Chen at this moment had the same beauty as room. Is an ability similar to a domain enchantment. It is equivalent to sealing off this room, cutting off the possibility of Charros Saint from getting in touch with the outside world. Why? Luo's eyes were thoughtful. At the same time, he also secretly exerted his fruit ability. Room. As expected, the space he had created himself was completely suppressed by the blood-colored curtain. There's no way to move a single item in the room. At this moment, Luo completely accepted his fate. He had confirmed that Si Chen's ability was a natural restraint against the fruits of his surgery. In the face of the other party's mysterious ability, he didn't even have the qualifications to resist. Luo couldn't help but congratulate himself again on his forbearance and interest tonight. There has never been any conflict with this terrible man in front of him. Otherwise, isn't the negative example right in front of you? Charros Saint fell to the ground with a buttocks. The smell of the blood of his bodyguards stimulated him to urinate incontinence. A puddle of foul-smelling liquid leaked out of the carpet. Si Chen, who was originally approaching Charros Saint, frowned when he saw this and stopped. Even from a few meters away, he could smell a fishy odor. I don't know what this guy eats all day long. I'm afraid that the gastrointestinal and digestive system is already in chaos. He turned around and said to Luo behind him. Captain Luo, do you know, I had a strong idea about the Draco from the beginning. You say? Luo Ji took over the conversation in a timely manner. That's to stomp on their faces hard, and then give them dozens of punches, so that they become pigs' heads, and they don't even know their mothers. Law looked up in surprise. He couldn't have imagined that Si Chen, who was wearing a suit and leather shoes, had an elegant and noble temperament. Would say something. Such a thing. Such vulgar language. But at the same time, he had to admit it in his heart. It's time to fight. Enough. Relieve gas. And. Now? Ro asked. Now, when I see him like a dead pig, I am a little disgusted with doing it myself, and I will stain my clothes. Si Chen said slowly. I see. Luo nodded slightly, then turned around and looked at PayPal. The polar bear, which had been pretending to be a wooden man, reached out in disbelief and pointed to the tip of his nose. Body language almost presents a big me. Yes, PayPal, you also heard Si Chen's wish. No, I can't, that's a celestial dragon. PayPal was sweating profusely, his head was shaking from side to side, and he was full of resistance. But Law took a few steps forward, grabbed PayPal's clothes, and threw his men in front of Charros. PayPal, you have to believe that Si Chen has arranged everything, and for the rest, let go and do it. Luo also gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Today he is completely on Si Chen's thief ship. And Charros St, no doubt, is the letter of submission he must submit. Chapter 14. Ah! It hurts me to death. Help, who's going to save me? I won't let you go, Polar Bear Head. Please, stop fighting, please. In the luxurious suite of the Paradise Island Hotel, the screams continued for an hour. Due to the blockade of the Scarlet Veil, neither the tenant in the next room nor the waiter passing by had ever heard the screams inside. At this time, Charros Saint can be described as unrecognizable. On the one hand, he was beaten by PayPal, blue and purple, like a colorful dye vat. On the other hand, it is completely stifled. You must know that the Tianlong people, in order to show their superior and noble status, they don't even want to breathe the same air under the same sky as civilians. So he wears a resin bubble on his head all the year round, distinguishing the air he absorbs from ordinary people. Si Chen admired this approach of the Tianlong people. He was very merciful in sprinkling the urine of Charros on the crotch and blanket of his trousers, using his miraculous ability to control blood. It all flowed back into the resin bubbles of Charros St. Honorable Draco people shouldn't even drop urine on the carpet of ordinary people's homes. Why don't you go back and give it back to your old man to taste it yourself? Luo, who is aware of current affairs, specially instructed PayPal. When beating people, you must master the proportions. But we must not burst the resin bubbles of our noble Tianlong people. The fists and fists all use the kung fu skills of fighting cattle across the mountain. It's very intimate. The consequence is that when PayPal finally gets tired and stops out of breath, Saint Charos was almost in a semi-fainting state. His eyes were blank, the whites of his eyes were turning out like dead fish, his fat lips were constantly trembling, and he couldn't speak. And on the other side, Si Chen and Luo didn't waste their precious time either. While enjoying the wonderful fight scenes, they tasted high-grade red wine and discussed scientific research matters. I understand what Your Excellency meant. Our scientific research projects are mainly in two research directions. First, develop a drug that can resist sunlight so that it can. The constitution of the ghost can also move freely during the day. Second, for human organs such as the heart, liver, spleen, and kidney, the feasibility study of independent survival from the human body is carried out, so as to achieve a similar effect to external organs. Luo repeated Si Chen's request, and also felt a headache. He originally thought that there was a huge amount of money of 30 billion berry. Any kind of medical research should be able to be successfully overcome. But I didn't expect that Si Chen's request would be so strange. First of all, it is about the new breed of ghost, which is equivalent to starting from scratch, and how long the road to research is. And the external organs. For him to have the ability to perform surgery, it was a breeze. But being able to do it does not mean that you can publish a paper. The former is a technique, the latter is a Tao, and the difficulty is completely different. 30 billion berry will open up two new frontier scientific fields in biological science. Difficult. It's so hard. But then again, as long as you can make it. Luo fell into deep contemplation for a while. Si Chen didn't urge. These two research results are very important to him. Even the old yokai who has lived for thousands of years is obsessed with walking in the sun again. Si Chen naturally couldn't escape the same desire. To be able to live like a normal person, who wants to hide in the dark forever. Take 10,000 steps back and say, in case the research really has some results. Whether it's for himself, or for the 12 ghost moons. It is equivalent to the biggest weakness and shortcoming of the body, which has been made up. Significant. He is unlikely to make concessions in this regard. As for the second study, it is Si Chen's own selfishness. There is still a big gap between his current strength and the real Onibatsuji. Some things can't be caught up with just bloodline or years. For example, the ability that Onibatsuji has performed, 5 brains and 7 hearts. It was he who relied on his superb medical knowledge to create multiple organs that kept moving in the body, giving him a terrifying regenerative speed. Si Chen is both from the accumulation of time and the reserve of medical knowledge. It's several grades away from Ghost Dance Suji. If he wants to catch up with the strength of the other party, Si Chen can only find another way. Fortunately, due to the different backgrounds of the times, the progress of medical research in the maritime world must be far ahead of the demon slayer. This gave Si Chen room to take advantage of his strength. He can use a surgeon and doctor like Luo to help him accelerate his research. Of course, eggs cannot be put in one basket. Luo's side is just a brand new plan that he derived from the first time he saw the other party tonight. And as early as 40 years ago, he had already laid out another line, which was already quietly operating in secret. Si Chen left Luo enough time to think. He stood up and walked in front of Charos. Flat arm at the front end. A drop of blood slipped from his fingertips, dripping into the mouth of Saint Charos. Chapter 15. Blood of the Ancestors. Those who are tainted by the blood of the ancestors will become ghosts. As for the strength of the ghost after becoming a ghost, it depends on the amount of blood that Si Chen is willing to share. There is no doubt about the Draconian's Charos St. The amount of blood that Si Chen was willing to share was only 1 drop. Couldn't be more. Stained with the blood of the ancestors, the body of Charo's saint is undergoing drastic changes. The scars left by PayPal's fat beating before are healing rapidly. But in just a few minutes, and he was restored to his original form. In addition to the fact that the face has become more pale, there is almost no difference from when I first started. Is this the reason why Humphrey's physique is different from ordinary people? Luo and PayPal, who witnessed the whole process, glanced at each other and understood the shock in each other's eyes. If a single drop of blood can bring a seriously injured person back to life, so if you want to increase the dose of blood, the effect is unimaginable. But Charo's aunt was clearly unwilling to accept the reality that he was back to good condition so quickly. He wished he was in a coma for a little longer. It's best to wake up and be able to lie down in Mary Joy's best hospital room. There was no need to see Si Chen's demonic face again. Obviously, the truth is contrary to his wishes. Si Chen stretched out his fingers. The blood in the sacred body of Charoth was pulled by him, lifting the celestial dragon man in the air and floating in front of Si Chen. Your Excellency Charoth, a noble celestial dragon of the world, now that you have a super self-healing ability, are you happy? Charo's saint shrank his head, resigned, and did not dare to answer. Si Chen smiled slightly and continued. Let me tell you what kind of benefits this ability will bring you. First of all, that you are no longer afraid of being beaten. After only an hour of fighting, you fell into a coma and near-death state, so vulnerable. From tonight onwards, even if you are beaten for 10 or 20 hours in a row, your body will heal at a very fast rate, and then keep getting beaten. Charos's face suddenly felt as painful as eating Coptis chinensis. This kind of benefit, whoever loves it wants to go, he is not uncommon. Moreover, even if you are beaten violently, there will be no traces on your body as evidence. Think about it, if this news spreads, how will those people who are full of hatred for the celestial dragons, but dare not make a move against you, will feel? Charos's eyes widened and he looked at Si Chen in horror. Vicious. It's so vicious. Once the celestial dragon people lose the identity protection of the celestial dragon people, the end was absolutely miserable. Not without cases. At that time, Doflamingo, one of the 7 martial seas, was the father of Doflamingo, Huo Minga Sheng, who voluntarily gave up his identity as a celestial dragon about 30 years ago. The low-level masses who were oppressed by the Tianlong people in the past rushed up. Let the ending of Huo Minga Saint be extremely bleak. Was even hated and killed by his own son because of this. Once the world knows that there is a celestial dragon person now, even if he is beaten, he will not leave any evidence of scars on his body. It will not cause the monstrous anger of the world government because of the mistake of killing. Will everyone be eager to try it? If you find an opportunity, give him a slap. You can't tell who beat you up, and there is no evidence of beating, so you send the Admiral to hunt down the murderer, right? The Navy also has to be reasonable. It is necessary to be famous. Demon slaying order this kind of big killing weapon, once reduced to a toy that can be played with at will. It has completely lost the deterrent power that its existence should have. It is impossible for the world government and the Navy headquarters to take such a big risk for the sake of him and the Charos. Since then, I am afraid that he will live in fear and anxiety from now on. Not daring to leave the tight guards for half a step. Thus completely losing the pleasure and freedom of taking beautiful women on the street. How vicious! No, don't do that, please, don't say it. Saint Charos pleaded almost with a cry. Of course, I won't talk nonsense, don't worry. Si Chen's promise made Charos Saint feel a little more at ease. But the other party's next sentence made him fall into an ice cave again. After all, you have been contaminated by my blood and turned into a ghost clan of my slaves, and if you want to kill you, you don't have to be so troublesome at all, you only need to move your mind a little, and you can do it. Don't you believe me? I'll prove it to you. It seems to be confirmed to show Charos St. Si Chen smiled and said a body part. Left tail finger. Suddenly, Charos felt a piercing pain in the little finger of his left hand. Keep your head down. The tail finger of his left hand was silently broken and fell, and the blood flowed. The big toe of the right foot. There was also a heart-piercing pain on the toe of his right foot. Left ear. Upper lip. Right eye. Left ankle. Charos, who was covered in blood, completely collapsed his psychological defense line at this moment. Chapter 16. Captain Luo, this is the gift I have prepared for you, are you still satisfied? Si Chen returned to Luo. Behind him, followed by Charos. The nobles of the celestial dragons at this moment. There is no longer a majestic and arrogant appearance. Pitifully followed behind Si Chen. It's like a poor puppy that has been ravaged by a storm. For Charos, the past 2 hours. It's the darkest moment of life. He experienced terrible pain that he could not have imagined in the past. I was tortured to the point where I almost lost my human form. But what's even more terrifying is that, even if he is tortured to the point of losing his human appearance, he was able to recover very quickly. In this case, even if he wants to go to the world government to cry, I'm afraid that no one will believe it. Coupled with Si Chen's random thoughts, he could take his life. Under the heavy blow, Charos St was completely abandoning the intention of struggling. Completely succumbed to Si Chen's silver might. Si Chen's good way to be in charge. Luo also understood Si Chen's overall plan at this point. I can't help but admire in my heart. His 2 previous doubts were now gone. The first question is where Humphrey's research material was obtained after his death. The second doubt is that if you offend the Tianlong people, how to preserve the assets of the Paradise Island Hotel. Now, under Si Chen's interlocking plan, both problems are solved. Turning Charos Saint into a ghost physique like Humphrey, won't the problem of material source be solved? And there are Tianlong people behind their backs. Even if Humphrey never shows up again. Of course, this guy is known for his mystery. Who will dare to touch a single hair of the Paradise Island Hotel in the future? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hi. It's really high. Law was completely impressed. The Heart Pirates have already gathered in Chambodi, and with his help, I believe that you will not encounter any more difficulties when you enter Paradise Island. Si Chen said to Luo. Yes, but if you want to do medical research, you need to build a world-class medical laboratory, it's just. Luo wanted to speak and stopped. Captain Luo said that it doesn't matter, since it is sincere cooperation, it is best to eliminate all hidden dangers at the beginning. Si Chen said. Okay, then I'll be blunt, Chambord is too close to Marinfondo, and I'm a pirate on the bounty list after all. My concern is that if one of the world's most advanced medical laboratories is built here, once it catches the attention of the Navy, all the investment in the early stage will be wasted. Si Chen nodded slightly. He acknowledges Luo's concerns, which are indeed hidden dangers that have to be guarded against. Suddenly, Si Chen raised his head and looked out the window. I saw a trace of fish belly white, and it had quietly climbed into the sky at this moment. It's almost dawn. There was not much time left for him. Well, I have an idea about the location of the laboratory, but it will take time to implement it. During this time, you will use the identity of Charos Saint to succeed Humphrey and take full control of the assets of the Paradise Island Hotel. For the follow-up arrangements, I will specially ask someone to contact you again. Si Chen put his hands behind his back and said to Luo. Through the previous conversation, Luo also understood the threat of sunlight to Si Chen. I know that this is the time to separate. He put one hand on his chest, looked at Si Chen's back, and bowed slightly. From tonight, whether the outside world admits it or not, he knew that the Heart Pirates would be closely linked to the Ghost Moon Pirates from now on. Become a vassal and subordinate of the other party. Law was well aware of his place. 30 billion berry research funds and political influence backed by the Draco people. No matter which one is singled out, are all rich resources that he can hardly hope for in his life as a pirate. Unless it is to the level of the 4 emperors, seize a large piece of territory in the New World and plunder it to your heart's content. Otherwise, even if he sells himself, it's not enough for a fraction of 30 billion berry. And get it all. But he only needed to bow his head to Si Chen to show his submission. The other party did not even put forward the deadline and additional requirements. Leave the Heart Pirates to maintain a completely independent freedom of movement. Nor did he make any principled recommendations for his Trafalgar Row study. In this case, Luo felt that he could not make the right choice. It's 100 times more stupid than the pig-headed Tianlong man not far away. Well, then, I'll wait here for your orders. After Luo finished speaking, he waited for a long time, but he never got a response. He looked up. Found that in the position where Si Chen was originally standing. It's empty at the moment. It turned out that Si Chen had already left the room. And he stood at a close distance of less than 3 meters from Si Chen. For Si Chen's movements, he didn't notice it at all. What Si Chen wanted to do at that time was not to leave, but to assassinate. The consequences are unimaginable. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Luo's mouth. Even if he has put in so much effort. But I still can't get rid of the same sense of powerlessness as 10 years ago. You can't take your fate into your own hands. But soon, his gaze became firm again. At least, things have changed a lot now, haven't they? As long as you maintain a good relationship with this adult and reflect your own value. His plan for revenge on Doflamingo. Since then, there has been an extra hole card comparable to the king. Chapter 17. Island number 59, Pier. A dowing boat with a pitch-black body. Lie quietly on calm water. Suddenly, a figure appeared as if out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, he was standing on the deck of a pitch-black ship. The visitor was dressed in a full ironed black suit, with black hair and red eyes, and a slender and straight figure. It was Si Chen. Come to the world of nautical for 100 years. He has inherited the bloodline of Onibatsuji in his body. And various abilities derived from the blood of the ancestors, including blood magic, have their own unique understanding. In the Demon Slayer world. Maybe it's because I'm too afraid of death. Onibatsuji's development of blood ghost art is mostly focused on the field of body strengthening. Whether it's the 5 brains and 7 hearts, self-division, replicating organs, or a stillborn stance. Ghost Dance Suji makes use of the long time through the accumulation of continuous improvement of medical skills. His attainments in the field of physical arts and body changes are at the pinnacle. Even if they are besieged by all the members of the ghost killing team, they can still have the upper hand. However, Si Chen believed that the power of the ancestors' blood was far more than just strengthening the physical realm. After being frightened by Ji Kuyuan, he was frightened. In Si Chen's opinion, there is already a tendency to go astray because of being too timid and afraid of death. In fact, Onibatsuji has another ability. The potential is endless. That's the spatial ability. The infinite city of different spaces is a significant representative. It's a pity that such a potential is vast. Onibatsuji is no miserable, but he only develops it into a stronghold for himself to hide. Even the authority to manipulate Infinite City was given to Naruto to manage. When he shook his hand, he was in charge. Highlight a lazy word. Si Chen felt that even if Onibatsuji didn't share 30% of his energy to develop his spatial ability. To this end, a set of blood ghost magic systems that can be attacked, retreated, and defended have been created. Abandon the world and the earth, in addition to the country of the first of my greatest pride. Use guerrilla warfare to deal with the ghost slayers. It can almost be said that it is invincible. Si Chen naturally would not choose to make the same mistake again. He felt that he could go hand in hand with both worlds. Take advantage of the more advanced level of science and technology in the nautical world. Plus the magical effect of devil fruits. With the help of external forces, he further developed his abilities in the two areas of physical reinforcement and spatial manipulation. Thus spending less time to approach, reach, or even surpass the original Onibatsuji's unmiserable strength. Blue is better than blue. Si Chen's ambition is even greater than everyone imagined. However, now he is the same as Onibatsuji. None of them can resist the direct rays of the sun. The sky is getting brighter and brighter. He must also hurry up and leave the Chambord Islands. Or find a place to hide. But oddly enough, he crossed space to descend behind the ghost ship. There was no rush to do the next move. Instead, stand quietly on the deck. It seems that something is waiting for you. After a while, seeing that there was still no movement around, Si Chen shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, I know I'm aware of your presence, but I'm still cheeky to drag on time. After he said this, there was still a dead silence all around. Si Chen pursed his lips and continued. If you don't come out, then I'll go. He snapped his fingers markedly. The ghost ship beneath him suddenly lit up with a ghostly light. The sails are raised without wind. Without anyone manipulating it, it slowly moved. And at this very moment, click, rub, rub, a series of icy sounds rang out. I saw that the originally calm sea surface turned into 1,000 miles of ice in an instant. The ice makes it impossible for all ships to move half an inch away. At the same time, there were 3 figures, slowly moving forward from the ice in the distance. Ah! A slightly shrill voice came from one of them. Even if you don't see the face of the comer, but from the ability of this hand to freeze the sea, it is not difficult to speculate on the identity of the comer. Admiral, frozen fruit ability. Pheasant. And those who can walk side by side with him are naturally general level figures. Magma fruit ability, Akainu. The one with the ability of the shining fruit, the yellow ape. The 3 major admirals in active duty in the Navy, the highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters, were dispatched at the same time and gathered here. When the news gets out, it must be big news that shocks the world. Seeing these 3 people appear at the same time, Si Chen understood who he was targeting. Was able to capture his whereabouts for the first time after a lapse of 40 years. Looking at the entire naval headquarters, there is only one person who can do it. That is the Sengoku of the Buddha with the nickname of Wise General, and the active naval marshal. In today's world, who knows Si Chen and the Ghost Moon Pirates best, and who doesn't believe that he will really die 40 years ago? It has to be the old rival of the year, Sengoku. Whether it's Rayleigh or Humphrey. Just afraid of their activities on the Chambord Islands. It has long been taken into the eyes of the warring states, and strict surveillance has been arranged. Therefore, he was able to discover Si Chen's whereabouts as soon as possible, and dispatched the 3 major generals to set up an encirclement. What a big deal! Chapter 18. Captain Si Chen, who was as famous as Roger 40 years ago, has admired his name for a long time, and he will be fortunate to meet him. The pheasant put his hands in his pockets and said slowly. Akainu's eyes were cold, staring at Si Chen, with the posture of jealousy and hatred ready to strike at any time. The yellow ape looked at Si Chen with curious eyes. It's amazing, Soccerski and I were still teenage recruits, and when we stood behind Mr. Zifa and peeked at your excellency, we were so young. Now 40 years have passed, and even Kuzan, a hairy boy, has become an uncle of vicissitudes. And Captain Si Chen is still young, it's really enviable. As soon as the yellow ape's words fell, the pheasant swept towards him with dissatisfied eyes. Pay attention to your words, Polisalino, I'm not an uncle of vicissitudes, and I have a young and enthusiastic heart. Yes, yes, whatever you want, Kuzan, anyway, I don't have the face to say this in front of Captain Si Chen. The two of them were joking and joking here, but the red dog standing in the middle had a serious expression. He ignored the frolicking voices of the two colleagues, and said in a deep voice to Si Chen. Captain Si Chen of the Ghost Moon Pirates, give up resistance and capture it, this place is surrounded by naval groups, you can't leave. Si Chen's face was calm, and when he heard this, he just smiled and asked. In that case, why didn't the three of them arrest the prisoner? I'm afraid you don't have any scruples, right? Si Chen's rhetorical question made Akainu's face even more gloomy. The time goes back to 2 hours ago. The three generals made an urgent call to Sengoku's office. The yellow ape yawned again and again, rubbed his eyes and asked. Warring States, this doesn't look like your style, tossing people in the middle of the night. Akainu and Aobu did not speak. But the eyes were full of doubt. It stands to reason that there is something really going on in the world. As the three major admirals of the Navy, it is impossible for them not to receive any news in advance. Moreover, big thing. Just summon a general to make a move. Why do you need to gather all three of them? Except for the four emperors, who suddenly declared war on the Navy and had already killed the city of Marin Fando. Otherwise, they really can't figure it out. Something that would make Sengoku look as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, Sengoku turned around. The three of them saw it. Behind Sengoku, the huge whiteboard was plastered with intelligence information about a person. From the most conspicuous photo in the middle, it can be seen that this is an extremely young man with black hair and red eyes, pale complexion, and handsome to speak. It belongs to the kind of unique temperament that you will never forget as long as you see it. Undoubtedly, except for the youngest pheasant. Both the red dog and the yellow ape were impressed by this person. I arranged for news from the Dark Line in the Chambord Islands, this person, reappeared. Sengoku solemnly stretched out his hand and pointed to the photo of Si Chen behind him. Both the red dog and the yellow ape suddenly became serious. Only the pheasant, still with a lazy attitude, tilted his head and asked. Who is this? How come I haven't seen it? The yellow ape whistled and spoke. Hehe, of course you haven't seen it, this is a legendary pirate 40 years ago, and you were a 7-year-old kid at the time. The pheasant raised an eyebrow. Likewise get serious. You mean, that guy? Warring States took over at this time, that's right, it's him, the sea thief who was once as famous as Roger, and Si Chen, the Lord of the Dark Moon. Hey, what a big name, what's the Dark Moon? Trust me, pheasant, you won't want to see it with your own eyes. Heavy memories flashed in Sengoku's eyes, and he seemed a little reluctant to remember the scene that was engraved into the bone marrow at the beginning. Along with the red dog and the yellow ape, their expressions changed. Obviously, I deeply sympathize with the words of the Warring States. The pheasant was thoughtful. He knew that of the 4 people present. In addition to the fact that he was still young at the time, he was still training in the training base. The other 3 were all first-hand witnesses of the great battle of the Valley of the Gods. In the midst of the war, he faced the pressure from Si Chen. It is conceivable that after 40 years, it still causes the hearts of these 3 to have palpitations. At that time, the existence called Dark Moon should have such terrifying power. Listen, Akainu, pheasant, yellow ape, now I, in my capacity as the Admiral, give the order of the highest emergency level. The 3 of you will immediately join forces to go to the Chambord Islands, lock down the location of the ghost ship, and set up an encirclement. At the same time, I will mobilize all the warships of the headquarters and the G2 and G4 branches to support. I want to remind you that in the dark of night, Si Chen has a terrifying recovery ability that can be called immortal, and he is an existence that cannot be killed by force. And he's not a devil fruit powerhouse, the Halo Stone weapon doesn't work against him at all. Once he escapes today, I am afraid that in today's era of pirates, he will set off a monstrous wave that is enough to overturn the rule of the world government. As a field marshal, I will not allow such a threat to happen. Therefore, your order is very simple: unite the combat power of the three major generals, drag Si Chen in place, and don't give him a chance to escape. Until the moment the sun rises. Chapter 19. In the dark, killing the target cannot be the main strategy. The three major generals joined forces, and it was only based on blockade and encirclement, and the use of delaying tactics as the primary principle. Among them, the pheasant is responsible for using the frozen fruit to freeze the sea surface and prevent Si Chen from escaping through the seabed. The yellow ape used the high mobility of the sparkling fruit to block the airspace and block the possibility of Si Chen escaping through the air. As for his Akainu, well, in this case, his magma fruit is far less practical than the other two generals. So it was arranged to play a positive containment role. Let's be honest. Since he became a Grand Admiral, I have never taken on such an aggrieved task. I was holding my stomach full of anger in my heart, and I had nowhere to vent. Of course, he recognized that 40 years ago, Si Chen definitely had a powerful combat power comparable to Karp and his teacher Zifa. But that's not the case anymore. For 40 years, he himself has been getting stronger. Whether it is in the development of the ability of the devil fruit, or in the cultivation of domineering, they are far from being comparable to themselves 40 years ago. Moreover, in the past 40 years, the world pattern has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Wasn't Roger, the once invincible One Piece, also reduced to a prisoner of the Navy and beheaded in the eyes of the world's live broadcast? That being the case, the majestic Si Chen 40 years ago. Looking at today's world of strong people, there is still a bit of residual power, and it is still unknown. Maybe it's just a paper tiger, and it will break when you touch it. Therefore, for the caution of the warring states, he came up with a negative delaying tactic. Akainu was very dissatisfied. He felt that this would undermine the majesty of the Navy's absolute justice. Once it was reported by a reporter about good things, it will definitely attract ridicule from all over the world. At the very least, you should run into your opponent first. In case Si Chen really still has the terrifying strength back then, it's not too late to change tactics. The warring states suffered too much loss on Si Chen back then. So much so that now they have become timid. Although Akainu was not convinced, he did not dare to openly confront the order from the Admiral. So he had no choice but to pin his hopes on Si Chen. I hope that through verbal provocation, the other party will choose to take the initiative. In that way, he would fight back logically. At that time, there will be no suspicion that he will disobey the military order. I didn't expect him to just open his mouth to provoke. Si Chen saw through the fact that the three of them were worried at a glance. This made Akainu very unhappy. I want to remind Your Excellency, the day is almost dawn. According to the information that the Navy has, once the dawn, I am afraid that Your Excellency's strength will be greatly reduced, right? Akainu continued to try to stimulate Si Chen with words. And secretly ready to make a move. His eyes were fixed on Si Chen's eyes, hoping to see some impatience and anger in them. Come on, shoot at me, let me see how much strength the sea pirates from 40 years ago still have now. Akainu said secretly in his heart. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. Once exposed to direct sunlight, Si Chen is not a matter of how many % of his strength remains. Instead, it will be directly sunburned. Sunburn in the physical sense. I have to say that the warring states is worthy of the title of wise general. The shot was to hit the snake 7 inches, and directly hit Si Chen's vital point. When he was about to face dawn, he did not hesitate to send his strongest combat power, and the three major admirals of the Navy jointly attacked. Just to delay the time for him to get out of it. Fight for about half an hour for the sun to rise. With such a powerful combat power, to carry out such a simple purpose, it can be described as extravagant to the extreme. It's also extremely wise. It can be said that since the confrontation with the warring states began decades ago, this time, it was the closest Sengoku was to victory. It symbolizes the other party in the past 40 years, whether it is from personal strategy or resource mobilization brought by power. Compared with 40 years ago, it has been upgraded by more than one notch. It perfectly interprets the brilliant righteous way of pressing people with the general trend. So much so that even Si Chen had to clap his hands and praise. It's made a lot of progress. Warring states, someone has the taste of old age. No one could have imagined that under the tremendous pressure of the three major generals joining forces to blockade, Si Chen was still interested in commenting on the command of the warring states. And with a young face less than 20 years old, he praised an older man who was now nearly 80. No matter how you look at it, it will feel absurd and magical. Especially for Akainu. Si Chen's attitude is undoubtedly a provocation to justice, and it is also a contempt for him, a naval admiral. In a fit of rage, he decided not to exercise restraint any longer. Before commenting on others, confirm your own situation, Pirate Sichen. Your current situation can be described as dangerous. As Akainu spoke, the process of lava began in his right arm. Soon, flames poured out of his arm, forming a majestic volcanic lava tornado in midair. Then, the front end of the lava tornado changed into a hideous dog's head. With unstoppable might, he tore towards Si Chen on the ice. Dog bites Red Lotus. Chapter 20. Dog bites Red Lotus. One of Akainu's signature stunts. When the red Inu erupts with all its might, it has a terrifying lethality comparable to a volcanic eruption. He's still hot-tempered, he can't tolerate sand in his eyes, and when he sees it, he must burn it all. The yellow ape was behind him, looking at the angry image of the red dog, and he was amazed. The pheasant, on the other hand, did not speak, and was on full alert. He wanted to know that in the face of the strongest person in the world today, Akainu. What kind of means would Si Chen, the sea pirate 40 years ago, come up with? In addition to that, guarding against Si Chen taking advantage of the chaos to escape. It is also his responsibility as a naval admiral. Although 19 years ago, he had already lost his responsibility and wavered in his stance on justice. The pheasant tightened his eyebrows and looked at Si Chen. He had a doubt in his heart, which haunted him from the first time he saw Si Chen. Lingering. The feeling that Si Chen brought him. And the woman he met in O'Hara 19 years ago. There is a high degree of similarity. But reason is reminding the pheasant that this is simply not possible. Si Chen has disappeared for a full 40 years. During this period, no matter how hard the world government and navy tried to search for his traces, nothing was found. And the woman back then? The experience of a lifetime is investigated clearly. When she was born, nearly 10 years have passed since Si Chen's disappearance. The two are on the timeline, and there can be no intersection. Probably, I was thinking too much, right? The pheasant shook his head, banishing all the complicated thoughts from his mind. Continue to shift your attention back to the battlefield ahead. Say it's too late, that's too fast. Just when the pheasant was thinking nonsense, Akainu's attack had already fallen in front of Si Chen like a meteor. In the face of this level of attack, even if it's the blue pheasant and the yellow ape, who are also admirals, you must also activate the ability of the fruit to fight, or dodge in advance, in order to have a chance of survival. But the strange thing is that Si Chen seems to be scared stupid. Quietly standing on the ghost ship. Look up and watch as if it were about to burn through the clouds and air. At such a distance, even if Si Chen himself could urgently escape from the attack range. But the world-famous ghost ship under him is also destined to be destroyed. As the captain of the ship, Si Chen, the pirate ship that was willing to accompany him for many years was burned to ashes so simply? No way. So at this moment, Si Chen behaved more calmly. The suspicion that shrouded the hearts of the red dog, the green pheasant, and the yellow ape became thicker. Whether it is the red dog who has already shot, or the green pheasant yellow ape who is in charge of guarding and plundering the formation. All of them are mentally tense to the extreme. Seeing and hearing the domineering is fully unfolded. Within the scope of what they can cover. Don't say it's flies flying by. Even the abnormal flow of a drop of water can be clearly captured. So as to stifle all risks in the cradle. At this moment, a subtle drum beat. Ringing from nowhere. It clearly echoed in the ears of the three generals. And with the sound of drums, Si Chen standing on the ghost ship. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Before the in-red lotus fell. He even waved his hand at the three admirals with great interest. The meaning speaks for itself. Goodbye. Immediately after. The huge magma, under the traction of the huge dog head at the front, finally descended on Si Chen's body. First, the black bowler hat worn on the top of his head. Then there is the black hair. Eyes, nose, mouth, neck, shoulders, upper body. Si Chen seemed to wave goodbye in a gesture. Unsuspectingly, he was hit by a sturdy slap of the red Inu dog bite red lotus. Finally, there was a loud bang. The massive magma collided violently with the solid ice on the ground. Blow up a huge crater in its place. But strangely, after a successful blow, whether it is Akainu or the other two generals, there was no relaxed expression on his face. On the contrary, Akainu's face is hard to see to the extreme. The three of them all came to the edge of the pit and looked down. I saw that after the aftermath of the explosion dissipated. In the deep pit, it is empty. Where are the traces of the destruction of the ghost ship? If ordinary people see this, you may mistakenly think that it is the red dog's Inu red lotus is too powerful. It melted all the tangible matter of Si Chen and the ghost ship. But the three of them are all the strongest people today who have done their best to show their domineering power. Nature can perceive it clearly. Just in front of the top hat on Si Chen's head, the magma of the red dog landed. An invisible space force appeared in the area where Si Chen was. At the last moment, the person will be accompanied by the ghost ship at his feet. Teleport away. Ah, hey, I'm in trouble now, how do I explain to the warring states? The yellow ape scratched his head in annoyance. And Akainu snorted angrily. Rather than explaining to the warring states, we should think more about how to deal with this kind of enemy with spatial teleportation capabilities, right? Chapter 21. Boom. After the drums, the environment in front of Si Chen's eyes also changed in an instant. Thousands of miles of ice, and the sky-high magma has disappeared. Instead, there was a foggy and dark scene. A young woman with a gorgeous face was half kneeling in front of Si Chen. She wears a black nun dress and has long, curly blonde hair. And the most striking feature of the woman. It was a number that appeared in her left eye at the moment. Lower string 2. Lord Si Chen, I am really happy that you have finally returned from your deep sleep. With tears in her eyes, the woman looked at Si Chen's face affectionately. And no matter how many times Si Chen sees this young and beautiful face, he will have a feeling of diaphragm in his heart. After all, he'd seen it with his own eyes. Before the other party used the blood of the ancestor he gave him to rejuvenate, he looked like he was aging at his real age. Men will always be suspicious of plastic surgery. All right, Carmelite, put away your pompous acting skills, this trick won't work for me. Si Chen replied lightly. Carmelite also changed his face in a second, and the tears in his eyes disappeared instantly, and he was replaced with a serious appearance. Seeing her change of face, Si Chen sighed in his heart. Is worthy of being the Holy Mother who was famous for her acting skills back then. 100 years ago, the world-famous giant pirates were captured by the Navy and were about to be executed. At this time, Sister Carmelite appeared and persuaded the Navy not to cause a full-scale war with the giants. In the end, a killing with a high probability of occurrence was prevented, and the world named Our Lady. But what few people know is that all this is just a good show directed and performed by Carmelite and the world government. The purpose is to use Carmelite's reputation to prepare for the world government to secretly sell children and cultivate spies. At the same time, she uses her prestige among the giants. Continuously deliver high-quality giant warrior resources to the navy. It can be described as far-sighted and despicable. However, regardless of his character, Carmelite's abilities are definitely the best on the Great Voyage. Putting aside the fact that she is the ability of the predecessor's soul fruit. The resume display in her life alone is enough in terms of resourcefulness, skill, and ruthlessness. Crush most of the so-called powerhouses in the world today who can only rely on devil fruit abilities to make a difference. It is the kind of high IQ criminal talent that Si Chen admires the most. Since 70 years ago, with immortality and eternal youth as bait. Suck Carmelite into the 12 ghost months. The nun has always been Si Chen's most reassuring subordinate. And Humphrey is very different. Before Si Chen fell asleep, he gave Carmelite the task. It is also one of the fields that he valued most after coming to the nautical world, in addition to medicine and space research. In order for Carmelite to better accomplish that task, he even did not hesitate to give the nun the spatial ability that can be called the whole card. So that the other party can quickly and easily shuttle between the four seas and the new world of the Great Route. And this time, in the face of the joint attack of the three major admirals, Carmelite's blood ghost technique using human skin drums undoubtedly played an important role. Lord Si Chen, the difficulty of teleporting a person over a long distance is very different from teleporting a ship. You see, after only one use, my carefully built human skin drum was completely damaged. Lord Si Chen, you have to compensate others. Si Chen looked at the human leather drum displayed in Carmelite's hand. I saw that the drum surface had completely cracked. At the same time, the ghost ship docked to the side also had its sails cracked on three sides. By the way, the three-sided sails on the ghost ship are also made of human skin. And the human skin drum in the hands of Carmelite, from the same source. They are all made of pirate skin. Carmelite's blood ghost technique is able to beat the human skin drum. Objects inlaid with the same human skin can be teleported directly to themselves over a long distance. At the cost of damage to the human skin drum, Carmelite himself would fall into a period of weakness. Carmelite, thank you. People want to kiss them. Don't let me beat you, Carmelite. Okay. This is a reward for your merits, take it. Si Chen suddenly waved his hand, and a round bead of blood landed on Carmelite's palm. A flash of intoxication immediately flashed in the latter's eyes. For the 12 ghost months, obtaining the purest ancestral blood from Si Chen is undoubtedly the most charming delicacy in the world, as well as the most nutritious supplement. Not one of them. Greed for the blood of the ancestors. It is almost a longing engraved in the bone marrow of every ghost soul. It will make them feel addicted to it. At the same time, it is also the best way for strength to be promoted. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Si Chen, and besides, please allow me to say this line that I have been preparing for a long time. Welcome to the Devil's Triangle. Starting today, the brand new base of the Ghost Moon Pirates. It's about to welcome its true owner. Chapter 22. How's the outcome of the research project, Carmelite? Si Chen and the nuns walked one after the other on the island. This is an island located in the Devil's Triangle. Today, the island is full of traces of militarization. Defensive fortifications were built on all sides of the island, including walls, watchtowers, pillboxes, tunnels, and more. And on the road to the core complex, the road is paved. From time to time, you can see strange beasts carrying loads of goods passing by on the road. This is Kung Fu Manatee. Si Chen looked curiously at a creature passing by. The creature has a pair of stout forearms, a fishtail-shaped lower body, and a turtle shell on its back. It looks like a cute look. In essence, it is infinitely powerful and belongs to extremely lethal beasts. Yes, Lord Si Chen, don't underestimate this creature, it plays a vital role in our research project. Si Chen stared at the Kung Fu manatee with interest for a while. Some information about this creature appeared in his memory. If he hadn't seen it today, he would have almost forgotten about this creature with magical powers. And Carmelite was able to do so without reading the plot of the original book. Kung Fu manatees were brought to the reef for research. The sweat and energy behind it is definitely 100 times more difficult than ordinary people imagine. Si Chen, who is the captain and part-time vampire boss, is deeply gratified by this. He patted Carmelite on the shoulder as a gesture of closeness and appreciation. Well done, Carmelite, and I'll remember you for your credit. Carmelite's eyes widened, a little incredulous. It's not. I haven't reported anything yet. Lord Si Chen, you seem to understand everything clearly. Do you want to be so exaggerated? For the man in front of her, the mysterious feeling of being separated for 40 years once again emerged in the heart of the nun. Have no bottom. As early as 70 years ago, when she first became the 12 Ghost Moons, she had a strong feeling. Si Chen seems to have predicted many major events in the world in advance. And 40 years ago, before Si Chen fell into a deep sleep, he arranged tasks for all the second quarter moons. At first, everyone didn't feel much yet. But as time passed, many of Si Chen's earlier arrangements proved to be such a prescient means. The unfathomable feeling became more and more intense. It's as if the man in front of him is the legendary all-knowing God. Awe-inspiring. Just when Carmelite was in a complicated mood, the two of them also came to the gate of one of the most central buildings on the island. It was a huge white church. It is said to be a church, but its decoration style is similar to that of a traditional church. Crucifixion-shaped planes, towering towers, multi-opening arched doors, and more. But if you look at it in terms of floor space and overall scale, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a magnificent castle. Constantine, this is the name chosen from the name sequence you left behind by Lord Si Chen, and the other second quarter moons have also agreed. Si Chen nodded and took the lead in stepping into it. As soon as he passed through the gate, he sensed a familiar spatial force enveloping the entire building. It is impossible to hide from the owner of this spatial structure. Carmelite, your strength has grown again. Si Chen said. He can't remember the first time he praised Carmelite. If you are not afraid of not knowing the goods, you are afraid of comparing goods. Just after meeting Humphrey, and then comparing Carmelite, the tilt of the latter balance in Si Chen's heart became more and more obvious. The recognition of good employees and bad employees is really reflected in every detail all the time. You really praise people, Lord Si Chen, the hearts of the girls under you can't help but jump. Si Chen. Well, if it weren't for her bad habit of pretending to be tender and coquettish. Si Chen even had the idea of dialing Carmelite to the first quarter of the first quarter, or even the first quarter of the moon. Now, forget it. He was afraid that the old woman here would be scorched and tender after gaining a higher status and power. It will become more and more unscrupulous. And so on into the interior of the church. The number of people inside was noticeable, and it became scarce. Confidants who are not absolutely trusted by Carmelite are not qualified to enter this church. After a while, suddenly, there was a sudden brightness in front of me. A huge circular Colosseum building was presented in front of Si Chen. And on the vast Colosseum below, there are several figures, and a fierce battle is going on. Sandasonia, haven't you eaten? Squishy has no strength at all. Sentimeru, you don't talk nonsense, I will avenge you for hurting Margaret. On the other side of the field. Dusty, I can't do it, you tap. Mitsuheim, don't give up easily, have you forgotten our agreement? Si Chen looked at the group of young men and women fighting below, and narrowed his eyes slightly. And Carmelite smiled triumphantly. Lord Si Chen, as you can see, most of the people here were found from all over the world according to the list you gave at that time. They all have one thing in common. That is, he was born in domineering cultivation and has outstanding talent that surpasses his peers. Chapter 23. Domineering. That's right, for Si Chen. In the world of sailing, in addition to the spatial and physical abilities that come from the Onibatsuji bloodline, one of the areas that he values the most, it is the research and development of domineering. Based on past experience, his ancestral blood and devil fruit are naturally repulsive. Can't coexist. For example, Carmelite, the original soul fruit ability. After voluntarily receiving Si Chen's blood and transforming into a ghost, the soul fruit ability in her body also disappeared and she reformed into the devil fruit form. And in the near future, it will be acquired by Charlotte Lingling, one of the aunts of the 4 emperors today, and will become famous all over the world. Si Chen guessed. Once he turns people into ghosts. In the case of the devil fruit, it is equivalent to the death of the human who parasitized the power of the fruit. So according to the rules of the devil fruit, it will automatically be stripped from the person with the ability and return to its roots. Since the devil fruit is not going down this path, Si Chen quickly shifted his focus. Domineering. In the nautical world, except for a very few lucky people, who have the conditions to devour the devil fruit and become a rare ability, most of the channels for grassroots counterattacks are through the way of domineering. In a way, domineering is the most precious gift that the God of the world has given to his people. According to the settings, domineering is a latent force that exists in all human beings, and this power is innate. It's the same as everyone is born with a treasure trove. It's just that whether or not you can open this treasure house and take the treasures inside requires acquired efforts, which varies from person to person. In addition to the 2 special existences of the Overlord color domineering and the highest level of seeing and hearing color domineering, everyone can get through the acquired workouts. Go and open the treasure house in your own body, so as to obtain the blessing of armed color domineering and ordinary seeing and hearing color domineering. Strong willpower is the key to unlocking this treasure trove of human bodies. And domineering and devil fruit abilities can coexist in symbiosis. That being the case, what about ghosts? Humans contaminated with the blood of the ancestors, after incarnating as ghosts. Can you still awaken the domineering, so as to gain more power? Si Chen was very interested in this answer. But judging by the current situation, ghosts want to awaken domineering, and the difficulty is much more severe than that of ordinary humans. Perhaps it is the long lifespan of the ghost that has stretched the passage of the treasure house in the body very long, so it takes more time to approach the door of the treasure house. Or maybe it's the weakness of the ghost who is afraid of the sun. As a result, the difficulty of opening the door of the treasure house has become extremely difficult. The final answer to these questions needs to be scientifically answered through Carmelite-led research. But at least a little. Si Chen can confirm. Ghosts. I can use the ability to be domineering, too. Because he himself is a pioneer on this path. Lord Si Chen, regarding the matter of ghost awakening and domineering, the Institute has formed 2 mainstream views. First, ghosts can also awaken domineering, but it is very difficult, and the success rate depends on the qualifications and potential of ghosts as humans before they become ghosts. Second, ghosts have a long lifespan, and even if they pay 1,000 times more than humans, theoretically there will always be a day when they reach the end, which is an advantage. But at the same time, reaching the end does not necessarily mean that the door can be pushed open. Because willpower is the key to opening the door. And ghosts, due to their immortal properties, as well as their super self-healing ability. In terms of willpower, the efficiency will be much lower than that of humans who will feel pain and the threat of death. Carmelite paused slightly, as if to give Si Chen time to digest. Then he continued. Based on these 2 points, our researchers are now struggling with a problem. Suppose there are 2 humans with the same qualifications. One is transformed into a ghost after awakening domineering. The other is transformed into a ghost, and then awakens domineering. The strength of the 2 of them, who is higher and who is lower, and which one can become stronger faster in the future. Carmelite's eyes gleamed with excitement. She stretched out her hand and pointed to the 2 groups of people who were fighting fiercely below. This answer can only be revealed after you wake up, Lord Si Chen. We've got you covered. Si Chen once again set his eyes on the 2 groups of people fighting in the Colosseum. Group 1, Sentimeru and Boya Sandasonia. Sentimeru was supposed to be the captain of the Navy's scientific troops, and he also served as a Vegapunk bodyguard. Boya Sandasonia is the second sister of the 9 Snakes Pirates, Empress Boya Hancock. Both of them belong to characters with not simple backgrounds, similar in age and comparable strength. In the second group, Dusty and a woman named Hikari Haim. Dusty is the Navy of Rogue Town, kind-hearted and has a strong sense of justice. Guangji is a name that Si Chen doesn't recognize, and she looks sweet. In terms of appearance and figure alone, she can be called the most stunning woman Si Chen has seen in 100 years. The strength of these 2 women is much worse than the previous group. But it's better to be young, and there is a lot of potential. Carmelite was able to bring the 4 men from all over the world to the island. It can be said that the essential work of her trafficker has been carried forward and the results have been remarkable. Chapter 24. Si Chen understood what Carmelite meant. To control experimental groups, Sentimeru and Boya Sandasonia, Dusty and Hikaritsu. The 2 people in the first group have awakened their domineering, and the second group has not yet awakened. He could choose one person from each of the 2 groups and give blood. Transform the other person into a ghost. Then compare the cultivation speed before and after becoming a ghost, and what are the differences between it and another human who has not become a ghost. If you can successfully draw conclusions. In the future, in Constantine, you can continue to be the Ghost Moon Pirates. A steady stream of high-quality ghost warriors. Once it can successfully produce an army of ghosts who are domineering per capita, not afraid of sea water, and not afraid of death. It is definitely a strategic level killing weapon that does not lose to the 3 ancient weapons. Known as the Scourge of the Dead. In this way, Si Chen can be regarded as truly mastering the armed forces that are sufficient to fight against the Navy and the world government in this world. Even if there is a desperate situation where they are besieged by the 3 major generals, and even the spatial teleportation is blocked. It can also make the Navy fearful. Don't dare to really kill Si Chen. Carmelite, you take the opportunity to inform them, now that the position of the lower quarter land is vacant, which of them performs the best, I will give the power of the second quarter moon. Lower chord, vacancy. It was the first time Carmelite heard the news and was shocked. She had been disliking Humphrey for a long time. Blowing the wind in Si Chen's ears many times. Humphrey is lazy and stupid, and has no self-knowledge. But they were all blocked back by Si Chen lightly. Unexpected. This time, Si Chen had just woken up from his slumber. The first thing I did was to deal with Humphrey. Vacant place for the land of the lower chord. It is in stark contrast to the character of 40 years ago. Suddenly, Carmelite seemed to smell something unusual. A trembling sensation that seemed to come from the depths of the soul hit in an instant. There was an intense glint in her eyes. It is a raging flame that belongs to careerists and will never be extinguished. Finally, is it time to start? Carmelite looked at Si Chen's back and muttered to himself. At this moment, bell bell bell. Suddenly, a series of shrill bells rang out on the reef. The 2 groups of people who had been fighting in the Colosseum stopped and looked up at the dome. Carmelite hurriedly explained to Si Chen. My lord, this is the bell of an enemy attack, and an intruder is attacking this reef. Enemy attack? Offensive? Si Chen looked at Carmelite in slight surprise. It was hard for him to imagine that in the first half of the great voyage in which he was in charge of the second string, there will be an enemy attacking the base belonging to the Ghost Moon Pirates. And, judging by the reaction of the crowd below, apparently this is not the first time this has happened. Carmelite only smiled at this. She leaned close to Si Chen's ear, and exhaled like an orchid. My lord, the flowers cultivated in the greenhouse cannot withstand the ravages of wind and rain, and only real battlefield battles can temper the most elite warriors. Si Chen immediately understood Carmelite's plan. She's raising Gu. Gendarmerie, Sanda Sonia, Dusty and others are the strongest Gu worms she raised in Constantine. The base of Constantine is the petri dish where she places Gu worms. And if you want the Gu worms in the vessel to grow smoothly, and even give birth to the Gu king, it is far from enough to rely on the normal development of the Gu worms in the petri dish alone. It is also necessary to bring in outsiders and trigger a competition for survival. Under the stimulation of pressure such as death, let the Gu worms grow faster and stronger. Go, Carmelite, I won't interfere with your command in Constantine, just let it go. Yes, my lord, it's an honor that you still trust me so much. Carmelite strode to a semicircular protruding platform. Let everyone in the Colosseum see her appearance clearly. She raised her hands and said hoarsely, Children, the terrible three-masted schooner has once again invaded our territory, and the evil moonlight Moria still covets our shadow. Once Constantine is breached, you, me, and all of us will become slaves of Moria, and we will live in fear. Moria's men, a transparent man named Absalom, even openly clamored to turn me, a weak nun, into his slave. After several previous encounters, Constantine's defense is at an unprecedented weak time. At this moment, the only one I can rely on is you, Sentamaru, Sanda Sonia, Dusty, and Hikari Haim. Are you willing to defeat the terrible enemy who dares to invade the reef for my sake and for the sake of Constantine? Sentamaru, Sanda Sonia, Dusty, and Hikari all looked up at the nuns on the platform with adoring eyes. From their gaze, it was as if a halo of holiness could be seen around Carmelite's head. Holy Carmelite, we are willing to give our lives to fight for you. And me, holy maiden, please don't forget that I, Margaret, am also a warrior. The short-haired, tall Amazon protector female warrior dragged her wounded body and took the initiative to ask Ying to fight. A strong atmosphere of religious fanaticism suddenly permeated the scene. Chapter 25. Si Chen stood behind Carmelite and was amazed. There are some things that really need to be talented, and they can't be done by hard work. For example, Carmelite's ability to fool people. Si Chen thought that if he gave him another 1,000 years, he would not be able to achieve such perfection as Carmelite. He is the one who knows the truth. I also understand that if there is no Carmelite intervention, the fate of those below will go. Sentamaru will continue to hold the position of captain of the Naval Science Corps. Join forces with the humanoid weapon pacifist and engage the Straw Hat Pirates in the Draco incident a year later. Boya Sanda Sonia and Margaret will stay on Nine Snake Island, their home of growth, until Luffy breaks in and breaks the otherwise peaceful life. Dusty will follow her commander Smoker all the way up the ranks, and gradually gain a foothold in the Navy. We all have a bright future ahead of us. But their fates are all complicated by the intervention of the non-famous human trafficker Carmelite. Through various tricks, he was abducted to live in the Dark Devil's Triangle. Was also treated as a goo worm and a guinea pig. Live under the gaze of ghosts all day long. It's scary to think about. If they know the truth behind the scenes, I am afraid that they will immediately regard Carmelite as a lifelong enemy and will not die. But now, it should be the nun Carmelite who should be the biggest enemy. But I don't know what ecstasy soup was poured into the above-mentioned people. Not only did the nickname change from Madonna to a younger holy woman, it seems that in the minds of everyone, it has a supreme and important position. He was even willing to give his life to fight for her. The typical one is sold by someone, and the money is counted for the people. This kind of ability, ordinary people really can't learn it. And what made Si Chen even more curious was, what kind of rhetoric did Carmelite pass? People who originally belonged to the Navy and the pirates and had different backgrounds and personalities, willingly transformed into a member of the Ghost Moon Pirates. He would love to discuss this with Carmelite. Lord Si Chen, do you want to watch the battle that will be held? After Carmelite gave a pre-war mobilization speech, he returned to Si Chen's side. Of course, in addition to that, let the Scourge Legion also prepare to dispatch. Si Chen said. Scourge Legion? Lord Si Chen, their existence is Constantine's supreme secret, and even gendarmerie they don't know about it, and. And what? And the research on the Scourge's Legion has not yet been completed, so I'm afraid there will be an accident. Accident? Si Chen's slightly ridiculous tone made Carmelite stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on her face. Yes. The Scourgian Legion was originally based on the blood test tube left by Si Chen as raw material, created by the Oni clan. However, due to the blood of the ancestors that have been diluted multiple times in its body, so it's different from the 12 Ghost Moons, a high-level ghost clan that can overcome instinctive desires with a high degree of reason. The Scourge tend to follow bloodthirsty instincts. The result is devastating consequences beyond even Carmelite's control. This is also the reason why she has always hidden the Scourge Legion in the most secret location on the island. Now, since Si Chen, who is the Ghost King, is in charge himself, what else is there for her to worry about? So, Lord Si Chen, do you want to observe the battle on the ground first, or do you want to inspect the Scourge Legion hidden deep underground? Let's take a look at the Scourge first, I'm looking forward to seeing them now. Okay, my lord, please come with me, that place can only be accessed through a space tunnel. Out of nowhere, Carmelite pulled out a new style of human skin drum. Give it a tap. In an instant, the figures of the two disappeared from the spot. Just when Si Chen followed Carmelite to the underground. Outside the reef named Constantine, a huge moving island is slowly approaching in this direction. The original Devil's Triangle has not yet made all the passing merchant ships and pirate ships fearful as it is today. The triangle of the past was just a climate anomaly. It is covered by a dense fog for a long time, and the presence of sunlight is not visible. Because of this, Carmelite was chosen to become the new base of the Ghost Moon Pirates. First, it can provide a perfect living environment for the Scourge Corps who are afraid of sunlight. Second, it can play a hidden effect, so that the research projects in the base will not be discovered and interfered with by outsiders. But 10 years ago, in front of the triangle, the word devil was added. The reason for this is that since 10 years ago, more than 100 ships have been missing here every year. And the culprit? It's this moving island. Its real name is called the Terror Three-Masted Galleon. It is one of the current King's 7 Martial Seas, the pirate ship of Moonlight Moria. Chapter 26. Huge Horror Three-Masted Galleon. At this moment, there was an atmosphere of solemnity. Countless legions of zombies crawled out of the graveyard. Stand in an open position on the island. And at the forefront of the zombie army, there was a huge figure, lying on a recliner lifted by dozens of zombies. This person is none other than the legendary 7 Martial Seas, Moonlight Moria. Absalom, you have disappointed me so much, that you have failed 5 consecutive attacks on the first half of a great shipping route. Moonlight Moria is reprimanding his men. A richly dressed, tall and strong, but hateful, long-haired man stood in front of Moria. He was covered in the marks of being transformed. The nose, mouth, and jaw are lion-like, but the skin is elephant skin. He wears a round top hat with Moria's distinctive emblem, a long trench coat with a high neck, and long boots. He is the commander of the Zombie Legion, the high-ranking cadre of the Terror Trek Galleon Pirates, Absalom. Also the culprit of the perennial missing ships in the Devil's Triangle. In the face of Moria's accusations, Absalom, who was majestic in front of outsiders, did not dare to question it in the slightest. Just lowered his head and said in awe, "Master, please give me another chance, even if I pay for my life this time, I will definitely take down that island and reef." "No need." Moria rudely interrupted Absalom. "I've heard that there are 5 great warriors on the reef who can compete with you, and they are the shadow material I desperately need right now. It just so happens that Hogubek's experiment has made significant progress, and the strength of the zombie army has been greatly improved. This time, it's up to me, the great Moonlight Moria, to personally command. I'm going to send out all the zombie legions and take that island and reef in one go." "Hee hee! Roar!" As Moria raised her arms and shouted. The zombie legions let out a deafening shout. At this time, in the mist, there were several pirate ships that had strayed into the terrifying sea. I heard a terrible scream in the depths of the mist where I couldn't see my fingers. I was so scared that my soul was scattered. Immediately turn the bow of the ship, also regardless of direction and other dangers. Just thinking about getting away quickly from where the sound came from. Soon, the terror triplex was on the edge of the reef. Moria waved his hand. The first to rush to the reef were the zombie soldiers numbered 400 to 799. This level has the largest number of zombies, but the weakest strength. Not even a weapon. Commonly known as cannon fodder. But because of their large number and disregard for pain, the so-called ants bite more than the elephant. Many rookie pirates who have just entered the Great Voyage can't even beat zombie soldiers of this level. Reduced to Moria's shadow tool. And even those who can get away with it. It also tends to be on the zombie soldiers, which consumes too much physical strength. Thus being defeated by the General Zombie, Animal Zombie, and Moria's cotters who followed. Zombie Sea Tactics. It is the advanced art of war that Moria realized after losing to one of the 4 emperors, 100 Beasts Kaido, 22 years ago. Zombie legions of this kind of consumables. No matter how much he loses, he is not afraid. Anyway, you can get a steady stream of replenishment by plundering passing ships. At least, don't go through the heartache of losing a companion again. But what Moria didn't expect was his invincible zombie sea tactics. Almost as soon as he went ashore, he was defeated. I saw the zombie soldiers who attacked like a tide, and soon encountered stubborn resistance. One after another, weak zombie soldiers were knocked into the sea. Due to the composition of zombie soldiers, it is a unique form of corpse plus shadow. The shadow is derived from the ability of the Moonlight Moria shadow fruit. The weakness is that it cannot be eroded by salt. Otherwise, the shadow will be purified. The sea is full of salt. Once a zombie soldier falls into the sea, it is almost equivalent to being completely scrapped. Of course, in war, sacrifice is inevitable. If it can effectively consume the physical energy and energy of the opponent's main force. The zombie soldier's death is also a well-deserved death. But the question is, damn! What are those animals? Seeing the opponent of the zombie soldier, it was actually a kung fu manatee with red eyes. Moonlight Moria was furious. He felt a deep humiliation. As a dignified king, he has been in the 7 martial seas for decades in the New World. At the beginning, he dared to challenge the 4 emperors Kaido head-on, and he survived as a well-known figure. Now he himself is proud of the zombie army. Was actually blocked by a group of unknown small animals. Can this be endured? Perona, I order you, immediately dispatch the zombie animals to wipe out the group of guys with turtle shells on their backs. Yes, dear master. Perona is a cute girl with a pink double ponytail, a crown on her head, and a burgundy umbrella. At the same time, he is also capable of ghost fruits. After receiving the order, she immediately used her ghost clone and went to the front line to command. But 10 minutes later, Her ghost clone hurried back into her body. Perona looked flustered and said to Moria. "Oh no, Master, that group of animals called Kung Fu Manatees, their leader actually uses domineering." Chapter 27. What? Domineering? Are you kidding me? Moonlight Moria's fat body almost bounced off the recliner. More than a dozen zombie warriors carrying the recliner under them were crushed to the ground. Even half of them had broken arms and legs. "It's very embarrassing." Moria rose from the ground and glared at the smashing zombie beneath her. Snorted coldly, "Waste." Then he turned to look at Perona. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? Kung Fu Manatee will use domineering." "Yes, Master, I saw with my own eyes, its fist is covered with a layer of black armed color domineering." Moria's eyes were about to fall out. "I suddenly felt a toothache. What level is the domineering Kung Fu Manatee?" "That's super high level. Even he Moonlight Moria, noble as the king of the seven martial seas. Now after neglecting exercise and decadent for more than 20 years, I can't touch the threshold of domineering. Of course, most of the time, this is not a problem. After all, most of the demons who will use domineering are concentrated in the new world where the strong are like clouds. With the strength of Moria today, the zombie army created by using the shadow fruit is enough for him to dominate in the first half of the Great Voyage. He also has a lot of interest in not challenging opponents who have mastered domineering. But Moria couldn't have imagined it. One day, I will see the existence of domineering in a Kung Fu Manatee. It's a little too insulting." Moria frowned and turned to look at Absalom. "Hey, are you sure that the person in charge of this reef is a beautiful nun with no bounty?" He began to wonder if his opponent was really unknown. "I even have the idea of retreating in my heart." Absalom's mind conjured up the peerless face of Sister Carmelite. He would never allow himself to miss such a beautiful woman. So he replied categorically. "Yes, Master, I promise, this island and reef are not the residence of any famous pirates." He thought for a moment and continued to speak. "Master, it's better for me to take action personally to subdue that Kung Fu Manatee, believe that its shadow is enough to cultivate an excellent general zombie." Moria was instantly moved by the beautiful picture that Absalom painted. A domineering Kung Fu Manatee shadow. His saliva was dripping. "You must know that the biggest flaw of his shadow fruit's ability is that he can't copy the devil fruit holder's ability to the zombie's body. And a shadow that has mastered the skills of domineering use can solve this problem perfectly." Finally, greed triumphs over fear of the unknown. "Go, Absalom, don't let me down again." "Yes, Master." Absalom's figure vanished from its place. He is a transparent fruit-capable person, and has excellent assassination prowess that comes and goes without a trace. Although this ability is more used by him to peep at women taking baths. Moria was still not at ease, and once again commanded Perona. "Perona, you go too, keep an eye on the battle situation on the front line for me. If there is anything abnormal, report to me immediately." "Yes, Master." 10 minutes later. Perona's ghost clone returns to the ship again. She said to Moria, "Master, I have good news and bad news, which do you want to hear first?" "Good news." The good news is that Absalom successfully defeated the domineering Kung Fu Manatee through the ability of the transparent fruit. "Hey hee hee, that's great, so I have a domineering shadow." Moria covered her mouth and snickered on the spot, very happy. Suddenly, he seemed to remember what he had forgotten, and asked with a restrained expression. "So, what about the bad news?" "The bad news is that Absalom was then rushed to support, and a man named Centimera was defeated." "What? Absalom is a stealthy master, how could he lose at the hands of a nobody?" "But, Master..." Perona seemed to be a little speechless. "But what? Tell me quickly, Perona, I command you not to hide anything." "Yes, Master, but, that man named Jean Dalmaraz seems to be able to use the color of seeing and hearing domineering." Whew! What the? Moria sat down on the floor in shock. Domineering? That's a rarer ability than armed domineering. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is no 1 in 10,000. Even in a new world where the strong are like clouds. Awakened to the domineering characters who have seen and heard, they are also extremely rare existences. On an island and reef in the first half of a great shipping route. How could there be a kung fu manatee that can arm and be domineering, and a nobody who can use the domineering of seeing and hearing? What's wrong with the world? Moria fell into deep self-doubt. And Perona was still mending the knife and said, Master, the bad news I said is not over yet. There is another woman who has mastered the domineering power of the armed color, with 2 other young swordsmen, has already killed us. Chapter 28. On the other side. Church underground. An unimaginably large underground complex that almost occupies the entire underground space of the reef. Si Chen has to be suspicious. Did Carmelite use the means of land reclamation? It is only then that such a huge space has been carved out under the islands and reefs. The 2 of them were now in a large metal room. This is the Scourge Legion's storage room. According to Carmelite. If outsiders want to get in here. Except for the entrance and exit that can never be found, which does not exist at all. Even if it is violently breaking through the ground and forcibly attacking. You also need to go through a maze of intricate underground passages. It is possible to really enter this core area. And for Carmelite, it only took 10 minutes for her to be able to take all of the Scourge here. Use the space teleportation capability to transfer to another backup base. In terms of safety factor, it can be said to have reached a peak point. Si Chen looked around. I saw hundreds of cultivation bins filled with light green liquid, neatly arranged in the room. The cultivation chamber is full of humanoid creatures, and it seems to be in a sleeping state. At a cursory glance, Si Chen saw at least 10 races, including humans, fishmen, giants, furs, and even small people. The nickname of the Scourge Legion lives up to its name. However, the largest number of them are humans. Probably more than 70% of the number. Lord Si Chen, the people sleeping here are all warriors who have been injected with diluted blood and successfully transformed into the cataclysmic ghost clan. Considering that at this stage, it is mainly based on scientific research and has not yet been copied in large quantities, so they are all voluntarily joined and signed a contract, which will be more controllable. But even so, many people still can't maintain enough sanity after being transformed into ghosts, and they are at risk of going berserk at any time. As a last resort, I can only make this decision, put them in the cultivation warehouse first, and then release them after the risk is resolved. Lord Si Chen, look, this is the physical examination data sheet of each of their individuals. Carmelite walked over to one of the training chambers. Reach for a copy of the form placed in front of the culture chamber. Hand it to Si Chen. The table is densely packed with data, neatly arranged. And there are updates every day. Si Chen's attention quickly fell on one of the data analyses. The current optimal injection ratio is 0.28:1000. Yes, Lord Si Chen, I used all the 800 cubic centimeters blood you gave me to research this batch of ghost warriors. For a single individual, at least 0.28 cubic centimeters of pure ancestral blood must be infused into every 1000 cubic centimeters of blood to achieve the best balance. If there is less, the combat power of the queen who is transformed into a ghost will be greatly damaged, and if there is more, the risk of getting out of control will be greatly increased. Even, human beings with weak physical fitness will be directly burst by blood. Si Chen frowned slightly. He was not satisfied with such a result. The Scourge Legion is the ultimate weapon of mass destruction that he has been conceiving since 100 years ago. The inspiration comes from Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Aquaman has the ability to communicate and command the sea kings all over the world. Once activated, the whole world is at risk of being destroyed. Comparable to nuclear deterrence. Si Chen believes that he wants to make the Scourge Legion have the same deterrent effect as Sea King Poseidon. In terms of quantity, it is necessary to have more first. His own blood is limited, and there is also a limit to the amount of blood that can be absorbed from the blood of the ancestors. Find where this limit threshold is. And by diluting the blood and other means, to minimize the cost of creating the Scourge Legion, is the key to the success of this ultimate plan. Now, according to the proportions that Carmelite studied, in order to convert an adult male into a Scourge demon, based on the per capita blood volume of 4,000 cubic centimeters, he also needs to provide at least 1.125 cubic centimeters of ancestral blood to be sufficient. At all cost. For example, like the time when he gave the first quarter of one blood. It took a huge price to pay for 40 years of sleep. He can only create less than 4,000 Scourge Ghost clans at most. Too little. You must know that the mass-produced natural calamity Ghost clan is not a high-level existence like the 12 Ghost Moons. It is necessary to form a huge number in order to play its due role. In Si Chen's mind, this number must at least reach the number of strange ghosts led by the Night King in Game of Thrones. That is, more than 100,000. Talent can barely play a role in the world of sailing. Now, the price of just 4,000 natural calamity ghost clans is comparable to him creating a winding ghost. Probably not enough for Whitebeard to destroy the ceiling with one punch. It's a loss-making deal that outweighs the losses. It seems that working on the threshold is coming to an end. You can only start from a different angle. What about blood-thinning research? Where have we got? Si Chen asked Carmelite. A rare look of embarrassment appeared on the latter's face. Chapter 29. Thrice. It's Carmelite's answer. Triple dilution of the blood. In other words, the number of Si Chen's one-time limit creation of natural calamity ghost clans has increased to 12,000. It is still far from Si Chen's psychological expectations. 40 years ago, he made a claim to Carmelite. Is at least 10 times the degree of blood thinning. Now there is still a long way to go to the qualified indicators. No wonder Carmelite, who has always regarded himself as an honor student. An embarrassed look will appear on your face. Si Chen was a little disappointed. But he also knows it's a long process. It can't be done overnight. Think about it from another angle. For something like the blood of the ancestors that has never been seen in this world. In just 40 years, it can achieve a threefold dilution effect. That's a remarkable achievement. Si Chen must admit it. The task targets he set out at the beginning were somewhat hasty and difficult. Carmelite, it's not your fault, it's me who was in a hurry. Si Chen comforted in turn. The nun had a touched expression on her face. This time she is not acting, but an outpouring of emotions from the heart. There is no better boss in the world to get along with than Si Chen. For 40 years, he has allowed his subordinates to move freely, completely delegated power, and given full trust. There has never been a single check or balance. Even if the results achieved are not ideal. Just do your best and it will give you positive encouragement. Compared to the world government she once worked with, all kinds of pickiness and salary deductions. Si Chen's place is undoubtedly a more worthy of people's struggle. Lord Si Chen, our main difficulty now is that there is a serious shortage of cutting-edge medical talents. Carmelite made a rare complaint about objective difficulties. Originally, in the nautical world, there were few people doing scientific research. Some of the top talents who coexist with fame and strength have also been closely protected by the world government and the major pirate groups. Carmelite then has the means to reach the sky. Under the premise that manpower, funds, and scope of activities are limited, it is difficult to break through the constraints of the objective environment. As a result, the progress of the experiment was severely slowed down. As soon as she said this, Si Chen suddenly remembered. It seems that on Moonlight Moria's ship, there is such a ready-made top doctor who can be used by them. Thinking of this, He was a little eager to say hello to Moria. Exactly at this time. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Throughout the underground complex, there was a violent tremor. The earth shakes and the mountains shake. What's going on? Carmelite looked up in surprise. It was the first time today that an accident had been out of her control. It seems Constantine is facing a fierce attack from the enemy. I'll go take a look, Carmelite, release the Scourge Legion, I want to see with my own eyes what they're capable of. Yes, Lord Si Chen, just give me 10 minutes. As soon as her words fell, Si Chen, who was in front of her, disappeared. Even she couldn't perceive that the teleportation had occurred in this space just now. Carmelite's eyes twinkled, and he took a deep breath. It seems that after 40 years of sleep, Lord Si Chen has not done nothing. The strength is even more unfathomable than it was 40 years ago. Carmelite suddenly felt a sense of tension in his heart. If she doesn't hurry up and get stronger quickly, I'm afraid that I will soon be left behind by Lord Si Chen. With her conceit and pride, this is something that will never be allowed to happen. However, the more powerful the man, the easier it is to face difficult enemies, and the danger increases greatly. Lord Si Chen is still single, in case something happens, even the next little master will not stay in the world. That's not good. It seems that it is time to implement that plan as soon as possible. Carmelite was working on the process of awakening the Scourge demons, but he didn't know what strange idea he was thinking of in his head. At this time, the battle on the ground has quietly undergone a earth-shaking reversal. Originally, the Ghost Moon Pirates were here. First, the Kung Fu Manatee defeated the army of zombie warriors. Immediately, Centimera defeated Absalom, the leader of the zombie army. Boya Sandasonia even led Dusty and Hikari to kill the terrifying three-masted sailboat. The blade of the sword is pointed at Moonlight Moria. It's a great form. But at this moment, I don't know if it was the emergence of young people who mastered domineering one after another that inspired Moria's shame. Was still knocked on the door, which made him feel disgraced as a 7 Marshal. In short, Moria erupted. Wake up! Special Zombie number 900, Majin Ounce. With Moria's order, a huge figure slowly stood up from the terrifying three-masted galleon. Hee. Originally, I wanted to wait for a more fitting shadow to activate it. But you ants have completely angered me. In that case, let me Moria personally bring the taste of fear to this island. He. Chapter 30. Majin Ounce's body is too large. At over 60 meters tall, it is as huge as a hill. At the same time as possessing overwhelming power. Due to its huge attack range. Even if it is Sandasonia who has mastered the domineering appearance. It's also in a face-to-face effort. Connected with the three of Dusty and Hikari who followed behind her. Was slapped by Ounce. Fell heavily on the reef. He, what an amazing combat power, Majin Ounce, it deserves to be the super hole card I stole from the ice country with all my hard work. Moria sits inside Ounce's body, in charge of manipulating the behemoth. He used to activate Ounce's shadow. Just an ordinary pirate prisoner. There is no way to match Ounce's grade. Only he, Moonlight Moria, can deal with these opponents who have inexplicably appeared and mastered domineering. Perona, Hoggybuck, come along, let's go and get the disgraced Absalom back. Moria took the lead and manipulated Ounce to make a jump. In contrast to his massive stature, Ounce is a terrifying bouncing force. It looked like it was effortless, and it was easy to jump hundreds of meters into the air. And then... Hee. Ounce was like a falling meteor, sparking a series of sparks in mid-air. Even due to the speed being too fast. It also triggered the sonic boom phenomenon. The whole person's head went down, and it fell vertically to the island and reef. Be careful! Sandasonia, Dusty, Hikari Heim, Margaret, get out of the way. Seeing this, Centimera didn't care about Absalom, who had just become a prisoner. Throw down the transparent man. With an acceleration he sprinted towards the place where Ounce had fallen. At the same time, Margaret, who was ordered to take care of the Kung Fu manatee because she was injured. At this time, he just came to the side of the 3 Sandasonia who were seriously injured by the shooting. She didn't wait for her to take the 3 of them away to safety. Ounce in the sky is already like a giant god soldier, with endless coercion, rushing down. Thankfully, Sentomaru also burst out at this time with a limit speed that was completely inconsistent with his fat body. Pull out an afterimage in mid-air. Quickly came to Margaret's side. He picked up Margaret with one hand. The other hand is with his iconic giant axe. Picked the wounded Sandasonia trio onto the axe. Then retreat sharply. Boom. Almost at the moment when Sentomaru evacuated. Ounce, who fell from the sky, smashed on the ground of the island and reef with an earth-shattering loud noise. The mountains shook for a while. Countless buildings have appeared in an instant, crisscrossing cracks. The destructive power is amazing. And Gendarmerie also failed to retreat in time. Hit in the back by a strong shock wave. Spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. Even the 4 women in their hands flew out of control together. Several rolls in a row before finally falling to the ground. The injured Sandasonia, Dusty, and Hikari trio. At this time, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dusty said. Let's retreat to the church first, it's the strongest building on the whole island, and avoid the edge of this monster first. When people are in danger, they always prioritize the safest place. But Sentomaru shook his head resolutely and said. No. The power of this demon is not something that a building can resist, and besides, the holy woman is still inside, and she must not be put in danger. The 4 women's faces turned pale suddenly. They, like Sentomaru, are not people who grew up on this reef. The only reason to condense here to fight. It was because Sister Carmelite was so gracious to them. Especially Sentomaru. He was originally the adopted child of Vegapunk and was loyal to scientists. But later, he unexpectedly learned that the great scientist he regarded as his father was not willing to cooperate with the world government. On the contrary, they were severely threatened and persecuted. Knowing the truth, Sentomaru decides to do everything he can to rescue Vegapunk. And Sister Carmelite happened to appear at this time and sent him an invitation to the Ghost Moon Pirates. Ghost Moon Pirates. A powerful pirate group that was on par with Roger's Pirates. Plus Carmelite has always had a good name. Almost without any suspicion, Sentomaru chose to follow Carmelite and use his spatial teleportation ability to leave. In order to one day accumulate enough strength. Go back and rescue Vegapunk. So, no matter what, he must not let Carmelite have an accident at this time. Even if he dies here in battle. As long as Carmelite is alive. She promised herself that she would do everything she could to convince the legendary captain. Help! You guys flee first, after I come to the palace, I will do my best to delay this guy's destruction. Sentomaru stood up, holding his giant tomahawk in one hand, and stood in place. He was going to do it on his own. Face the terrifying threat from Ounce the Magian alone. For your companions and nuns, buy precious time to escape from the reef. I have already made up my mind to die. Chapter 31. Sentomaru, we're with you. Unexpectedly. The 4 women who were blocked by him. None of them chose to escape. Instead, they grabbed their weapons and stood beside Sentomaru. Together, they faced death threats from Ounce. You guys! A mixture of mixed emotions flashed in Sentomaru's eyes. Growing up, he was a loner. However, loneliness did not make him develop an autistic character. On the contrary, he likes to use chatter words to combat the loneliness deep inside. Even as a result, they often leak secrets they hear from others. As a result, everyone is even more reluctant to contact him. Vicious circle. After coming to Constantine, he has also always been known as a battle maniac. In the confrontation with others, he never left his hand. Even if the other party is a girl, there is no exception. Not long ago, Margaret was injured by him wielding a giant battle axe with all his might. Made Boya Sandasonia furious, and wanted to find Centimera to share his life and death. He never thought that at such a moment, there would be anyone willing to stand with a freak like him. Face the dead. You. Centimera was so moved that his voice was a little choked. Seeing this, Sandasonia pursed her lips and said, "Don't be too self-impressed, Centimeru, we're not here for you." "Yes, Centimeru, we are all the chosen ones of the Holy Maiden Carmelite, and we are burdened with expectations and hopes from the Holy Maiden." Dusty also chimed in. "She is such a great person, the purest embodiment of justice in the world. I, Dusty, am willing to fight to follow the Holy Maiden, even if it is death." Mitsuhime didn't speak, there was hesitation and struggle in her eyes. But in the end, he stood firmly by the side of his companions. At the same time, Moria also manipulated the demon ounce and stood up. Obviously, he swooped down from such a high sky with his head and smashed it on the ground. Ounce acted like he wouldn't get hurt at all. Not even a single wound remained on his head. The terrible ability to resist blows is really desperate. He, it's useless, whether it's armed and domineering or seeing and hearing domineering, it can't play a decisive role in the face of absolute strength. Moria recalls the fear of being once dominated by absolute power. Nowadays, he himself finally mastered such a powerful force. Let him be intoxicated. Feel the desperation I once experienced. Because you live, you will be lost, become a shadow, and you will no longer feel heartache. Surrender the world to me. Moria manipulates Ounce's body. A jump. Again the behemoth that is more than 60 meters tall. Leap into the air. It's like a meat bullet tank. With the speed of thunder, he went straight towards Gendarmerie and the others. Can't hide. All stand behind me, I use domineering to block. Centimera felt the unequaled power from Ounce, and his expression was solemn. Raise his giant tomahawk. Prepare for the last struggle in despair. And the three women who have not yet awakened the domineering ability are Dusty, Margaret and Hakarita. It's in vain to stand still. With desperate eyes, he looked at the huge fist that was getting closer and closer in mid-air. Hikari even had tears in her eyes. "Father, Mother, I'm sorry, my daughter may not have a way to help you get revenge," she whispered to herself. "The last courage is summoned in my heart." In a standing position, eyes meet the fist of the demon who is rushing in. In my mind, countless images are constantly turning and turning like marquees. It was at this time she felt as if she was hallucinating. A tall back, as if out of thin air, stood in front of her. Although it is not clear what the person is looking like, but from the straight backbone and slender figure, it is not difficult to see that it is a man's physique. Moreover, dress extremely appropriately and elegantly. Dressed in a jet black suit, it looks like the most exquisite tailor in the world, tailor-made. This must be a very handsome, elegant gentleman, right? There seemed to be a hint of brilliance in Mitsuime's eyes. On many nights, she had fantasized about one day. In her life, there will be a man who can do anything. He fell in love with each other at first sight, became husband and wife, and finally avenged his parents who died tragically. Then retire to the mountains and forests and live a peaceful and happy life. But as I get older, more and more, she realized that it was just a dream in the end. She has no one to rely on. Especially who she wants revenge. It was a powerful being that could scare away most of the pirates in the world just by its name. And no man would be willing to do it for her beauty. Choose to face an opponent who is almost invincible. In the end, the only thing she can rely on is herself. The appearance of Sister Carmelite brings her new hope. If she can rely on her own ability to gain a firm foothold in the Ghost Moon Pirates. Maybe. Revenge is no longer a luxury dream. Chapter 32. Who are you? Moria's shrill voice resounded in the body of Majin Ounce. Hear this voice. Guangji just woke up from a dream. Not a hallucination? Is there really someone who has come to save themselves? She clenched the long knife in her hand tightly with both hands. I couldn't help but feel joy in my eyes. Who am I? In other words, it's not appropriate to go to someone else's territory and wreak havoc and ask this kind of question, right? Si Chen's reply was calm and understated. Just as he single-handedly blocked a punch from Majin Ounce with all his might. As if it were a no-brainer. In the palm of his hand. It is covered with a thick film that is pitch black, like steel. It is the characteristic of the armed color domineering. Still. Compared to domineering. He was able to block a full blow from Ounce with such ease. It's what frightens Moonlight Moria the most. For a moment. His eyes seemed to be reminded of the scene 22 years ago. Under the invincible and powerful physical power of the 100-beast Kaido. All of his offenses, including the ability of the devil fruit. It's as if they're tickling each other. Nothing. What's going on? A powerful sense of threat like the Four Emperors. Moria, who was sitting in the driver's compartment of Ounce's body, her eyelids jumped wildly. He had already begun to regret that he had blindly listened to Absalom's nonsense. To attack this resource-rich independent reef. At this moment, Moonlight Moria completely understood. They're hitting the steel plate. Shadow Box. Moria suddenly activates the Shadow Fruit's ability. Immediately, I saw countless shadow bats flying out of Ounce's body. In the blink of an eye, Si Chen was surrounded, forming an airtight square pitch-black box. At the same time, Moria didn't dare to fight. Manipulating Ounce's massive body. Retreat sharply to the rear. Intend to leave the battlefield and escape. While he fled, he did not forget to shout to his men. Perona, Absalom, board the ship immediately. Hogubuk, you go and sail, we will leave immediately. But in response to him, only Perona's screams of terror came from afar. What are these things? It's scary. My ghost fruit abilities have no effect on them at all. Moria was shocked. He hurriedly turned around. It was found that there were hundreds of warriors with their upper bodies exposed, strong muscles, and red eyes glowing. Out of nowhere. Is frantically attacking his army of zombies. What shocked him even more was that on the battlefield, only his zombie army kept roaring. And the hundreds of red-eyed warriors that suddenly appeared. It's like a ghost. Except for the fighting, no one made the slightest sound. Despite the fact that each of the red-eyed warriors does not look particularly powerful. But the aura of death they exude when they come together. Even Moria watched from afar, and felt a palpitation. What's even more outrageous? Compared to the zombie army he stitched with the Shadow Fruit ability. On the contrary, it seems that they are still those red-eyed warriors, and they are not afraid of death. It was as if I didn't feel any pain at all. Even. Moria also saw a human being cut in half by his general, a zombie. Then the wound turned out to be on the battlefield, and it healed on the spot. And dragged the shell, which was almost split in half. Swing the knife and kill the general zombie. Damn. What are these things? Can't you kill it? Moria manipulates the demon Ounce and pushes all the way. With the immense power of Ounce. No scourge could parry him for even a turn. But. Useless. No matter how much effort he exerts. These red-eyed warriors can't be killed at all. Even if the body is smashed into pulp, or split into several pieces. They can also recover in place. Then charge at the enemy again. Never die. A swarm of annoying ants. Moria's heart was irritated to the extreme. It was at this time. Plop, plop, plop. A series of heart-pounding sounds rang out. Whose heartbeat? Moria looked down curiously, confirming that the voice was not coming from within herself. But as the sound of that heartbeat continued, his heart beat faster inexplicably. An ominous feeling hung over him. It's as if some great catastrophe is brewing. And he was in the center of the eye of the storm, but he didn't even notice it. Where the hell does the heartbeat sound come from? Moria was about to be tormented and mad by the soul-piercing sound. He was irritable from a red-eyed warrior. Reach out and dig it out. In an instant, a bright red heart fell into his hands. I saw that this heart was bright red and abnormal, and there were mysterious lines engraved on it, which was very weird. Even if it has been separated from the human body. At this moment, his heart is still beating violently in his hand. There was a dull throbbing sound. Like a drum. And it's not just this heart that's beating. The hearts of the hundreds of natural calamity ghosts in the audience were beating violently. It's like a well-trained army, welcoming their king with uniform movements. At the same time, Si Chen in the shadow box suddenly opened his eyes. A blood-red ripple. With his red eyes as the center, it spread violently in all directions. A blood-colored shockwave was formed. Not only did it shatter the restraints of the shadow box in an instant, it even shocked the zombie army, including Perona, and staggered. On the other hand, but it's a natural disaster ghost clan on the battlefield. After the body was washed by blood-colored ripples, there was an astonishing change. Chapter 33. The red light in the eyes of the Scourge Ghost clan. Like a dancing flame. It was as if it was about to burn and overflow into the eye sockets. All the ghost warriors were bruised at the same time. The muscles that were already strong became even bigger in an instant. It's like overnight, from a young child to a strong man. It gives people an endless sense of oppression. Strange and creepy ghost patterns crawled up their faces and bodies. It's even more terrifying. And after the blood-colored ripples dissipated, there is a faint layer of blood-colored mist shrouded around the body of every Scourge Ghost clan. It can cause burning and various negative effects on people. Even this change. It's not just the low-level cataclysmic Ghost clan. Even the second Carmelite of the second string that came up at some point. It was also affected by blood streaks. Her swollen body made her nun dress bulge. The weird lines made her already beautiful face even more charming. And in her eyes that were glowing red at the moment, full of excitement, she kept muttering in a low voice. The Ghost King is domineering, it's the Ghost King's domineering. A terrifying ability that can bring a huge increase to all the ghost clans in an instant. At the same time, it will suppress all non-ghost life beings within the range. Research and development of domineering. Not just started 40 years ago. Long before that, the Ghost Moon Pirates didn't have a fixed station. She and the other two second quarter moons had already begun to discuss the skills of domineering with Si Chen. There's a topic involved. Will there be any overlord color, armed color, and seeing and hearing color? The fourth form of domineering use? This discussion is not nonsensical. Rather, it is an association based on existing facts. Since the overlord is domineering, it is a unique talent for people with the qualifications of king. It can even be said to be a family talent that the D family will inevitably have. So, what about the Ghost King? The same king, the same is the origin and root of all the ghost clans. Is there a possibility? As the king of ghosts, Si Chen can use the qualifications of other kings. Plus the unique creature of the ghost clan. Create a unique ability similar to Overlord color domineering? Forming a legendary qualification similar to the D family? Si Chen 40 years ago. It didn't make it that far. At that time, what he used was just an ordinary Overlord domineering. Nowadays, with the feedback brought by the advent of the first quarter moon, and the growth of strength that has not stopped because of sleep for 40 years. Finally, Let her Carmelite. Witness this great moment with your own eyes. The Ghost King is domineering. Si Chen, who has this ability. As long as the 12 ghost moons under his command are complete, plus the pressure of the Scourge Legion. She really couldn't think of it. Which other force is there? Have the strength to defeat the Ghost Moon Pirates. Carmelite teleported and appeared in front of Si Chen. She got down on one knee and said respectfully. Lord Si Chen, the domineering power of the Ghost King really obsesses his subordinates, and I have a little itchy hands. Si Chen's heart was also flooded with a wonderful feeling at this moment. It's as if it's within the scope of the Ghost King's domineering realm. There are countless living lives. An inseparable connection developed with himself. It was as if he had become the master of the region. Feel free to come from those connected beings. Choose to draw or deliver your own blood. So as to enhance yourself, or enhance the effect of other ghost clans. In addition to that, there seem to be many more traits that he has not discovered. Hidden in domineering. Waiting for him to go one step further. This is a power that is enough to make Si Chen feel intoxicated. In this wonderful state, Moonlight Moria is indeed not very eye-catching to Si Chen, and he is willing to waste precious time and energy. In that case, Carmelite, Moria will leave it to you. Yes. Sister Carmelite stood up. There was a cold look in the red blood in his eyes. Moonlight Moria summoned the remains of the Magian ounce, which was indeed beyond her expectations. So much so that she almost messed up the welcome ceremony that she had carefully prepared for a long time. It almost made her finally collect high-quality seeds from all over the world. Nearly under ounce's iron fist. Especially Hikari Heim. This woman occupies an important place in her plan. If you were really accidentally beaten to death by Moria. She even has the heart to give Moria 1,000 cuts. As we all know. An angry woman is a terrible creature. And when this angry woman still mastered the ability of soul and space at the same time. Her anger is enough to form a deadly threat. Carmelite's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in Ounce's body. Directly outside the driver's cab door of Moria. She reached forward. The fingers directly ignored the barrier of the driver's compartment and penetrated inside. It was pointed directly at Moria's forehead. Blood Demon Magic, Soul Whip. Carmelite used to be a soul fruit ability. After turning into a ghost, he lost the ability to bear fruits. But even if there is no fruit, she is one of the best existences in the world in terms of soul attainment. And the abilities of ghosts, including the formation of blood ghosts. Most of them are related to the field in which the ghost is good at as a human. After Carmelite became the second string, she hibernated for many years and never showed her abilities. Today, under the stimulation of the Ghost King's domineering color, she finally showed her terrifying strength as the second string. Chapter 34. Moria's biggest weakness. It's that his will has already been shattered by Kaido. Shattered into slag. All day long, he only dared to hide in the Dark Devil's Triangle. Trying to hide his fragile mind with layers of fog. At the same time, he puts himself under the protection of the infinite zombie sea. As if this would bring him the sense of security that he lacked on the sea. And countless facts have long proven that. The more powerful the outward and the more fragile the inside. The more afraid of attacks from the soul level. The so-called soul torture comes from this. Under the second string of Carmelite's blood demon technique soul whipping. Moria, who was originally glass-hearted, had almost no room for resistance. Was taken down on the spot. It can be said that Carmelite's ability is simply Moria's natural nemesis. Is this the strength of the Seven Martial Seas? I thought the world government had come up with some kind of great system. Carmelite will be bloated Moria. It was like carrying a dog, and it was thrown out of Ounce's body. Brought to Si Chen's feet. Her face was full of unhappiness and resentment. It's rare that she is interested in making a fight. I didn't expect the so-called 7 martial seas that have been in an uproar in the past 10 years. It's so vulnerable. She hadn't even had time to feel it. The battle ended in a sloppy end. It's really speechless. Man, if it's not long-lasting enough, it's still not good. Carmelite looked at Moria shivering as she fell to the ground with disdain. She's a casual blood ghost. Actually made the dignified 7 martial seas cower into this appearance. If you say it, I'm afraid that it will shock everyone's big teeth. Boring. It's really boring. And Moonlight Moria was captured in a fiasco. It was the last straw that overwhelmed the terrifying 3-masted sailing pirates. Including Perona, Absalom, Hogubik and other cotters. Was already frightened by the immortal body of the natural disaster Ghost clan. After losing the support of the main backbone Moria and the demon Ounce, the last will to resist was completely lost. They laid down their arms and surrendered. The Kung Fu manatees swarmed up, tied up all of Moria's cotters, and escorted them to the nun. Especially Absalom. As a result of his wounding of the leader of the Kung Fu manatee. At this time, a group of Kung Fu manatees were even more ruthless in all kinds of black hands. Just a few hundred meters away, there were dozens of wounds on Absalom's body. There are countless paw prints and footprints on his body. The face is colorful with blue, red, purple and green. Was beaten into the shape of a pig's head. Even as an opponent, Carmelite felt some sympathy and pity when he saw it. At the same time, Sentamaru, Sandasonia, Margaret, Dusty, and Mitsuhime, among others. They all dragged their wounded bodies. Come to Carmelite's side. They still had a look of horror on their faces. Not that he was intimidated by Moria and Ounce the Magan. The main thing is that the combat power that Sister Carmelite showed in front of everyone just now is too amazing. 1 round to win for them. Almost invincible formidable enemy. There is a huge difference from the image of a gentle and easygoing kind nun in the past. Several of them were a little difficult to accept for a while. Plus from the Scourge Legion. They could clearly perceive the physique of these mysterious warriors. Not of the same race as yourself. And their most beloved nun, Carmelite. It seems to be one of the races. There are huge secrets hidden on the islands and reefs. And they have been kept in the dark. This taste really hit their mood a bit. Carmelite sensed the change in the mood of Sentamaru and the others. She wasn't impressed. It's just a bunch of kids. A few words can be cleaned up. There was nothing difficult for her to deal with. It is imperative to clean up the mess left by Moria's invasion. This includes the placement of the Scourge Corps. And to establish Si Chen's absolute dominance in Constantine. The tasks on her body can be described as many and heavy. Where is the effort to appease the resistance of a group of children? Now that you're all here, allow me to introduce. This is the famous Lord of the Dark Moon, the captain from the Ghost Moon Pirates, Lord Si Chen. I believe you will be familiar with this resounding name on the same level as the Roger Pirates 40 years ago. As soon as this statement came out, the captured Moonlight Moria was even more struck by lightning. His eyes widened. The eyeballs seemed to fall out of their sockets. Looked at Si Chen in front of him in disbelief. Ghosts, ghosts, Ghost Moon Pirates? That legendary Ghost Pirates. It is known as an invincible existence in the dark night. Isn't it said that it has disappeared into the depths of the sea of the New World? The Navy even claimed everywhere that they had completed the cleanup of the Ghost Moon Pirates. The people of the world no longer have to worry about being threatened by the Ghost Moon Pirates. But why? Such a well-known character. It will appear quietly in the Devil's Triangle. This is the first half of the Great Voyage. What's the difference between coming to the newbie village with a max-level boss? Don't bring it like this. Chapter 35. Si Chen? Are you Si Chen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, you were declared missing 40 years ago. Why is it here, damn it? What bad luck? Captain Si Chen, no, Lord Si Chen, you raise your noble hand and let me go, okay? I promise, I swear, I will never set foot on this island again. No, our terrifying three-masted galleon pirates will leave the Devil's Triangle immediately, and this sea area will be given to you. How? Moonlight Moria is indeed a guy who can bend and stretch. After a brief period of consternation, immediately put on a flattering face and smiled at Si Chen. His performance directly caused Sentamaru and the others to fall into a petrified state. Originally, today, I saw the legendary captain of the Ghost Moon Pirates with my own eyes. It's shocking enough. Unexpectedly, there was also a face-changing performance of the 7 martial Cs of His Majesty. Such a humble gesture. It is said that it is an unknown little pirate in the 4 seas beyond the great shipping route. No one would doubt it. If it weren't for the previous experience. And experienced the horror of Majin Ounce. There is absolutely no way for them to smirk and please the fat man in front of them. Linked to the famous King's 7 martial Cs. It's just outrageous that his mother opened the door outrageously. Outrageous home. Si Chen smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to Carmelite. Captain Moria, this is the person in charge of Constantine, you have to say these things to her. Moria was stunned for a moment when she heard this. I don't think I've seen much of a pirate group who has left the decision in the hands of their subordinates. Moreover. Or such a young woman. Moria hurriedly bothered her face and moved towards Carmelite. Due to the thick ropes that were tied to him. So much so that when you move, you need to twist your body very hard. Crawl forward inch by inch. It looks like a big, bloated worm wriggling. It's funny. I don't know what this beautiful young lady is called. Carmelite. The nun didn't give Moria a good look. She was also reeling in her dissatisfaction with Moria's too fast disarming. Carmelite? Hey, what a familiar name. Moria is one of the 7 martial Cs of His Majesty. The history of world government cannot be said to be without a little knowledge. Soon, memories of the name Carmelite were snatched out of his stomach. You're the same nun who worked with the world government 100 years ago. No, the age is not right, it stands to reason that you can't live to be almost 200 years old now. It's okay if he doesn't say it. As soon as these words came out, Carmelite's face was suddenly gloomy and dripping. Age is a woman's biggest taboo. Not one of them. Especially for Carmelite, a woman who loves beauty so much. The first thing after becoming a ghost. It is to restore one's appearance to the time of adolescence when he was 18. Anyone who dares to joke about her age will face her crazy revenge. Humphrey knows this well. Moria didn't know at this time that she had stepped on the steel plate. Still muttering to himself, no, I must have remembered wrong, how could anyone live to such an old age? Even a turtle can't survive this age. Carmelite suddenly turned around and smiled at Si Chen. Lord Si Chen, I think, the first time you meet with Gendarmerie and them, there are always some topics that you want to talk about privately, right? She was smiling and talking. But the smile on his face made Sentamaru and the others feel a chill. No one dared to look at her expression more. Even Si Chen decided to avoid the edge for the time being. With a woman in extreme anger, the reason doesn't make sense. He can't chill the hearts of his capable men just because of just one Moria. So Si Chen had no choice but to nod obediently. He spoke, then I'll leave the matter of dealing with the terrifying 3-masted galleon to you, and I'll take Sentamaru and them back to church first. I'm sorry for you, Lord Si Chen. After Carmelite finished speaking, he immediately turned around. The smile on his face is even bigger. The tone that came out of his mouth was eerie and cold like never before. Captain Moria, don't you want to negotiate? Come, I'll talk to you about the conditions for the release of the hostages. The negotiations between Carmelite and Moria lasted 3 days and 3 nights. The process was unwitnessed. Only occasionally someone can hear a shrill scream, which rings in the church. It's creepy. The end result is the terror-trimmest pirates disband on the spot. Moria took the 2 Absaloms and sailed alone on a modest sailboat. Hogubuk, who holds the title of Genius Surgeon, and Perona, the Ghost Fruits powerhouse, was incorporated into the Ghost Moon Pirates. Hogubake was assigned to the Scourge Legion's scientific team. Perona uses her abilities to serve as a vigilance and reconnaissance mission on the reef. Everything is settled. After the smoke cleared, Si Chen was also in the church, and was arranged by Carmelite to live in one of the largest luxury suites. And on a foggy night, there was a knock on the door of Si Chen's room. Chapter 36. Lord Si Chen, I'm Guangji, is it convenient to come in now? A woman's voice came from outside the door. Si Chen opened the door. A beautiful scenery suddenly appeared in front of me. Tonight's Hikari is dressed up extraordinarily gorgeously. She no longer wears a samurai uniform. Instead, I dressed up. Her long, jade-colored hair is coiled on top of her head and is combed into the dignified hairstyle of an aristocratic princess of the Edo period. The head is adorned with delicate and small floral ornaments, which is ingenious. She wears a brocade kimono with purple lipstick on her lips. There are also traces of powdered dell on the face. Whether it's physiognomy, figure, or temperament, it can be said that after Si Chen came to the nautical world, he has seen the most women in 100 years. Guangji bowed slightly towards Si Chen and greeted. Lord Si Chen, take the liberty of disturbing, it was the Carmelite holy maiden who arranged for the little girl to come and offer a knife. Offering a knife. Si Chen looked at the woman in front of him with a smile in his eyes. Nominally, it is a sacrifice of the knife. But such a delicate appearance. I'm afraid it's something else, right? Guangji was stared at by Si Chen's red eyes as deep as stars. I couldn't help but feel a touch of crimson on my face. But after all, she was wearing powder, so it wasn't too obvious. It's just that the 2 white ears with exquisite pendant earrings spread crimson to the base of the ears. It shows her mood at the moment. It's nowhere near as calm as it seems. Come in. Si Chen pushed open the door, turned around, and walked in the direction of the table and chair. Seeing this, Mitsuhime breathed a sigh of relief, clenched the long knife in her hand, and followed step by step. Sit. Si Chen pointed to the sofa, and he turned around and walked towards the wine cabinet. Want something to drink? Whether it's the New World or the 4 Seas of drink, there's it all here. Carmelite put a lot of effort into the layout of this room. A collection of exotic objects from all over the world. Take a random ornament out there. Can be sold for a high price on an underground auction house. Can I ask for a glass of sake from Wano country? Lord Si Chen. Of course. Si Chen took out 2 wine glasses from the wine cabinet. One is a sake wine set made of ceramic, and the other is a red wine glass made of glass. He poured the corresponding liquor on 2 kinds of drinking utensils. Then sit down on the couch across from Mitsuhime. The sake of Wano country is clear and transparent, fragrant and pleasant, and the taste is pure, and it is indeed suitable for ladies to taste. Hikari never expected that. She plucked up the courage to walk into Si Chen's room. The first to discuss with the legendary captain. It turned out to be a topic related to alcohol. Her mood also became relaxed all of a sudden. There was a lot of brilliance in his eyes. His eyes, which were as clear as autumn water, were gently raised and looked at Si Chen's face. My lord, you also have research on the sake of Wano country. I understand a little. Your lord, you are humble, even I, a woman who grew up in Wano country since childhood, do not have such a detailed understanding of sake. Si Chen smiled slightly and did not speak. He just picked up his glass of red wine and took a sip. Seeing this, Guangji also hurriedly picked up the wine utensils with both hands. Pour the drink elegantly into your mouth. Hikari Heim, your status in the country of Wano shouldn't be low, right? After Si Chen put down his wine glass, he suddenly asked. There was a hint of panic in Mitsuim's expression. But she soon seemed to make up her mind. Get up from the couch. Suddenly he fell to his knees. In the posture of throwing 5 bodies to the ground, bow at the feet of Si Chen. Please forgive Lord Si Chen, the little girl is the original Julai daimyo of the country of Wano, the daughter of Guanjai Mida, and the light moon and the sun are also. Sure enough, it was her. When Si Chen first met, he hadn't recognized her true identity. But when she and Sandasonia and the others faced Moonlight Moria, Guangji, to be precise, was the blade in Guanjai Uraihi's hand, which made Si Chen guess her identity. I'm afraid that Carmelite will take this woman away from Wano country. And not just because she's the most powerful samurai in Wano country. At the same time, he is also recognized as one of the strongest pirates in the world, and is a descendant of Mitsuki Mida. Theoretically, it is a bloodline with the potential of overlord color. Carmelite's cunning and deep old woman, I'm afraid there are more deep considerations. Absolutely. Even if it's Carmelite. I would never have thought of it. Si Chen was able to deduce the true identity of Guanjai Uraihi from just a long knife. After all, Mitsuki Oda was active 20 years ago. Roger was a character from that time when he first became One Piece. It didn't have much to do with Si Chen. But Mitsuki Oda is a person. Well, how to say it? Anyway, Si Chen has different opinions about his heroic deeds. If he was allowed to exchange identities with Mitsuki Yushin at that time, he has 100 better ways to solve the problems that exist in Wano country. Mitsuki Oda is a typical example of playing a good hand to pieces. It was difficult for Si Chen to agree with what he had done. But anyway, Mitsuki Mida's strength is absolutely unquestionable. And his 2 portable weapons are also worthy of the reputation of the world's famous knife. If I'm guessing correctly, the knife you're holding in your hand is one of the 21 Yama of the Great Quick Knife, right? Chapter 37. Mitsuki Oda is a famous 2-sword Ryu samurai. The saber he used during his lifetime was called Heavenly Feather Slash and the other was Inma. Guanjai Uraihi and the knife in his hand. The scabbard has flower-like carvings, and the blade is 3-petaled. It seems to exude an aura of ominous all the time. Gives the impression that once the handle is held, there is a sense of extreme danger that will slide into the dark abyss. There is only the light moon and the sun. Maybe it's because she's the daughter of Mitsuki Mida. He was not affected by Inma. Can be compared to Guanjai Uraihi was also unable to exert 1% of the power of this big fast knife. Yes, Lord Si Chen, this sword is called Inma, and it is the weapon worn by the little girl's father before his death. Guanjai Uraihi held the Inma in both hands and handed it over respectfully. Si Chen took over the Inma. Suddenly, a strong attraction erupted from the knife. An invisible black hole was formed. I want to take away the domineering energy in my body from the hands of the knife wielder. What a greedy, what a domineering knife! Si Chen exclaimed. The characteristics of this knife are worthy of the name of Inma. It's a bit wicked. It is the kind of weapon with the nature of a double-edged sword, which hurts others and hurts oneself. For the strong, such as the natural swordsman of Mitsuki Mida, Inma can be described as a great weapon. Able to automatically activate the ability to flow cherry blossoms. It is equivalent to a weapon with its own active skills, and has a powerful lethality in battle. It was in the hands of Guanjai Yushin, and it could even be slashed together with another big fast knife 21 Gongtianya feather. On Kaido's so-called immortal strong body. Leave an eternal cross scar. You can imagine how terrifying its power is. But this ability to automatically activate the flowing cherry blossoms is not without a price. It will be like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing domineering energy from the user's hands. Don't forget that humans in this world are born with domineering potential. It's just that a lot of people don't know how to use it. And the domineering thing about Onma is that it doesn't care whether the user can control the domineering ability at all. Will absorb domineering energy from your body and act as an energy source. And once the domineering is sucked clean, there is only one fate for the user: death. In a way, it is not an exaggeration to call Onma an evil sword. It is not good news for ordinary people to obtain this precious weapon. On the contrary, it's the way to die. But Si Chen is not an ordinary person after all. Even if it is as strong as Mitsuki Mida, it is only Roger's crew, and he is impressed by Roger's courage. But Si Chen was as famous as Roger back then. Even in the dark, the characters who can stabilize the opponent's end. What's more, he has now awakened the ability of the Ghost King's domineering color. For this kind of evil things, natural restraint. I saw that in Si Chen's eyes, the red light was Sheng. An invisible ripple spread out from the pupils and covered the Onma's body. Instantly. Originally, he was restless and wanted to repel the non-Guanjiao bloodline holding his own Onma. It became quiet. Become as docile as a sheep. After the Onma completely surrendered and no longer took the initiative to absorb domineering, Si Chen just transported the domineering chi in his own body to the knife body. Ryu Sakura. I saw that at the moment when the Ghost King's domineering aura was sent into the body of the Onma sword. Suddenly, there was a red-black flame, wrapped around the blade. The flames are fiery, eerie, and evil, with a distinctively dead smell. Even if it's just a glance from the side. Guanjiao, Raihe, and all have the illusion of being burned to the point of injury. She was even more from the red and black flames that wrapped around the blade. It seems to have seen an eye that is like nothing. Open in the depths of the flames and watch yourself. Guanjiao Raihe was shocked, and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look more. Cold sweat seeped down her back at once, wetting her entire back. Today's Onma has fallen into the hands of Si Chen. Not to mention that she felt strange. I'm afraid that when Guanjiao Yushin comes, he has to identify again and again whether this is his own saber or not. Si Chen raised the Onma in his hand and put it in front of him to look at it carefully. It's not that he's curious about flowing sakura. After all, the so-called flowing cherry blossoms are just a unique name that has been passed down in Wano country. To be precise, this is nothing more than an advanced technique of armed color domineering. The lowest armed color domineering can be understood as hardening. For example, on the fist, use the armed color domineering. Not only can it greatly improve the lethality, it can also cause damage to those with natural devil fruit abilities. It is a means to reduce the dimensionality and completely pull the natural system off the altar. And the more advanced armed colors. It's not just about covering a certain part of the body. It can even wrap around blades, arrows, bullets, and other foreign objects. As a result, the weapon also has the effect of killing those who have the ability to kill devil fruits. In the nautical world, it is not uncommon to see famous scenes such as Schrodinger's bullet. With the same firearm, it sometimes can't even break through the defenses of a small pirate with a bounty of several millions. Sometimes generals like the Yellow Ape can choose to raise their hands and surrender. Even left countless scars on Whitebeard's body. So, to a large extent, the lethality of a weapon is not determined by the weapon itself. More users who are subject to it have mastered the advanced skills of armed color domineering. Chapter 38. As for the flowing cherry blossoms, it is on the basis of hardening and winding. A more advanced weapon color domineering technique. Wano country calls it flowing cherry blossoms. It can also be called fluid. Whether it is a flowing cherry blossom or a fluid, it is the domineering power of the armed color, condensing into a form similar to the flow of liquid. Flows like water. Water is the softest and strongest thing in the world. Advance can be attacked, retreat can be defended. For example, a stable liquid flow state. It can effectively resist the enemy's attack just like the calm sea. As a result, their own defense will be greatly improved. And when it's time to attack, can accelerate the flow of liquids. Transform it into a water jet-like sharp existence. It's invincible. Of course, this kind of advanced domineering technique is extremely difficult. It not only needs the blessing of talent and understanding. At the same time, it is necessary to invest a lot of time in the experience of exercising. It is possible to master. And the preciousness of Inma lies in that. It essentially eliminates the above steps. Directly allows the knife wielder to jump to the use of the flowing cherry blossoms in one step. It can be called against the sky. For those strong who already have a certain understanding of domineering. But for people who haven't been exposed to the level of flowing cherry blossoms, Inma is undoubtedly the most precious treasure, there is no one. With it, you can directly understand the wonderful use of flowing cherry blossoms directly from the source. So as to shorten the learning XI time. Truly on the path to becoming the top powerhouse on the sea. For example, Zoro, in the original book, is because he got the Inma in the country of Wano. That's why we have gone one step further. For a strong person of that level, every step further up is extremely difficult. It is also extremely precious. Si Chen had mastered the use of the overlord color domineering as early as 40 years ago. He was even personally involved in the Valley of the Gods battle, and had the experience of direct confrontation with Capriger. Flowing cherry blossoms are not a rare thing for him. 40 years ago, he used this form of armed color domineering to have a tough man duel with Carp. But Si Chen was still very interested in this Inma at the moment. He was interested in the characteristics of the Inma. It can automatically absorb domineering energy and release flowing cherry blossoms. He didn't need it himself, though. However, once the characteristics of Inma can be reproduced, it can be made into a weapon that can be produced by the assembly line. Even if it's only 1% of the power of a true Inma. It's also a business that can make you rich enough. Don't forget, Si Chen is in Constantine, and he is hiding a Scourge Legion. And at present, the standard weapons of the Scourge's Legion are far from being found. I took it, this Inma, but I won't keep it forever, and I'll return it to its original owner after a while. Si Chen opened his mouth and said to Guanjai Raihe. The latter shook his head hurriedly. Inma is in the hands of the little girl, not 1/1000th of the power. The famous sword is matched with a hero, and only a heroic man like you, Lord Si Chen, is the best master of Inma. Si Chen was not impressed by Guanjai Raihe's sycophants at all. He shook his head. I'm not a swordsman, it's useless to take it, and besides, I don't like what you just said. Hey! Guanjai Raihe's face turned pale, his lips trembled slightly, and his heart suddenly rose to his throat. She didn't understand at all that this compliment had been designed countless times. Why did it make Si Chen uncomfortable to listen to? You are a descendant of the Guanjaiho clan, since you know your current self, you are not worthy of the family heirloom sword. Then you should redouble your efforts to practice your sword skills, polish your physique, and become proficient in domineering skills. Instead of thinking about escaping, or even giving up the family heirloom to an outsider. Si Chen lectured sternly. Guanjai Raihe never expected Si Chen to say such serious words to himself. She couldn't help but think of when she was a child. Memories of being instructed by his father, Mitsuki Mida. For many years, she has never felt cared for again. No one wants to be the guiding light on her way up. Nowadays, the taste of a long time is going to fill her heart all at once. She took a deep breath, grabbed the tears from her eyes, and leaned down again. The little girl knows her mistake. Lord Si Chen's lesson is. Si Chen waved his hand. Get up, after all, this Inma you offered is of great use to me, let's say, what kind of reward do you want? Guanjai Raihe raised his head suddenly. Eyes flutter. She knew it was time for tonight. Every word and word she says next will determine whether her gamble can be successful. After witnessing the ugliness of moonlight Moria, one of the king's 7 marshal sees, crying and begging for mercy. She is even more convinced. If there is one person in the world who can help her complete her revenge, that person must only be the man in front of him. To this end, she does whatever it takes to be a valuable being for this man. The little girl has 2 requests. I don't know if to say it. Say. First, the Carmelite Holy Maiden said that the position of the high-ranking cadre of the Ghost Moon Pirates is vacant. Lord Sichen intends to choose one of me, Sentimeru, Sandisonia, Dusty, and Margaret to make up for it. The little girl wants to exchange the Inma for the quota this time, please Si Chen. After Guanjiu Raihe finished speaking, he raised his head and peeked at Si Chen. Seeing each other sitting on the sofa, the expression is calm. I can't see through my mind at all. There is no agreement or denial. Light Moon Day and bite the lower lip. The hands were also out of sight, clenched into fists. Second, Lord Si Chen just said that the little girl gave up the Inma to outsiders. I don't agree. In my mind, Lord Si Chen is a family-like existence. It is the honor of Guanjiu in a lifetime to be able to serve Lord Si Chen. Tonight, the little girl is not talented, and she is willing to serve Lord Si Chen to sleep. Chapter 39. No one knows that night. What happened in Si Chen's room? Just when the next morning, light moon day and against the thick fog, when going to meet the Carmelites, in her left eye, a strange number appeared. Downland. Congratulations, Hikari Heim. No, from today onwards, you can use your real name with confidence and boldness, Hidaki and Princess. This is all thanks to the promotion and guidance of the Holy Maiden, and the Raihe Society will always remember it. Guanjiu Raihe bowed slightly, expressing his respect for Carmelite. The blonde nun had a cigarette in her mouth and spat out a smoke ring into the sky. She's in a good mood. By the way, did Lord Si Chen say, what are you going to do next? Yes, Lord Sichen asked me to follow him to Fishman Island, and then after dealing with things, I will transfer to Wano country. Fishman Island. Carmelite's eyes changed suddenly. His expression became solemn. She remembered something that happened 7 years ago. It was that event that happened. This led to a vacancy in the second quarter of the month. I haven't made it up yet. She knew very well that this time Si Chen woke up from his slumber. That is also the point that must be addressed. 3 of the last strings, Carmelite's eyes flashed with sadness. Among the first 6 lower quarter moons, the lower string 3 and the lower string are the 2 closest to her. Unlike other last quarter moons, she saw some traits in the lower string 3 and the lower string that others could easily overlook. It was an attachment very similar to herself. And among the 2, the relationship between Xia Xian-san and her is deeper than that of Xia Xian. After all, the 3rd string is the first batch of partners on board. They have experienced many battles together, such as the Battle of the Moon Night and the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. It can be regarded as a friend and partner who lives and dies together. And the appearance of the second quarter is different from all other experiences of the second quarter moon. If you exclude the light moon day and the second quarter moon of this new promotion who walked through the back door last night, you don't count. Instead, it was the last boat in the first 6 quarters. Even Si Chen hasn't met her in person. But it's a coincidence. It's the 2 of these who are closest to her in the second quarter of the moon. Instead, they encountered 2 of the biggest troubles. One died 7 years ago, while the other was imprisoned in Advance City. Leave a mess behind. However, Si Chen, as the captain of the ship, has one of the biggest characteristics. Responsible. Since it was his crew, then, no matter what kind of mess, he'll take care of it. What's more, Xia Xianzan's death is still directly related to the task arranged by Si Chen 40 years ago. After the matter of Constantine was dealt with, It makes sense to go to Fishman Island. It's okay, that guy has been waiting for a long time, and it's time for the soul to rest in peace. Carmelite lamented, turned away, and took another cigar from the drawer. Go, Rayleigh, serve Lord Si Chen well. The incident on Fishman Island may be the deepest sorrow in Lord Si Chen's heart, you have to comfort him well. Yes, holy maiden, I will do my best to soothe the pain in Lord Si Chen's heart. Well, by the way, I heard that you have a saying about Wanako, probably. Is it called Kongzilet? Carmelite was also a man of extremely fast thinking. Soon, she reined in her sadness. The soul of gossip belonging to a woman burns in her eyes. You say, when you're on Fishman Island, can you, well, I mean, use Kongzi as a way to soothe Lord Sichen's pain, such as pregnant with a child. Carmelite's words instantly made Guanjiuri and the roots of his ears red like a ripe apple. She didn't dare to look at the saint who was smiling at all. I don't know what kind of memories come to mind. In short, the head is lowered and is about to be buried between the two peaks. Saint, you, don't be joking, that kind of thing. What's the matter? Carmelite still smiled cheaply. His eyes were even more playful with a smile, shuttling back and forth on Guanjiurai's body. This made Guanjiurai even more ashamed, she stomped her foot and turned away. Holy maiden, there is still something on Lord Si Chen's side, so I won't bother for the time being, and I will leave. After speaking, without waiting for Carmelite's response, he hurriedly pushed the door out. Carmelite reached out and rubbed his chin. With a smile on his face, he looked at the light moon and the back of the desert and fled. His gaze stopped at the two round hemispheres for a long time, and he was amazed. Hee, it's really good, Xiaonazai is dressed up, even I feel a little excited. It's a pity, Lord Si Chen's physique can be called a monster, and even Carp is not an opponent. If he hadn't disliked my old pearl yellow body, where would I get you? Carmelite muttered to himself, a look of resentment on his face, and a blush of heartbeat from time to time, and put his finger to his lips. I don't know what's going on in my heart. Chapter 40. Trafalgar Row has been doing very well lately. With the full cooperation of Charos Saint, his reception of the Paradise Island Hotel was quite smooth. In just a few days, all assets were inventoried. And there was also a round of purge of managers. The core positions have been replaced by the henchmen of his heart pirates. Suddenly with such a huge wealth. So much so that Luodu was a little confused for a while. Does this pirate want to continue with the present? It seems that retiring from now on and living the life of a rich man is also a good choice. But soon Ro put that thought behind him. He has never forgotten his original intention of taking the path of pirates. That is to avenge Mr. Corazon and ask the Don Quixote family for an explanation. Until this goal is accomplished, he will never allow his psyche to be half relaxed. In addition to that, Luo also knows it. The vast wealth he now has is not his own. More precisely, he's just an agent. In place of the legendary captain, take over the management of the property for the time being. And the vast majority of the amount should be used for follow-up medical research projects. You may be contacted at any time. In the face of that big man, he didn't dare to take it lightly. Tuk tuk tuk. There was a rhythmic knock on the door. What's the matter? Luo asked. The boss has important information. It's already been discussed out there going crazy. Xiaoqi, a coder of the Heart Pirates and a friend of Luo Faxiao, suppressed excitement in his voice. Come in and say. Luo took a few steps forward and opened the door. Xiaoqi, who has short orange hair and wears the iconic green hat, no, a small green hat with a red brim. Excitedly holding up the paper in his hand. Keep waving at Luo. What is this? Luo asked curiously. It's a bounty. The latest issue of the Navy's bounty order is out. A new bounty order? Hehe, Every issue is about the same, what's there to be excited about? When Luo heard this, he was suddenly a little excited. The Navy's bounty order, updated every time, will attract huge attention in the 4 seas. The reason is that most of the emerging pirate groups originated from all over the world. After gaining a certain amount of fame, he will set out on the great voyage. A pirate with a bounty of 20 million is enough to dominate the 4 seas. And any lucky one who eats a devil fruit. All have a chance to fight in the 4 seas and become famous in the 4 seas, so as to be on the Navy's world bounty list. Overnight, world famous. Therefore, the people of the 4 seas also pay special attention to the release of the latest bounty order of each issue of the Navy. After all, a powerful pirate could pop up at any time. Be able to learn a little more about the character and abilities of these pirates. Maybe when you really encounter the pirates raging, you will have one more chance to save your life. But the closer you get to the new world, the more fixed the list and amount on the bounty order. For example, the 4 emperors, every time a new bounty order comes out, it is very different. At most, it is a new subordinate, and you can let others get new news from the bounty order. 4 Row. Those pirates with a bounty of less than 100 million are no longer worthy of his attention. And up. The ranking of the 4 emperors has not been able to shake for many years. Psychological immunity has already been formed, so it's no wonder. No, it's not, it's the master, this time it's different, there is a big explosion that has caused a sensation all over the world. What? Luo was a little skeptical at first, and then he seemed to remember something, and his eyes widened. Could it be that? He suddenly snatched the newspaper from Xiaoqi's hand. Generally speaking, each update of the bounty order is based on the original change. Only those navies feel compelled to inform the population of the world about significant changes. At the same time as the bounty order is updated, it will be accompanied by a newspaper detailing the specific situation. And today's newspapers seem to look very thick. The world pattern has changed, the legendary pirates have reappeared, and the 5 emperors have been born. The headquarters of the Navy is well versed in the means of the title party. The huge bold and black font is enough to make everyone who has just gotten the newspaper shake. Immediately a photo of Si Chen. The background captures the scene of Si Chen facing the 3 generals in the Chambodi Islands 7 days ago. I saw a young man in a black suit and a top hat, standing alone on a dark ghost ship. All around is a scene of thousands of miles of ice. Although his opponent at the time was not on camera. From this ability to freeze thousands of miles, it is not difficult to deduce who the young man's opponent was at that time. Admiral Pheasant. But looking at the photo, even in the face of the general's shot, the man with a pair of eyes as charming as rubies seems to be very calm. He even seemed to be aware of the camera hidden in the distance. Facing the direction of the camera, an intriguing smile was revealed. And at the bottom of the photo, it's a series of staggering numbers. It is a sign of the terrifying strength that the man possesses. 3.8 billion. The release of this bounty. It is officially announced. Starting today. The sea is followed by Whitebeard, Beast Kaido, Aunt Charlotte Lingling, and the red-haired Shanks. A new 5th emperor has appeared. Chapter 41. 3.8 billion? 5 emperors? Ha ha ha, is the Navy kidding me? Somewhere in the New World. An unknown island. The world-famous Whitebeard raised the wine bowl and drank it all. And at his feet, he stepped on the latest bounty order issued by the Navy. Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, seems to be ridiculous about the amount of money on the bounty order. At this time, opposite Whitebeard, drinking with him. He is a mysterious man with a flamboyant hairstyle. As a result of the appearance of this man, the entire Whitebeard pirates are in a state of high tension. In addition to Ace, the leader of the 2 squad who was chasing Blackbeard Teach, the captain of the 4 squad Thatch, who was killed, and the captain of the 16 squad who was vacant. Almost all of the remaining squad leaders who are still in the New World are gathered around this small island. An invincible line of defense has been established, which can be called terrifying. Let no one disturb or even be informed of the ongoing talks on the island. You say, if they knew about your existence in the future, would they feel ridiculous for the 3.8 billion bounty offered today? Whitebeard suddenly asked the mysterious man across from him. The latter also swallowed the wine whale in his hand. He threw the bowl and shattered it on the ground. Bounty or something, there is no meaning at all, on this sea. In the end, you still have to use strength to speak. In front of Whitebeard, he made a lot of nonsense. If outsiders hear it, I'm afraid I'll laugh off my big teeth. But Whitebeard, who is the party concerned, did not show the slightest objection to this. On the contrary, he also discussed it with the other party very seriously. Well, I know you don't care, the problem is, just the combat power that man showed 40 years ago can't be worth only 3.8 billion. What the hell is the Navy, or the world government, up to? The mysterious man shook his head. I don't know, and I'm not interested in guessing. Then at least you and I will reveal it. Si Chen, is his strength stronger or weaker now than it was back then? I haven't fought with him, but time will always be his friend. I see. Whitebeard sighed deeply and stood up suddenly. Whether it's the truth of history, the title of One Piece, including the conspiracy of the world government, I can ignore it. My sons alone, I will think of them and make the most favorable decision. That's the end of today's talks. Please go back and tell Captain Si Chen, I will seriously consider his suggestion. With that, Whitebeard turned and left. And the mysterious man behind him had no intention of getting up to send him off. In those eyes staring at the back of the Whitebeard, the left eye is engraved with the word winding. The right eye is in the form of a simple number. 1. New World, Wano Country, Onijima. Kaido, who is 7 meters tall, stared at the bounty order held by the Plague Queen himself. Drunk and hazy. He remembered the first time he saw that man 40 years ago. At that time, I hadn't yet acquired the ability of the devil fruit. When the dark moon covers the entire sky, he only felt as small as an ant. It only takes one thought, and he will be easily pinched to death, and he will not be able to make a splash. It was the most helpless and humble moment of Kaido's youth. Not one of them. Since then, he has made it his goal to become stronger. Get stronger. Get stronger. Until no one can kill themselves again. For this reason, he was arrested 18 times and sentenced to death 40 times, but no one was able to kill him. It's a pity. He was so strong, but he lost the opportunity to fight that man again. If, in the form of a green dragon, you can face the dark moon again, what an exciting thing it would be. Today, he was so happy. It was one of the few days in the past few decades that made him so happy that he could get drunk with just a few bowls of wine. Someone, go and inform the black charcoal snake that in 3 days, I will hold the most solemn meeting. Let him go and gather all the famous people in the country. At the same time, I also sent invitations to the other 3-4 emperors, including the world government and the navy, to watch. The theme of the conference is, the 100 Beast Pirates, officially to the Ghost Moon Pirates. Declare war. New World, Cake Island. Aunt Charlotte Lingling had a gloomy face, and kept making a aha sound similar to holding her breath. Finally, she couldn't hold back the anger in her heart anymore. Knocked over all the decorations in the house. That man, that man, that man. Back then, it was he who mercilessly rejected a lady's request for a date. Sure enough, you won't die so easily. I will never forget the feeling of wanting to cry at that time, and there is only one way to wash away the humiliation. Wedding. A grand wedding like never before. And there is no doubt that he will make a shining appearance as the leading actor at the wedding. Go, inform me, from today onwards, all the members of the Big Mom Pirates have only one goal. Grab the man, change him into a plain white suit, and take him to my castle. New World, a desert island. The red-haired Shanks casually released the bounty and let it float away in the wind. Hey, Captain, if the bounty is 3.8 billion, it's about to surpass you, don't you care at all? Larucci asked with a smile as he grabbed the roast with one hand and scooped the bounty out of the air with the other. If you want to be super, it's just a string of numbers. If you have a chance to meet it in the future, maybe you can sit down and have a glass of wine together. Shanks waved his hand freely. There was a burst of laughter. Immediately, the banquet on the island continued in a cheerful and lively atmosphere. Chapter 42. All over the world. News about the birth of the 5 emperors. Soon it spread to almost every corner. East China Sea, Kingdom of Goa, Windmill Village. A teenager in a straw hat. He was pestering the proprietress in the tavern, begging her to read the newspaper to him. Maginot, just read it to me, read it, please, please. Luffy, I've read it to you 3 times. The young proprietress knocks a chestnut on top of Luffy's head. The latter didn't hurt at all and continued to pester Maginot. I still want to hear about the deeds of 40 years ago, please, this time must be the last one. That's what you said last time. This time, definitely. The proprietress saw that Luffy couldn't see it. Coupled with his shouting, a large number of curious guests soon gathered in the tavern. Not to mention, these days, because Luffy keeps asking her to read the newspaper about the deeds of the 5 emperors. On the contrary, it continues to attract new customers. Not for anything else. Just to hear the story about the 5 emperors. The tavern's business has also improved a lot as a result. Maginot sighed softly. Shaking his head helplessly, he held up the newspaper and opened his mouth to read. Si Chen, age unknown, race unknown, preliminary judgment has the ability to stay youthful, and his appearance has remained unchanged for 40 years. Attention, this man is an extremely dangerous pirate. 40 years ago, he fought alongside the notorious sea thief Lox against the navy and did many evils. He has a super self-healing and regenerative ability that is almost immortal, and this ability can only be used at night. Si Chen's signature stunt is to summon a round of dark red moon above the sky, which has an incredible and terrifying effect. 7 days ago, he was surrounded by 3 admirals in the Chambodi Islands, but he used his spatial teleportation ability to successfully escape. Robin closed the newspaper and looked at Clock Doll not far away. The latter had a cigar in his mouth and a big grin on his face. It's really embarrassing, Navy, the 3 major generals are all dispatched, and they can't even take down a pirate. He mercilessly issued a heartfelt mockery of the 3 generals. Robin corrected very seriously. The spatial teleportation ability is one of the most mysterious abilities known so far, and you'd better not underestimate it, boss. Robin, you're still so strict, but I don't bother that man. What does his strength have to do with me mocking the incompetence of the Navy? Robin was overwhelmed by Crocodile's quibbles. She looked down at the newspaper. In front of Clock Doll, he tried to hide his emotional ups and downs. For her, whether it is Si Chen or the 5 emperors, it is not the focus of her attention. But in the latest issue of the Bounty Order, the appearance of a new character set off a huge wave in her heart. Sister Carmelite, a high-ranking cadre of the Ghost Moon Pirates, is suspected of possessing the dual abilities of space and soul, and the bounty is 560 million berry. In the photo, Carmelite is wearing a nun's dress and smiling like a flower. Not much has changed from what she remembers. One of the 7 Marshalsees of His Majesty, Moonlight Moria, was easily defeated by his subordinates. In the royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo crumpled the newspaper into a ball and slammed it to the ground. Moria is such a piece of waste, he was easily defeated by one of his men without even making a move. He stood up and looked down the window. The people of this country are working hard for him. It's a busy scene everywhere. This gives him plenty of time to think about higher-level questions. It seems that there is a huge problem with the system of the 7 martial seas of His Majesty. Moria, this kind of guy who is weak in terms of strength and willpower, is not qualified to be on a par with me. 5 emperors, I'm curious, in the current situation where the territory of the New World is completely divided, how can you find your foothold? Perhaps, I can find a chance to talk to you and give you a small piece of territory in Dressrosa. And at the cost of... Hey, 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 hey. In the palace, Doflamingo's slyly laughter was suddenly heard. And the guards were already surprised by this. East China Sea, West Sea, South China Sea, North Sea, Great Shipping Route, New World. The name of the 5 emperors Sichen was sent to all over the world along with one newspaper after another, thus resounding throughout the sea. Countless pirates began to target him and set their way towards the great voyage. Some are for a super bounty of up to 3.8 billion. Some are aimed at the mystery of Si Chen's eternal youth. Some have the idea of becoming famous in a war. After all, Si Chen seems to be the weakest among the 5 emperors. And 3 days later, when Kaido was on TV as well as in the newspapers, the news that the 100 Beast Pirates will declare war on the Ghost Moon Pirates. When you say it yourself, the huge waves on the sea that have been stirred up because of Si Chen have just begun to show their grandiose signs. Chapter 43. Go back to 3 days ago. Trafalgar Row had just calmed down a little from the shock of the bounty order. Suddenly, there was another knock on the door. When, in charge, there is, someone is looking for you. Outside the door, there was the stammering voice of Xiaoqi, a member of the Heart Pirates. Luo frowned and asked. Who is it, and why is your voice trembling again, Xiaoqi? Even the news about the 5 emperors just now didn't make Xiaoqi tremble so much. It's only been less than half an hour now. What the hell did this guy do again? Yes, it's a woman, very, very, beautiful. Luo covered his forehead helplessly. He finally understood why his men behaved in such a humiliating way. A knife on the head of the color word. Xiaoqi and Peijin both belong to the kind of color embryos who can't take a step when they see a beautiful woman. However, it has always been a color heart without a color guts. Even if you become a pirate, you have never really come into contact with a woman. But he always likes to talk about flowers, so as to hide the sad reality that he is a chick. After coming to Paradise Island, Xiaoqi and Peking both seem to have come to real heaven. There are countless high-quality and glamorous women here. There are even many kind of money worshippers who took the initiative to send them to the door after learning that the two were executives. In order to prevent the 2 friends who grew up together since childhood, plus the crew from completely degenerating, Luo had no choice but to keep them strictly by his side and watch. At the same time, he ordered to make a decision to dismiss those unscrupulous women. This relieved him slightly. Compared to the battle of wits and courage with the navy, Luo felt that it was even more tiring to manage such a gold cave in Chambord. After all, compared to open guns and hidden arrows, it is really the power of sugar-coated cannonballs, which is more difficult to guard. Pretty woman again? Why is it endless? A hint of anger flashed in Luo's eyes. He arrogantly placed his feet on the luxurious desk and spoke. Let her in. With the sound of the door opening, a woman slowly walked into the general manager's office on Paradise Island. The moment I saw the woman, Luo's expression changed suddenly. Hurriedly withdrew his feet from the table. The expression was also embarrassed, showing a flattering smile. You are the woman in front of you. Gorgeous appearance. He wears a kimono embroidered with peacocks and ornate hair accessories. Between the gestures, they all exude a unique temperament that belongs to a noble girl. With her snow-white skin and delicate facial features, trust any man with a normal orientation. The moment they see her, they will be aroused with the most primitive wildness and impulse. But let Luo's attitude take a 180-degree turn. But it wasn't the woman's appearance or her clothes. Rather, at the moment when she got started, the number that came out of my left eye. Downland. The same number. Law had seen it in the eyes of Gourmet Humphrey. People who are able to give this number. There is only one in the world. Finally, after so many days of waiting, the Lord is coming. My name is Hiri Mitsuki, and I'm the new lower string Lu, and I'm meeting you for the first time, Captain Luo. Guanjiu Raihe spoke to Luo with impeccable and perfect etiquette. Luo, who grew up in a gang since he was a child and did not receive a good etiquette education, was a little at a loss for a while. He had no choice but to pull out a chair for the other party and make a gesture of please. Please sit down, the surname Guanjiu is so familiar with. My father is none other than the Kuri daimyo of Hara and the country of Roger, who served in the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates, Mitsuki Mida. Guanjiu Raihe's self-reported home made Luo's pupils shake and gasp. It turned out to be someone from the Guanjiu family. As a supernova pirate group with a bounty of more than 100 million, Luo's upward target. In addition to the 7 martial arts, there are the 4 emperors. It is impossible for him not to know the intelligence of his future enemy. Besides, Mitsuki Mida has such a magical life experience. Boarding both the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates. Looking at the world's famous pirates, he is also the number 1 person. And the news that Mitsuki Oda and 100 Beast Kaido are each other's mortal enemies. It is even more widespread in the circle of pirates. There are countless strange versions, and there are many opinions. Regardless of which version of the story is adopted, one thing can be confirmed. That is why the Ghost Moon Pirates chose to absorb Hyoji as the candidate for the next Cord Land. This means that he is inevitably on the opposite side of Kaido. This is one of the reasons why Luo was shocked. Just in the world government, the 5 emperors were officially named, and the bounty was as high as 3.8 billion. The butt hasn't warmed up the seat of the 5 emperors. Turn your head and face the beast pirates. It was really difficult for him to understand Si Chen's unrestrained decision. Of course, Luo at this time is not clear. 3 days later, Kaido will officially announce to the world that the official war between the 100 Beast Pirates and the Ghost Moon Pirates will be in full swing. Otherwise, he will find out. It's a you and I will deal for both parties. At the same time that I was staring at you, you were staring at my. Chapter 44. Miss Hiri, it's rude, may I ask what you are here for? Luo asked cautiously. Captain Sichen is also here. What? He's with Mr. Rayleigh, and when the coating of the ship is finished, Captain Law will come with us to Fishman Island. Fishman Island, that's Whitebeard's territory, is it possible, Captain Si Chen wants to? The laboratory. Guanjiu Raihe didn't wait for him to finish, and slowly shook his head. I don't know the specific situation, but I was only ordered to inform you this time. I see, I'll arrange it. Please wait. Well, I'll just wait here for Captain Luo, ready to go. By the way, why are you like a ghost, and the ghost does not go away? Hades Rayleigh didn't have a good airway. Hey, Rayleigh, how do you speak? Captain Sichen is our honored guest, and this time he has brought a full 10 million berry business. Rayleigh reached out and gouged at his ear, popping out a cloud of earwax. Peony, you can shout this guy's name louder and see if Barry falls into the bag first, or if the Navy comes first. Humph, you're really getting more and more cowardly. In this room, there is now a current head of the pirates, a former head of the pirates, and a former deputy head of the One Piece, afraid of the Navy. I'm not afraid of the Navy, I'm afraid of your loud voice, okay? Si Chen watched the two quarrel with a smile, leaning on the window and lazily. Peony is indeed an interesting woman. Not only the last emperor of Amazon Lily, but also the captain of the former 9 snake pirates. It's even more cheerful. It seems to have some magical sixth sense, the ability to predict the future. 40 years ago, she was still Si Chen's crazy suitor. 1. However, the two did not develop into a romantic relationship. On the contrary, there are many feelings like brothers and sisters. Peony spent at least half of the time tonight chattering about Si Chen's last arrival. He saw only Rayleigh, but not himself. She was extremely sad about it. Si Chen also sent an invitation to Peony back then, wanting her to become the first quarter moon. But like Rayleigh, they were ruthlessly rejected. Horses of courses. The beauty of this sea lies in the fact that everyone has a vivid character and ambition. Immortality. Not the ultimate quest for all. Even, for many people, this is a heavy burden. People, living in the world for a lifetime, a few decades is enough. Why do you want to live so long? The above are the original words of Peony's answer to Si Chen back then. It's hard to imagine that this is a girl in her early 20s at the time, saying it. For many people to pursue the eternal youth. In Peony, it seems to be as irrelevant as the wanton change of dressing style. Si Chen admires such a character. In his eyes, maybe there are only more independent and free people like Peony Rayleigh. He has a long and boring life, so that he will not be so boring. By the way, Si Chen, what are you doing on Fishman Island? You can't do something on Whitebeard's territory, right? Do I look like the kind of person who likes to mess around? Si Chen asked rhetorically. Peony immediately pursed her lips and began to count them one by one on her fingers. The battle with Lox directly caused a tsunami, the battle with Roger toppled a naval branch, and the battle of the Valley of the Gods brought the Dark Moon to the entire New World. Besides, I don't bother to go into detail about the things you did in Elbaf, Fishman Island, and Nine Snake Island. Si Chen, I can warn you, today's Whitebeard is not the same as he was 40 years ago, and the title of the strongest in the world is not blown out. I know you're strong, but it's not like the others haven't made progress in the past 40 years. Peony was nagging again. Si Chen didn't interrupt, just listened quietly. From the day he came to the world of sailing, such verbosity and nagging, in the past 100 years, are also a handful. So much so that he almost forgot. The last time I was chattered like this, it can be traced back to when it was. Perhaps, at a time earlier than 100 years? At that time, he was not a Ghost King bloodline, let alone a pirate. Just an ordinary college student. A person is far away from home and studying in a strange city. And his mother would call every week to ask him about his life. Occasionally, he would take the green train and travel thousands of miles from small towns to the big cities where he lived. A hurried journey back and forth for a day. Just to send him thick clothes and thick quilts to wear for the winter. Every time he felt sorry for his mother and wanted to persuade her not to run so hard and hard. She would be like today's Peony. Chattering. He seems to be almost unable to remember the woman's face. If he had the chance, he really wanted to return to that ordinary and warm time and space. Don't do anything like Oni King One Piece anymore. Just want to. It's good to see her again. Chapter 45. Si Chen, don't die, you kid, remember to come and sit more in the future. It's not that Peony doesn't know how old Si Chen is. But according to him. Just look at this face that is so tender that it is exaggerated. I can't help but want to call him boy. At this time, Rayleigh has finished coating the ghost pirate ship. Guanjiuraihe had already taken Luo and Beibeo and boarded the ship. You can go to Fishman Island at any time. At the moment when I saw the light moon and the sun. Peony also gave Si Chen a punch very excitedly. Muttered some strange words that made people scratch their heads. I said, you kid is not a complete vegetarian, and you have to open meat occasionally. Si Chen laughed at the Peony's joke. Unexpectedly, Peony was still unrelenting, and reached out on Si Chen's shoulder, squeezing his eyebrows. In other words, on 9 Snake Island, the current Empress Boya Hancock is a famous beauty. Do you want me to give you a tie in the front bridge? No, thank you. Si Chen was telling the truth. After all, during the time he was asleep, the human trafficker Carmelite brought Sanda Sonia and Margaret from the island of 9 Snakes, by unknown means. It's kind of digging a corner from 9 Snake Island. If you meet Hancock now, the atmosphere will inevitably be awkward. Absolutely. The reason why Carmelite was able to reach out to the distant island of 9 Snakes is also because Si Chen gave her the list. The names Sanda Sonia and Margaret appeared. But, according to Si Chen's most ideal plan, it should be to take the 3 Empress sisters and Margaret together, and take them all away. Now that they have brought back the 2 of them alone, they have separated the 3 sisters. I'm still embarrassed. Still, in charge of carrying out the mission, it was Carmelite. What does it have to do with him? If it weren't for the peony mention, he really didn't bother to think about the things on 9 Snake Island. Take the initiative to meet with the Empress and be exempted. In case there is a chance to meet in the future. Or bring Carmelite as a scapegoat in advance, no, as a mediator. Anyway, with the nun's 3-inch tongue, the dead can be said to be alive. Si Chen was 10,000 relieved of her. After a few small talks, he said goodbye to Peony and Riley. The ghost ship is protected by bubble wrap and dives all the way underwater. The geographical location of Fishman Island is exceptional. It is located exactly 10,000 meters under the sea of the Holy Land of Mary Joy. Not only is it a must-stop to reach the New World, it is also the birthplace of the fish people and the life of the mermaids. It can be described as a mixture of fish and people, and it is very lively. The ghost ship dives all the way. After Luo Zi visited around the ship, he finally couldn't help but ask. Lord Si Chen, on this ship, it seems that there are only 4 of us alive. His words made PayPal, who had always been a little in awe and apprehension, even more flustered. There are only 4 living words. They are all on the deck admiring the scenery of the seabed. So, here's the problem. Who the hell is at the helm of this ghost ship? So that along the way, not only can you sail smoothly, but you can even predict and avoid the attack of the Sea Kings in advance. It's scary to think about it. Light Moon Day and noticed PayPal's expression. I couldn't help but smile. There weren't 4 living people on board. 2 of them are still ghost. Fortunately, Guanjai Uraihi is still a kind-hearted person, and he didn't tell the truth scary. Otherwise, PayPal's little heart will not be able to stand it. Yes, the ghost ship, of course, is at the helm of the ghost. Si Chen replied half-jokingly. Luo also knew that Si Chen was unwilling to answer his question head-on. I had no choice but to smile and stop dwelling on this topic. Just. The deep sea is really cold. The whole back is chilly. But Luo and PayPal, who can't even see the light moon and the sun, are a creature that resembles an elf and glows from its body. From the very beginning when they boarded the ship, they had been floating by Si Chen's side. Seeing the expressions of Bai Bao and Luo, he let out a burst of laughter like silver bells, and he was in a very happy mood. Okay, Turing, you've been laughing for a long time, find a chance to let Guanjai Uraihi get acquainted. The creature he named Turing. Exactly, the ship elves. In the nautical world, only ships that are cherished and loved can produce extremely rare ship spirits. And only after a certain level of intimacy with the crew will the ship elves be seen. The ship elves have an independent will. You can steer the boat yourself to complete a series of complex operations. Si Chen named the ship elf Turing. It is also a way for him to commemorate the past. As a reminder to yourself. Don't forget where your hometown is. But for some reason, the opposite of the ghostly and rotten aura of the ghost ship. The ship elves born on this ship are like angels in fairy tales. It smells of holiness. Not only is it shrouded in a light like holy light, but it also brings warmth to people. Even the personality is extremely cheerful and loves to laugh. In the eyes of the crew who could see her, it's like a little girl raised by herself, and it's pleasing to the eye when you look at it. Docked at the time of Constantine, Carmelite longed to be on a boat 24 hours a day. Have fun with touring. Si Chen took Guanjai Uraihi and left. The nun estimated that most of her tears were shed for touring's sake. Chapter 46. At the same time as Si Chen and the ship elf Turing were talking, Guanjai Uraihi suddenly walked to Luo's side. What's the matter, Haiwa princess? The little girl has a reluctant request, and wants to see Captain Luo's opinion. Speak. I wonder if I can learn swordsmanship with Captain Luo. Luo's first reaction was to look at Si Chen not far away. Seeing that the man didn't react, he understood that Si Chen also acquiesced to Guanjai Uraihi's invitation. Do you want to learn swordsmanship with Mitsuki Mida's daughter? In normal times, he would not have agreed. He could see that Guanjai Uraihi was not the kind of master who practiced swords since childhood. The body is too thin. There is no callus left by holding a sword for many years. It's not so much that she's a famous kendo family. It's better to say that she is the daughter of a rich family. Live a happy and comfortable life. Don't look at Luo in front of Si Chen, respectful, always cautious and cautious. After all, he is a supernova pirate who can be ranked in the world today. Has its own pride and pursuit. Let him compete with a delicate little woman who is obviously weak in swordsmanship. Luo really can't afford to lose this person. Unless Si Chen speaks in person, he has to give face. Like this, Si Chen obviously put on a posture that he had nothing to do with himself. Luo has the right and confidence to refuse. But that's usual. The current harmony of the light moon and the sun cannot be judged by ordinary experience. As soon as you come to the light moon and the day and the numbers in your eyes, it is not simple. Just as he used his usual experience, he couldn't judge how much strength Humphrey had. The light, moon, and sun that have become the lower cord land cannot be taken lightly. Second, the light moon and the knife in his hand. Let Luo be very jealous. He could recognize it as Mitsuki Mida's saber, Inma. It stands to reason that such a portable saber that was once held in the hands of legendary heroes possess a unique will of the sword. Ordinary people can't grasp it. Even if Guanjai Uraihi is the beloved daughter of Guanjai Mida. At most, it will keep the Inma from repelling and hurting her. I want to surrender to the Inma, one of the 21 workers of the Great Quick Knife. There is still a long way to go. But strangely, now when Luo is observing Inma, found this notorious big killing weapon, and unexpectedly obeyed. It was a gesture of complete surrender and willingness to be used for the light moon and the sun. This also means that Guanjai Uraihi can completely exert the combat power of this Inma. She can even rely on this weapon to defeat a powerful enemy who is far above herself. Add the two. It made Luo deeply curious about what kind of level Guanjai Uri and what kind of level it is now. Moreover, and the light moon day and hand to hand. It is not an opportunity to discover Si Chen's mysterious methods. In the end, what qualitative changes will an ordinary woman have after transforming into the legendary 12 ghost moons? Luo was looking forward to the answer to this question. In that case, then it's better to be respectful than to obey your fate. When PayPal heard this, he hurriedly moved his steps. Leave enough space for Luo and Guanjai Uraihi on the deck to fight. And Si Chen also looked at him. Turing, who do you think will win? Turing Chai is the man named Luo, and he has a stronger momentum. Is that? Turing has a trait that even Si Chen has not yet figured out what he has learned. That is, Turing seems to have a keen judgment of all beings on the ghost ship, including people and things. From the so-called momentum in its mouth, it can be inferred who is stronger. At the same time, it can also be based on the breath emanating from the object, so as to judge the efficacy of the article. This kind of magical ability is far from being explained by a ship. Maybe the core material of the ghost ship is related to the legendary treasure tree Adam. Adam the treasure tree and Eve the sun tree are two of the most magical giant trees in the nautical world. Possess incredible abilities. This time, Si Chen came to Fishman Island, but he also had a few goals. He came to Yangshu Eve. Between Si Chen and Turing's small talk, the battle on the deck had quietly begun. Guanjiu Raihe took the lead. I saw a woman in a white samurai uniform, her long hair tied into a ponytail, tied up with a horse step, and she was heroic. She pulled the inma out of the scabbard. At the moment when the inma was unsheathed, a dazzling sword light shot out like lightning. One slash flow. In the face of such a powerful blow, not only Luo was surprised, but even Si Chen was surprised. This is clearly a sword that can only be performed by extremely professional kendo training. It seems that Guanjiu Yushin does not simply cultivate his beloved daughter as the daughter of a rich family. Still carefully passed on his attainments in kendo to Guanjiu Raihe. Just limited by innate physique. Or maybe she was too young at the time, less than 6 years old, and her ability to accept it was limited. In short, the past Guanjiu Raihe was not able to exert the power of this inheritance. Later, it was in the process of fleeing. He didn't care about the xi of kendo at all, and thus abandoned his skills. Nowadays, the integration of the blood of the ancestors made her physique change from a human to a ghost, and there was a qualitative change. The foundation accumulated at the beginning has also begun to play its role with this change. Chapter 47. A Knife Stream. The sword chi shot out from the sheath and galloped towards Luo. Although Luo was not prepared for this domineering knife-carrying Luoying. But after all, he is a supernova pirate who grew up fighting all the way from the sea. How fast to react! With a slight rotation of his wrist, he saw that the demon knife that was originally held by him in his forehand was ghost crying, and in an instant, it became a posture of holding the knife with his backhand. One step forward. Armed domineering haunts the scabbard. The next moment, the domineering spirit of the flowing cherry collided with the domineering spirit wrapped around the scabbard of the devil cry. Scattered spirit. Immediately afterwards, Guanjiu Raihe held the knife in both hands and dragged it horizontally behind him. Towards where Luo is. Rush to kill. Despite being a weak woman who seems to be thin. But at this moment, whether it is the posture of holding the knife, or the momentum of the knife, can see the looming famous heritage on his body. After Luo ate a slap of flowing cherry blossoms, he didn't dare to be careless. In case you really lose in the light of the moon and the day, it is a small matter to lose face. I'm afraid that his position in Si Chen's mind will also plummet. This is something that Luo cannot tolerate. In addition, he is not known for his swordsmanship. The demon knife ghost cry in his hand is not a weapon that can be ranked up. He usually uses a sword, but with the ability of the fruit of the operation. For Luo, the role of the sword is more for his fruit ability to play support. I'm not a swordsman who specializes in kendo. He really didn't dare to be careless. Hurriedly drew his sword out of its sheath and met the inma of Guanjiu and Sunday. For a while, the competition entered a white-hot stage. Both of them compete with pure sword skills. Luo is undoubtedly superior in terms of strength, speed, and skill. But Guanjiu Raihe's swordsmanship is more disciplined than Luo's wild way. Between the beginning and the end, each sword is closely related to the next. Even interlocking. So for a while, it was quite a fight, and you came and I. Back and forth. But the so-called layman looks at the lively, and the insider looks at the doorway. Turing, the ship elf, watched with relish, flying up and down, and constantly cheering. Si Chen was a little tired of seeing it. Although he himself is not from the kendo, there are many Grand Master level masters in this field among the opponents. I've never eaten pork and I've seen pigs running. At a glance, you can see that both sides are full of flaws. The swordsmanship of Guanji Uraihi, although it has a chapter context, is too conservative and lacks agility. After playing for a while, it is estimated that Luo has completely figured out the number of roads. But Luo didn't dare to really kill Guanji Uraihi. Who knows what purpose Si Chen has for taking such a delicate and tender beauty on a trip alone? If she misses and hurts her, it's hard to explain. So Luo's shot is also cautious. There is more defense than that, but there is not much enterprising mind. If the fight continues like this, it is estimated that it will last for a year and a half, and there is no possibility of improvement in the swordsmanship of both sides. It is even possible to sail against the current, and if you don't advance, you will retreat. Si Chen frowned and said, Captain Luo, Guanjiu is a ghost of the lower strings, and will not be killed, so you can attack with all your might, don't worry. Hiri, your manipulation of the body is far less than your understanding of swordsmanship, there is no point in fighting like this, use blood ghost arts, the two are used together, it is the best choice at the moment. Si Chen's words instantly broke the balance on the field. Mitsuki Hiri is the first to make changes. I saw her wave her big sleeves, and out of nowhere, she conjured a shamisen, a traditional stringed instrument of Wano country, and hung it around her waist. Then she changed to a one-handed posture holding a knife. The other hand is pressed on the shamisen. I only heard the sound of a string on the ground. There was an invisible sound wave that spread out from the shamisen, turning into a sound blade and heading straight for Luo Chong. Blood ghost technique, sound kill. Seeing this, Luo didn't dare to be careless. Room. Luo placed his left hand in front of him and made a clenching motion. Immediately there was a specific space in the shape of a hemispherical shape, which appeared above the deck. The range happens to envelop Luo and Guanjiu, Raihi, and all in it. Under the ability of the fruit of surgery. The sound blade released by Guanjiu also seemed to be affected, and its speed suddenly slowed down. Luo took advantage of this opportunity to continue to activate his ability. Slaughterhouse. This ability gives him the ability to convert any item in the room. Instantly. The sound blade that was originally shooting towards Luo suddenly appeared behind Guanjiu Raihi. And Guanjiu Raihi happened to be on top of her own Ghost Blood Technique's offensive line. In the end, Guanjiu Raiwa is inexperienced in combat. In the face of a sudden accident, she was not strained, and she was instantly penetrated by the sound blade she emitted. Hey! Turing and PayPal, who were onlookers, let out a scream almost at the same time. The former is a kind ship elf who worries about the woman, and the latter is frightened and sweats. I was afraid that my captain would anger the cotters of the 5 emperors because of this. Killed and dumped in this deep sea area. It was only Si Chen, with a calm expression, looking at Guanjiu Raihi. The woman was also in panic and pain at this time, and instinctively cast her eyes on Si Chen. But he couldn't find any comfort in Si Chen's eyes. There was only a cold gaze. At this moment, in Guanjiu's mind, what Si Chen had said to him that night. Her eyes then became determined. I'm not going to let you down again, Lord Si Chen. Chapter 48. You are a descendant of the Guanjiu clan, since you know your current self, you are not worthy of the family heirloom sword. Then you should redouble your efforts to practice your sword skills, polish your physique, and become proficient in the skills you use domineeringly. Every word Si Chen said to her that night are all remembered in the bottom of their hearts. She didn't just reflect on her past life in one night. Before the age of 6, she actually had a pretty good life. His father, Mitsuki Mida, is a Kuri daimyo, the son of a former general, and belongs to the top gate lords. Mother Tianyu has a gentle temperament, is innocent and straightforward, empathetic, and is a gentle woman. Every night, his father, Mitsuki Mida, would take time out to spend time with him and his brother Momonosuke. Sometimes he accompanies the siblings in sword practice, sometimes he tells them stories, or he brags about his own sailing career. At that time, the light moon and the sun end. I didn't know about her father, who was smiling every night. What kind of humiliation is suffered during the day? Not to mention the greatest father in her mind. In the word of mouth of the Chinese people, he has been put on the humiliating hat of His Royal Highness the Fool. All she knew was the happiest time of her life. Later, the disaster that changed everything came unexpectedly. His father, Mitsuki Mida, was killed, and his mother, Amizuki, was also using the ability of the time fruit to teleport Momonosuke and some of his retainers to the future 20 years later. As for herself, it was to prevent the entire army from being wiped out after the failure of the crossing, and it was left in the original era. And with the help of his retainer Kawamatsu, he lived an incognito life. At the age of 13, she left a farewell letter and ran away, wanting to take on the burden of revenge alone. But reality hit her hard. Until Sister Carmelite appeared before her. An invitation to the Ghost Moon Pirates was sent. It was the first time in her life that she heard a name that ignited her hope. Because, in the narration of his father Mitsuki Mida, there is a mention of a name. That is the powerful pirate that the two fathers respect the most, and every time they mention it, they will sigh for it. And his father, Mitsuki Mida, also sighed with regret many times. I regret that I was not born 20 years earlier, otherwise I would have been able to catch the opportunity to learn from that mysterious powerhouse. The name of that mysterious man is none other than Si Chen, captain of the Ghost Moon Pirates. A character who can make his father praise as well as Roger and Whitebeard. It must be easy to deal with Kaido and the black charcoal snake. With such a naive idea, Hiri chose to follow Carmelite, leave Wano country and travel to the first half of the Great Voyage in search of a new opportunity for revenge. This is a full 10 years of waiting. In 10 years, the legendary Captain Si Chen disappeared. Even the high-ranking cadres of the Ghost Moon Pirates known as the 12 Ghost Moons. I've never seen only Carmelite. A woman. Still a nun. Guanjiuraihi felt several times that he was not on a thief ship, and he had the idea of escaping. But the arrival of Sentamaru, Sandasonia, Dusty and others came one after another. And it keeps bringing her new hope. After all, Sentamaru and Sandasonia are both powerful people who have mastered domineering. In Wano country, mastering the skills of flowing cherry blossoms is equivalent to stepping into the ranks of top powerhouses. Coupled with the many invasions of His Majesty's 7 Martial Seas Moonlight Moria, they were all blocked. These became the reasons for her to persevere. Eventually, the tormented wait ushered in the light of day. She finally saw with her own eyes what her father called the legendary pirates. Appeared in front of himself. And also from the iron fist of the demon ounce. Saved his life. In return, or it may be mixed with many other utilitarian ideas. In short, under the inducement of Carmelite, she chose to knock on Si Chen's door that night. But I didn't expect her to dress up and elaborate compliments. Ushered in a lesson of splitting his head and covering his face. This made the light moon and the sun in harmony like an initiation, and the mouth suddenly opened. Yes. Haven't you been on the wrong path? Hope for revenge is pinned on finding a strong man to help. But I forgot. She herself is the descendant of the Guanjiu family. She is the most powerful swordsman in the world and the daughter of Mitsuki Mida, the legendary hero of Wano country. In her blood, there is the power of inheritance. Even if no one is willing to lend a helping hand. Even if the road ahead is filled with darkness. No matter how weak the flame of vengeance is. She always had a sword in her hand. Named Inma. I saw that Guanjiuraihi's body was pierced by several sound blades. Scarred. Blood splattered. But she didn't even snort for a long time. Directly above mid-air. Dragging a body full of scars. Twist your body and swing your sword. A knife stream, an ode to the light and moon. My name, the light moon and the sun. Daughter of Mitsuki Mida. The blood feud of the Guanjiahe family. I'll report it. The fame of the Guanjiahe family. Defend by me. Chapter 49. This knife. Luo's pupils shook, and he was shocked when he looked at the sword light in front of him. He couldn't imagine it. There would be someone who would be able to be on the battlefield, even after being seriously injured. Such an amazing breakthrough in Kendo. Earlier, in the face of the attack of Onizuki Rayleigh, Law could clearly feel the incongruity between her moves. Like, Inma is Inma, and the light moon and the sun are the light moon and the day. There is a clear distinction between the two, and it is not at all like a clever swordsman who holds a blade of rank, so as to play a complementary multiplication effect. On the contrary, Inma is the significantly stronger side. Even the anti-guest is the main one, and it is the blade that guides its master in battle. In layman's terms, it's the light moon and the sun that dragged the Inma back. Whether it's physique, sword skills, or willpower, there is no way to match the strength of the Inma, thus giving people a strong sense of separation. There's no way around it. For any swordsman, it takes a lot of time and energy to keep honing and finding the feeling of a more perfect match with the blade. The so-called sword raising is such a process of getting acquainted with each other. But Guanjiahe Rayleigh swung a sword at this moment. But it seems to have crossed a chasm that might have taken years, or even decades, to cross in an instant. In one fell swoop, the obvious feeling of separation from before was torn apart. It has reached the supreme state of almost human and sword integration with the Inma in his hand. How is this possible? Is there really such a natural swordsman with such a kendodo talent in the world? Luo first admired in his heart, and then the alarm bell sounded. This sword is too strong. It's almost a fusion of the latest perception of Katsuki and the current elements of himself, kendo, family, and Inma, thus bursting out of the supreme formula. The flowing cherry blossoms that come with Inma are no longer a forcible elevation. On the contrary, it seems that Ryu Sakura was born to serve this sword move. At this moment, the tacit understanding between Guanjiahe Ri and Inma reached an unprecedented level of harmony. Faintly, there seemed to be a tall figure, standing behind Guanjiahe Rayleigh. That was the original master of the Inma, the father of Mitsuki Hyozu, the legendary heroic swordsman. Mitsuki Mida. Danger. Luo has a feeling. If he doesn't respond in a timely manner, I'm just afraid we'll die. The threat of death came unexpectedly. Luo was frightened, and he couldn't care about the idea of keeping his hand. Death knife. Luo clenched his hands and clenched the ghost, crying, the blade facing down. Then suddenly reverse the handle and pick it up with all your might. I saw a scorching bright yellow flame spreading out from the blade, turning Devil Cry into a flaming blade. Immediately, the strongest sword moves of the two collided in mid-air. Ode to the Light Moon vs Knife of Death. Boom! The sword moves of the two collided, producing an effect like a meteorite collision. A loud bang exploded in mid-air. The sword chi and domineering chi escaped in all directions, forming a powerful shock wave. At one point, PayPal couldn't stand still, so he had to reach out and hold on to the railing of the ghost ship to barely stand. It's finally blocked. Luo Xinggong breathed a sigh of relief. But soon his eyes froze. At the same time, a figure appeared like a ghost in the turbulent gun smoke. It is the Light Moon Day end. At this time, the beautiful woman has long lost half of the cowardice on her face. Even the expression is gone. Only absolute calmness and coldness. The blood-colored glow in his eyes. It shows that the light and moon at this moment seem to have entered a state of complete loss of control. There are no distractions in my heart. Even feelings and reason have been abandoned. Become a female demon who was born only to kill. Blood demon technique, sword witch. Not good. Even Luo didn't expect it. After performing such a powerful sword skill, Guanji Uraihi didn't stop for half a minute, and immediately plunged into the next round of attack. It's like it's going on deck. It's not a friendly exchange. It's a final duel that must be divided between life and death. Luo, who is not too defenseless against this. There was a strong premonition. Grim Reaper. It seems that he has come to himself. Holding aloft the scythe that harvests souls. It's about to fall. And Luo at this critical moment. It was finally his fierce side as a supernova pirate that broke out. I saw that his expression was cold. Hold the knife in one hand and hold the other palm upwards in front of your chest. A terrifying energy began to condense rapidly in his palm. The aura that emanates. Even PayPal, who was standing on the sidelines, was terrified. That's Gamma Knife. Wait, don't. In charge. PayPal was shocked by the scene in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that. It's obviously a competition to improve swordsmanship. How did it suddenly evolve to such a tragic level? Even, forcing Luo to even use the whole card-killing moves. Fortunately, at this moment, a figure appeared in the center of the battlefield in time. He put one hand on Guanji Uraihi's forehead and dissolved the blood ghost technique. The other hand used the power of space to bounce Luo Yuan away. The person who came was Si Chen. He said calmly, "Okay, that's all for today." Chapter 50. Captain Luo, I'm really sorry, I seem to have completely lost my mind just now, and I almost... Guanji Uraihi stood in front of Luo with a face full of shame. Recalling the scene that happened not long ago. She was surprised and delighted. Shockingly, she completely lost her mind, and allowed the blood of the ancestors in her body to manipulate her body. If it weren't for Si Chen's timely action, the battle just now really turned into a life and death duel between her and Luo. For the Light Moon Raihi who took the initiative to make a request for learning so that he could quickly grow his sword skills in actual combat and gain strength improvement. It's a very rude thing to do. But at the same time, she couldn't help but rejoice in the amazing progress she had made in battle. Not only did he completely break the psychological barrier, but he also went to the next level in Kendo. The control of Inma is really considered to be an entry into the house, and it can play the effect that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Even the blood demon technique was unconsciously affected. Developed the sword witch stunt. It can be said that there is a lot of profit, and a battle has made a lot of money. You know, just a few days ago, she was just the tail of a crane on the reef of Constantine. Even for daily competition, he can only choose Dusty, who also has no ability to awaken domineering. In the face of Moonlight Moria's blow from manipulating the demon ounce, he didn't even have room to resist, so he was fanned away. But now? A sword streamer moon ode, Inma flowing cherry blossoms, blood ghost magic sound killing, sword witch. If you let your current self fight against Moonlight Moria again. Even if you can't win, at least you have some strength to compete, and you won't be so useless. And that's all changed. It all started on that night. She received the gift of the blood of the ancestors from Lord Si Chen. Moreover, compared to other last quarter moons, all more. Still, she still has to apologize to Luo anyway. If it was really the moment of life and death just now, I'm afraid that both of them will be seriously injured. But she herself is under the constitution of a ghost, and she can be healed quickly. Luo is afraid that he will use the ability of the surgical fruit to give himself a tense and exciting emergency surgery. Remove your own injured organs, and then treat your own body with your own hands. That picture. It's shameful to think about. It's okay, Princess Raihi, after all, with Lord Si Chen watching, the situation won't get out of control. Luo is very open-minded. In the battle just now, we must admit that he had elements of underestimating the enemy. But the progress made by Guanji Uraihi in the battle was also really admired by him. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the descendant of Mitsuki Mida. He has a kendo talent that ordinary people can't match. Lord Si Chen, I'm sorry to disgrace you. Guanjia Raihe bowed his head towards Si Chen again. The battle just now is a rare experience for you, so let's reminisce about it and strive to become stronger as soon as possible. Yes, Hiri will definitely work hard. Si Chen nodded. Suddenly, at this moment, all three people on the boat looked up at the same time and looked ahead. I saw a ship with tattered sails and a pirate flag. Silently appeared in front of the ghost ship. The pirate banner is a skull with two twin knives stacked on top of each other in the shape of a cross. At the front end of the pirate ship is a skull with fangs bearing. There are traces of corrosion everywhere on the hull. If you hadn't seen it sailing in the deep sea. When people see it on the dock, they are afraid that they will treat it as an abandoned ship. Lord Si Chen, the style of this ship is somewhat similar to our ghost ship. Guanjia Raihe smiled slightly, and was in a happy mood. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of this ship helped her relieve the awkward atmosphere. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. The skeleton ship that suddenly appeared in the deep sea was coming towards the ghost ship where he and the others were. Out of gratitude, Guanjia Raihe is very interested in communicating with the people on the skeleton ship. But she didn't expect that her joke had just been finished. I heard a hum sound in the void. The voice was cold, slightly childish, like a child in a daze. Guanjia Raihe was slightly stunned in his heart. Is it a delusion? But at this time, she saw Si Chen looking at her with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Not true. It's true. There was a voice just now. Not long ago, Guanjia Raihe used a ghost story to make fun of PayPal and Luo. Now I'm scared again. She immediately understood. The ghost ship that Si Chen is driving is probably far more simple than it seems. On this ship, there is also an invisible ghost that can hear everyone's speech. It didn't seem to like to compare it to the skeleton ship on the other side. Careless. Guanjia Raihe bit his lip lightly, and just wanted to explain. But he didn't seem to know how to defend himself for a while. At this moment, a sharp voice came from the skeleton ship that was getting closer and closer opposite. He, who's on the ship ahead, report your name, this is the captain of the Flying Dutchman, Vander Decken 9. Do you want to get through the sea, ready with gifts and berry? Oh, what a beautiful woman, I have decided, keep her, and I will have great mercy on you to let you go. Chapter 51. Captain Vander Decken 9 of the Flying Pirates stands on the head of a skeleton. With his hands in his pockets, he put on a posture that he thought was a chic master. He wears a delicate top hat, several gold necklaces around his neck, and a bright yellow cloak behind him. With a unique hairstyle that he has carefully groomed. And a short beard on the lower jaw. A fan flavor is particularly strong. Vander Decken's ace didn't last long, though. I saw his eyes glance at the ghost ship in front of him. In an instant, both eyes were about to pop out. Of the 4 people standing on the boat, 3 of them were completely ignored by him. All attention fell on the woman in a white samurai suit and a long sword. What kind of stunning beauty is this? Tall figure, good countenance, sassy and heroic. Especially at this moment, Guanjia Raihe just finished learning skills with Luo Qiao. There are still fine beads of sweat on his cheeks, and his complexion is slightly reddened from strenuous exercise. Youthful, beautiful, lively, vivid. It pierced Vander Decken's heart in one fell swoop. I'm going to get her. I'm going to get her. I'm going to swear. Vander Decken thinks it's a good day. The sea area where you are today is the only way to reach Fishman Island in the Chambord Islands. As we all know, there are only 2 ways to get to the New World. The first is to bypass the Holy Land of Mary Joy. This passage is basically only chosen by people with normal status, such as members of the royal family of various kingdoms, or merchant ships with formal procedures. The pirates go to the world government and submit an application for access. Unless you're the 7 Marshal Seas, or you're having a rusty brain, you'll do such a ridiculous act. The second is to travel through the underwater world after being coated from the Chambord Islands. Almost all pirates can only choose this path. That's why Vander Decken stays here every day. There's always something to be gained. You must know that most of the powerful pirates in the world are devil fruit abilities. Once you fall into the sea, you lose all abilities. The seabed can be said to be a battlefield that is naturally unfavorable to those who are able. In addition, the vast majority of pirates have no experience in fighting in the deep sea. Faced with Vander Decken, who is home to the bottom of the sea, he is often at a loss and is beaten one by him in the Flying Dutchman. None of them require too much complex tactical design. Just break the bubble wrap outside the opponent's boat. Many pirates will collapse on their own. Of course, Vander Decken is also a smart guy who watches people's dishes. As a loner, he wouldn't choose to attack the hordes of pirates. Keep an eye on the small boats that are also loners. And he didn't kill all his prey. As long as the other party pays a satisfactory protection fee, he will let the other party go. In addition, although this sea area is a must-pass, the scope of this must-pass through is still very large. Whether it is the Navy or the Neptune King Army on Fishman Island, it is not easy to capture him, a lone wolf. It's a pity. Often lone ships mean limited financial resources. Every time Vander Decken didn't get enough to satisfy him. And the guys of the new Fishman pirates can attack large fleets, and they make a lot of money every time. But it's better than freedom. Don't be tied down in any way. Anyway, the water flows for a long time. And it's not like there isn't something good every time. Like now. The woman on the black dhow. He's determined to get it. This woman can entertain him for a long time before he gets the white star. Just when Vander Decken was still dreaming of spring and autumn. Suddenly, he heard a low shout from the boat opposite. Room. Before he could react, he found that the scene in front of him had suddenly undergone earth-shaking changes. I didn't know when I was moved. Inexplicably, he appeared on the ghost ship. He was only less than 10 steps away from the stunning woman he had always dreamed of. It's great. He. It seems that this beautiful lady can't wait to be impressed by the trendy demeanor below. In that case, I won't talk much, come with me. By the way, who used the ability just now to bring me here, please use it again, and send me back to the ship with this beautiful lady. That way the rest of you will be able to pass safely. On deck, there was a dead silence. Both Law and PayPal looked at Vander Decken with a complicated look. There was a foolish banter in his eyes. There is also deep sympathy and pity. This guy really doesn't know what kind of iron plate he hit into. And obviously limited knowledge, the brain is not very flexible. All of them were instantly teleported to the opponent's ship by the ability of the surgical fruit. There is still no awareness of the difference in strength between the two sides. Even also dared to speak out and tease the light moon and the sun. Pure is dancing on the blade. Don't die. Chapter 52. Hey, what are you all doing in a daze? He, I don't know what this beautiful lady is called. Speak, bastard, I warn you, I'm a descendant of the original legendary pirates, Vander Decken. Not to mention being born in a famous family, he is still a person with the ability to rake the target fruit. You know the target fruit, as long as the target I touch, it will always be my target. In the future, all the items I throw will automatically find you and launch an endless hunt. I warn you, now that this ship has been marked by me, do it at my command. Otherwise, you can imagine the days under the sea. Every day there will suddenly be a boulder, a sharp stake, or even a giant ship, a dead whale. Fear coming at you. Hey, damn it, you don't understand what you're in. Talk to me. I'm going to be angry. Vander Decken 9 felt like a clown at one point. In the old days, as long as he said the above, it can definitely make the pirates on the other side tremble. Everyone is afraid of being the target of his rake target fruit mark. Because that means being exposed to sudden threats all the time. Can't even sleep for a good night. What's worse is that, at a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea, bubble film has become the only life-saving prop for everyone. Once the bubble film on the hull of the ship is broken by an external attack, all of the people on board will be buried at the bottom of the sea. His Vander Decken wasn't very powerful, but he was disgusting enough. Especially in the environment of the seabed. Scoundrels. On the occasion of Vander Decken's madness, Guanjiu Raihe finally couldn't help but speak out loud. Lord Si Chen, can you hand him over to me? Guanjiu Raihe's voice was very cold. No woman likes to be stared at by Vander Decken's lewd little eyes. Not to mention the foul language that is unbearable. It just so happened that I couldn't control my emotions just now. The sword witch who used the blood ghost technique made a fool of herself in front of Lord Si Chen. Although Lord Si Chen didn't say anything to blame. But Guanjiu Raihe still didn't feel very comfortable in his heart. Nowadays, someone has come to the door and used it as a punching bag for himself. The light moon and the sun are really unwanted. Go ahead, but spare him a life, I'll be useful. After Si Chen finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the cabin. There is no intention of continuing to pay attention at all. It is also an expression of trust in Guanjiu Raihe sufficiently. In this regard, Guanjiu Raihe couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his excitement was overflowing. Radiant. Her expression made Vander Decken's eyes turn into the shape of a heart. It's itchy all over my body. I can't wait to be able to hug the woman in front of me into my arms immediately. But then, his good mood was gone. I saw the woman who was still smiling. In an instant, he turned his face. All of a sudden, it was sunny and cloudy. Looking at himself with cold eyes. The contempt and disgust on his face were undisguised. No, that's the difference between people and people. He smiled at the young man, and looked at me coldly at Captain Decken. Vander Decken was not happy about it. He straightened up, pinched his throat with one hand, and coughed twice before he was about to speak. And at this time, a sword light had lit up, and it was in front of him in the blink of an eye. A knife stream, an ode to the light and moon. The sword light, as holy as the moon, flew out of the scabbard and rushed towards the opponent. And halfway through, the holy sword light seemed to be contaminated by the evil demonic energy. A purple-red gas silently climbed to the top of the sword light. A demonic head was formed, with fangs and claws, and a hideous face. Inma, flowing Sakura. Holiness blends with evil. Let this sword skill not only have the speed and sharpness from a sword stream, but also have the strength and lethality of flowing cherry blossoms. Vander Decken 9 didn't even react. The sword light had already hit his body. Blood splattered. Both Law and PayPal turned their heads at this moment. I can't bear to look at the tragic scene on the deck anymore. I saw Vander Decken, who was originally proud of his trendy fashion. In the blink of an eye, it has become unrecognizable. Not only one arm was severed by the sword light and flew out. The clothes on his body turned into rags in an instant, and strips of rags hung on his body, like beggars. His clothes were rotten into stripes, and they couldn't hide his scarred body at all. A cursory glance. Captain Decken, who has now turned into a bloody man, has at least hundreds of wounds, densely packed. And it's all new trauma. Blood was still dripping out. It is conceivable that when Guanjiu Raihe took out the sword, everything was planned. The sword chi is reduced to 0, and each one is wrapped in flowing cherry blossoms, forming the effect of 1,000 swords. Luo and PayPal glanced at each other, and they both saw deep heart palpitations. Woman, you really can't be provoked. Chapter 53. Fishman Island. The whole is surrounded by a huge double-layered semicircular bubble film shield. There is a layer of air between the two layers of shields. The inhabitants of the island, whether they are fish people, merfolk, or alien humans. It is relying on this layer of air and the sunlight that Eve of the Sun Tree attracts from the sea. Live an almost identical life to the ground one. The sky, clouds, day and night change. At the same time, this double-layer shield also plays a hidden protective role. Once there were ships that were coated on the Chambord Islands, but did not follow the correct path to the Isle of Fishman. The passport will automatically strip the ship's coating and integrate it into the shield's own defenses. As a result, the stowaway boat, which had lost its coating, was swallowed up by the deep sea. Thanks to this inconspicuous but extremely important means, the Dragon Palace Kingdom, located on Fishman Island, has effectively managed and registered the people who enter and leave Fishman Island. Someone noticed. Since half a month ago, the Neptune King army of the Dragon Palace Kingdom has stepped up its inspection of the entrance to Fishman Island. Moreover, Lady Charlie, a famous soothsayer with high prestige on Fishman Island. It is also guarded near the entrance every day. I don't even take care of the mermaid cafe business. I don't know who I'm waiting for. Mrs. Charlie, it's almost dawn, and you've stayed up all night, why don't you go back and rest first? A tall and burly male mermaid with a trident in her hand and long wavy blue hair like sea water said to Xiaoli. Lady Charlie is also a woman of large size. He is 5 meters tall, with black hair and blue eyes, and his upper body is a human body, wearing a dark purple hooded shirt. The lower body is a typical mermaid's tail, and the tail fin is a beautiful crescent moon shape. She shook her head and responded. Your Royal Highness, you don't have to accompany me, it will be dawn in less than an hour, and I will go back then. Lady Charlie, you are the best soothsayer on the island, and half of the future of Fishman Island depends on you, and as the commander of the Neptune King's army, of course I want to ensure your safety. Your Highness, Xiaoli is grateful. The burly mermaid is none other than the great prince of Neptune, the king of the current Dragon Palace Kingdom, Shark Star. Just as he has the word shark in his name, he belongs to the shark mermaid family. The great prince of Shark Star hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Lady Charlie, can I take the liberty of asking, who are you waiting for the arrival of Fishman Island every night for the past half a month? Lady Charlie shook her head and smiled bitterly, and said an answer that shocked the Shark Star prince. I don't know. You don't know either. Does your highness think I'm teasing you? No, Lady Charlie's personality, whether it is a mermaid or a fishman on the island, is extremely convincing. Alas, don't hide it from your highness, I saw the future of Fishman Island in a divination half a month ago. What? The Shark Star Grand Prince was shocked, and he hurriedly asked. Such a big matter, Mrs. Xiaoli, why don't you report it to the Dragon Palace? Madame Charlie shook her head. I saw the future, shrouded in a dark fog, and I couldn't see the picture at all, which had never happened before. This. The great prince of the Shark Star was even more anxious. Lady Charlie's divination accuracy has always been 100% accurate. Including when she was 4 years old, she perfectly predicted the arrival of the era of pirates. The only flaw is that she can't predict the exact time of the event. But as long as it's the picture of the prophecy in the crystal ball. Without exception. All of them have been verified one by one in the long river of time that followed. For the first time in history, in Lady Charlie's crystal ball, she saw the future of Fishman Island, but she couldn't see the specific picture. Shrouded in a dark fog? Is this prophecy a blessing or a curse for Fishman Island? The Shark Star Grand Prince had an inexplicable premonition in his heart. So, is there a solution? That's why I've been here every night, and I've seen a ship coming from the deep sea. Before the fog covered the crystal ball. What does that ship look like, Lady Charlie, please tell me, and I order all the guards to report as soon as they find it. I only saw the outline of the ship, it was pitch black, with sails on 3 sides, and it seemed to flicker. Ghost. I've written it all down. Are there any other characteristics, Lady Charlie, Lady Charlie? The great prince of the Shark Star looked up. Suddenly, it was discovered that Lady Charlie seemed to be in a petrified state. Blankly staring ahead. What's wrong with you, Lady Charlie? The Shark Star Grand Prince stretched out his palm and shook it in front of Lady Charlie's eyes. At this time, his palm was grabbed by Xiaoli, very hard. Don't remember, Your Highness, that ship, it's ahead, it's heading for us. Chapter 54. Stop, King Neptune's army surged, and the ship ahead stopped immediately. In front of the ghost ship, a large group of heavily armed merfolk soldiers suddenly appeared. Light Moon Ri and the first to step out of the cabin. Of the 4 people on board, 3 were prominent figures on the Navy's bounty order. Despite the existence of Fishman Island, there are certain differences from other places. But it is also a trouble that can be avoided, so try to avoid it as well. Excuse me, do you have anything to do? We are not a merchant ship, and we are not carrying goods that need to be cleared for customs clearance. Mitsuki Hiri changed into a splendid kimono, and his hair was coiled up, dignified and elegant. Under normal circumstances, with her in the background, she can basically cope with some superficial inspections. But this time, it was clearly a bad comer. I saw that behind a large group of soldiers, 2 more people came to the deck. One is a tall and burly male mermaid holding a golden trident. Judging by the attitude of the soldiers towards him, it should be the identity of the commander. The other is a female mermaid with short black hair, and her blue eyes seem to contain infinite mystical powers. The attitude of these people towards the ghost ship is significantly different from that of other ships that are clearing the entrance. Light Moon Day and Heart Vigilance. His right hand was quietly resting on the hilt of Inma's sword. Hello, my name is Xiaoli, I am a fortune teller, this is His Highness the Shark Star, the great prince of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. As soon as Xiaoli spoke, Guanjai looked stunned. She herself is from a noble background in Wano country, and she knows very well what the identity of the eldest prince means. Once there is a conflict here, I'm afraid that the ghost ship will immediately become the enemy of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. With Lord Si Chen in charge, she would not be afraid of a mere Dragon Palace Kingdom. But even she doesn't know the purpose of Si Chen's trip at the moment. I am afraid that the unexpected outbreak of conflict will cause unnecessary trouble, thus delaying Si Chen's time. Light Moon Day and time of hesitation. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Si Chen. Guanjai opened his mouth to speak. Was stopped by Si Chen waving his hand. Go back, Hiri, I have something to say to this lady. Si Chen said. Yes. Mitsuki Hiowa obediently turned around and returned to the cabin. At this time, the Shark Star Great Prince, who had seen Si Chen's face clearly, suddenly changed his expression drastically. He raised the trident in his hand and aimed it at Si Chen. The eldest prince's move immediately caused a chain reaction. All the soldiers of the Neptune King army who accompanied them raised their weapons one after another, and pointed their spears directly at the red-eyed man on the ghost ship. You are Si Chen, the 5th emperor with a bounty of 3.8 billion berry. Shark Star's words suddenly caused 1,000 waves. The soldiers of the Neptune King's army, who had the absolute upper hand in numbers, all showed panic on their faces when they heard this. 5 emperors. The people of Fishman Island will not forget. Due to the consistent discrimination of the human world against fish. In the years when the era of pirates began, pirates brought many disasters to this country. Young mermaid women are often able to fetch sky-high prices on the auction market. Therefore, there were constantly navies or pirates who frantically invaded Fishman Island in that era and carried out large-scale abduction and looting. That chaotic era is not that far ago. It's only been 20 years. Even among the current soldiers of the King of Neptune, there are also many people who have suffered greatly and lost relatives or friends. It can be described as an unforgettable pain. Fortunately, Whitebeard later announced that Fishman Island would be included in the territory. The chaotic situation has only improved. People have only been living in peace for a few years. And suddenly, A5 emperors who is as famous as Whitebeard suddenly descended on Fishman Island. It's hard not to be afraid that the disaster of the year will happen again. Fear spread among the soldiers in an instant. Your Highness, don't be nervous, I don't perceive malice from this person. Lady Xiaoli stood between Sharkstar and Si Chen. Isolated from a conflict that could erupt at any moment. She then said to Si Chen. Captain Si Chen, I see that the future in you, like the future of Fishman Island, is covered in a dark fog. Out of responsibility for the safety of Fishman Island, can I ask what the real purpose of your trip is? Si Chen's gaze looked around. Across the nervous faces of the soldiers. He sighed lightly and said slowly. I'm here for an old friend. Old friend. Including Xiaoli and Sharkstar. They were all shocked by Si Chen's words. Fishman Island is a relatively closed independent kingdom, and communication with the human world is extremely limited. Add to that discrimination and pervasive acts of predation. Aside from the ships that led to the New World, there were few inhabitants of the island who were willing to make friends with humans. Si Chen is a legendary pirate who has been active on the sea 40 years ago. Now it is even more expensive for the 5 emperors. It's the kind of real big guy who sneezes and Dragon Palace City will be shaken 3 times. He came to Fishman Island on this trip. Actually to meet an old friend? Who is qualified to be Si Chen's friend? Who has such a big face that is worthy of the 5 emperors coming to the bottom of the sea voluntarily? I beg your pardon for taking the liberty of asking, I wonder what is the name of your friend? The Sharkstar Grand Prince asked cautiously. Si Chen slowly spit out his answer. Bok Tiger. Chapter 55. Bok Tiger. When the great prince of Sharkstar heard this name, his pupils trembled. Of course he knew the name. Because before he took over the command of the Neptune King's army, the man in charge is none other than Bok Tiger. He suddenly returned from a trip 40 years ago. Through layers of selection. In the end, with an absolute advantage in strength, he defeated many competitors and won the position of commander. For the next 30 years, Bok Tiger was a man of his best. Not only through his personal teaching, but also improved the overall combat power of the Neptune King's army. He is loved by many warriors, including the great prince of Shark himself. At the same time, he thwarted several assassination attempts against Princess Otohim. Drove out a group of black sheep among the palace guards, including Haughty Jones. Trusted by the king and princess. And among the ordinary people of Fishman Island. Bok Tiger's name is also often mentioned. However, in the folk, he is more mentioned because of his other identity. Fishman Island hero, Fisher Tiger's father. Speaking of Fisher Tiger, it is even more famous, and everyone knows it. Even outside of Fishman Island, it is also very famous. He was the first person in the history of Fishman Island to dare to challenge the world government, and the first person to attack the holy land of Mary Joya and retreat with his whole body. The Mary Joya attack left countless slaves persecuted by the Draconians. Escaped from the sea of suffering. So much so that Fisher Tiger also has a high reputation in the human world. Father and son. One holds the position of commander of the Neptune King's army, guarding the safety of Fishman Island. The other is leading the Sun Pirates in front of him, galloping vertically and horizontally. So much so that at that time, both the people on Fishman Island were full of expectations for the future. I believe that with the concerted efforts of Tiger and his son, the future of Fishman Island must be destined to be infinitely bright. But what few people know is, the private relationship between father and son is the same, and it is not as harmonious as the people think. The reason for this lies in the different attitudes towards human beings. Bok Tiger is a staunch supporter of Princess Otohim, advocating closeness to humanity and living in friendship and peace with humans. Fisher Tiger pursued a policy of peace during his voyages and did not kill a single human being. However, from the bottom of his heart, he hates human beings, and always believes that fish people should be distinguished from humans, and strive for freedom with their own hands, rather than relying only on human charity. Differences in core perspectives. Plus Bok left Fishman Street when Fisher was a kid and went out to sea on his own. As a result, the father and son lacked a deep emotional foundation since childhood. After each of them has achieved high prestige, there are very few opportunities to sit down and communicate. However, only a few members of the royal family can know the inside story of this. In the eyes of the vast majority of the people of Fishman Island, Bok and Fisher, father and son, are undoubtedly the two brightest stars in the history of Fishman Island, like the sun and the moon, shining together on the future of Fishman Island. Learned that the old friend in Si Chen's mouth was actually the famous Bok tiger. The expression of the Shark Star Prince relaxed a lot. There's this relationship. He believed that Si Chen should not be unfavorable to the Dragon Palace Kingdom for no reason. But soon, a problem arose that gave him a headache. If only Bok were still alive. It's easy to do. Directly let him come forward and talk to the 5 emperors. But, Master Bok, he's already. It's gone. The Shark Star Prince's eyes were full of grief. For him, Bok was still the master who taught him martial arts, and he watched him grow up watching him grow up. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is half a father. I know, so, please introduce me to King Neptune. I have something to discuss with the king about Princess Otohim. Coral Hill. This is a bustling town located in the southeast of Mermaid Island. Madame Charlie's famous Mermaid Cafe is located here. Ladies and gentlemen, please rest in the box first, and wait for the great prince of the Shark Star to report to Dragon Palace City. Mrs. Xiaoli said to Si Chen and his party. At the same time, she turned her eyes to Law, PayPal, and the tightly bound Vander Decken. Law, a supernova pirate, has a bounty of 200 million berry. Vander Decken 9, Fishman Island's famous stirring stick, has escaped the Neptune army many times. Lady Charlie was curious. The combination of Luo and Si Chen, how did it come to be? Who was the ruthless hand behind the terrible wounds on Vander Decken 9? Madame Charlie pondered who was the list of suspects in the scourge of Vander Decken 9. Subconsciously ignore the beautiful and gentle light moon and sun. Okay, Lady Charlie, I'm sorry for you. Guanjiuraihe smiled gently and expressed his gratitude to Mrs. Xiaoli. Xiaoli looks at Guanjiuraihe more and more, and loves it from the bottom of her heart. You're welcome, if you need anything, just feel free to contact me, and... Another. She looked at Vander Decken, who was still wailing, and hesitated. Do I need to call a doctor for you? Hearing this, Vander Decken nodded hurriedly. At this moment, I heard the light moon and the gentle voice sounding faintly. No, you can't die. Chapter 56. Brother Chad Oris, this is the most famous mermaid cafe, and there are mermaid dance performances to watch. At nightfall, a large group of people suddenly broke into the mermaid cafe. The tranquil atmosphere of the hall playing beautiful piano music was instantly broken by a rude and brutal voice. The people who had been dining in the cafe were dissatisfied and frowned. Looked towards the door. But after just one glance, he quickly withdrew his gaze. I saw that the leader who entered the cafe was a strong man with tattoos on his upper body, long hair, and tendons. Whether it's the appearance of the dress, or the fierce eyes, all reveal that this is a barbaric character who is definitely not easy to provoke. But compared to this strong man, the leading man who stepped into the hall afterwards was the more feared existence. This person is huge, with a height of nearly 7 meters. As soon as people enter the cafe, they move forward like a mountain of meat. Let the guests sitting at the door get up and dodge, so as not to be accidentally trampled flat by those powerful feet. Fortunately, the Mermaid Cafe often hosts tall mermaids and fish people. In addition, the store manager, Mrs. Xiaoli, is also a huge body 5 meters away. Otherwise, it's an average human cafe. I'm afraid that the entire building will be crushed by this man like Roshan. Good evening guests, welcome to the Mermaid Cafe, I'm the waitress here, Eli, do you have a reservation spot? A tall mermaid with long black curly hair tied to a double ponytail greeted the newcomers. Make an appointment, do you know who is standing in front of you? Hurry up and vacate your best box for us. A man with a long knife at his waist and his hair rising up like a flame said proudly with squinted eyes. Eri was unmoved, still with a professional smile on her face. I'm sorry, guest, but tonight, due to the store manager Mrs. Xiaoli receiving a group of distinguished guests, our best box already has guests in the reception. Ha ha ha, big brother, they actually said that there are distinguished guests who occupy the box we want. The largest man, known as Big Brother, had a brown beard and 3 long braids. It's very conspicuous and eye-catching. He grinned and let out a woo-ho laugh. Our T-beard pirates are the most reasonable. Little girl, you take us to the box, and I will discuss with them who should sit at the end. Ha ha ha, yes, let's discuss. All the members of the T-beard pirates let out a wild laugh. Eri frowned, displeased. The grade of the Mermaid Cafe is placed here, and the guests who come and go on weekdays are rarely rude. In addition, most people on Fishman Island know that Lady Xiaoli is familiar with the royal family members of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. There are few people who dare to come here and be presumptuous. But, after all, Fishman Island is the only way for pirates to reach the New World. In the past, it is not without those who relied on force to do evil and try to make trouble. But these people are often dealt with by the fishman bodyguards at the door. Fish people are born with 10 times the strength of humans. Plus the unique environment of Fishman Island. It's easy to teach ordinary pirates how to behave. But now, even if this group of people let out such unbridled laughter, the fishman bodyguards who were supposed to be guarding the door didn't come in to stop them. Most likely, they have been defeated by this group of barbarians a long time ago. How is this good? Eri gave her companions a look not far away. Now the only way is to wake up Mrs. Xiaoli, who has not had a good night's sleep for half a month. Then through Lady Xiaoli's connections, he went to Dragon Palace City to ask for reinforcements. She's going to do it during this time. Hold off the savage humans as long as you can. Don't let them disturb the rest of Lady Charlie's guests. With a smile on her face, Eri said. Why don't I make a big enough space in the lobby for you to enjoy coffee and watch a show? When T-Beard heard this, he just dug his nostrils. No, our brothers of the T-Beard Pirates, we only sit in the best private rooms and watch solitary performances wherever we go. Do you mean to let us dine with these lowly fish peoples? I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm sick to my stomach. As soon as his words came out, everyone, including Ixaly, suddenly changed their faces. Discrimination. This is a pain that will always be engraved in the hearts of every Fishman Island people. Now, a gang of humans swaggering into the territory of the merfolk. He even spoke out in public and made discriminatory remarks. How can we not make the fish people present feel indignant? Suddenly, there were several mermaid men, who couldn't help but be full of anger and took the case. What do you say? T-Beard squinted his eyes at the mermaid who spoke. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised. I said, all the mermaids here, oh, including the few waste fishman bodyguards at the door, are Raj. Who has an opinion? Chapter 57. What's going on out there, why is it so noisy? Guanjiuraihi had just made coffee for Si Chen with his own hands, when he suddenly heard a noise coming from outside the door. After communicating with the Great Prince of Shark Star and Xiaoli at the entrance of Fishman Island, the time is almost daylight. Although the sunlight on the bottom of the sea is introduced into the deep sea through the sun tree eve. But after all, that's also the sunshine of the day. So despite being 10,000 meters under the sea, Si Chen and Guanjiurai he still chose to avoid the sun. Originally, the great prince of Shark Star was going to invite Si Chen and the others to go directly to Dragon Palace City to stay. Was politely rejected by Si Chen because he had other important things. In the face of the 5 emperors, the Shark Star Grand Prince is not easy to coerce excessively. But really let such a big man act at will on the island. He couldn't rest assured. Fortunately, at this time, Mrs. Xiaoli proposed to let Si Chen and the others go to the Mermaid Cafe with her. It just so happens that the location of the Mermaid Cafe is in Coral Hill, a prosperous place, and it is convenient for Si Chen and the others to go to Mermaid Island no matter where they go. In addition, Lady Charlie and the members of the Mermaid Cafe were staring. In case of any accidents, you can also report to Ryugu Castle in time. But I'm afraid that Xiaoli and the Shark Star Prince didn't expect it. Si Chen, Luo and the others sat in the cafe and kept to themselves. But he unexpectedly took the initiative to find the door. Boom! The door of the box was kicked off. The cracked wooden door flew towards Luo's location. The latter was slightly sideways to avoid the attack of the wooden door. Then the wooden door slammed into the wall behind him. Like a giant sword, stuck in the wall. Countless cracks have sprung up. You can imagine how powerful this flying kick that broke through the door was. Woo ho ho ho! T-Beard's huge body was the first to squeeze into the confines of the box. I saw that he was holding a machete at this time, and the knife was still dripping with blood. At the same time, his captain's hat, long cape, and brown beard were stained with blood. Apparently he came here after seeing blood. At the same time, the other members of the T-Beard Pirates also followed the boss into the room. Everyone was bloodied, and all of them had hideous expressions on their faces. The whole group was murderous, the smell of blood came to the nostrils, and ordinary people were afraid of meeting them on the road, so they had to retreat in a hurry. Hey, listen to the people in the house, I heard that you are a distinguished guest invited by the store manager, occupying this box, or let's discuss whether to let us come out and give us a seat for the T-Beard Pirates, what do you think? T-Beard is not a reckless pirate either. I have long inquired clearly, the strongest combat power of Fishman Island, the 7 martial seas Jinping, is not on the island. And the Whitebeard Pirates gave the Dragon Palace Kingdom a great deal of freedom. Despite claiming asylum on Fishman Island, no cotters are stationed there. Knowing that Fishman Island's strongest combat power is in a vacuum. Only then did he dare to come and go wild. Of course, there are trade-offs to be made in controlling the situation. If he went on a killing spree on the island, or rushed into Dragon Palace City, he wouldn't be able to do it with 100,000 guts. In that case, it would be equivalent to angering Whitebeard, and he would be dead. However, a mere mermaid cafe is a different story. Even if Whitebeard asks, he can also prevaricate with business conflicts. It will not cause serious consequences. In this way, the entrusted task can be perfectly accomplished. This makes it easy to get a huge commission bounty. Fishman's money is easy to earn, and it is much easier and more enjoyable to make money than to fight and die in the new world. T-Beard spends most of his energy on fantasies after receiving the bounty, thinking about how to squander such a windfall. Suddenly, he found that his little brothers seemed to have become much quieter all of a sudden. It's not at all the arrogant and domineering style of their T-Beard Pirates. T-Beard exhaled a white mist from his nostrils dissatisfied. Snorted coldly, "What's the matter, are you dumbfounded?" He lowered his head, looked around the fat belly, and looked at the little man on the ground. The first thing that caught my eye was a woman. Wearing a purple kimono and pink flower ornaments, the national color is fragrant, and the flowers and moon are beautiful. It is indeed a rare and beautiful woman. No wonder the little ones are like lost souls, and they can't speak. T-Beard grinned. He had no interest in such a delicate woman. There is only one way that can attract his attention. That is the type like Aunt Charlotte Lingling, both in size and strength, which is big enough. However, since the younger brothers like it. He, who is the eldest brother, how can he not think about the happiness of the younger brothers? T-Beard then turned his gaze to the others in the box. Prepare to ask for this woman in a kimono. The next moment, T-Beard's eyes widened suddenly. His expression suddenly became stiff and sluggish. I saw it not far away. A young man, holding a long knife, sits quietly in a chair. Behind him is a cracked wall. But he didn't seem to be impressed by all the surprises. I'm even calmly sipping my coffee. Trafalgar Row! T-Beard exclaimed. Chapter 58. Cold sweat suddenly broke out from T-Beard's fat body. The man who calmly tasted the coffee, wearing a leopard-spotted winter fur hat with 2 small gold earrings. The chin has a signature tuft of mustache. The pale yellow-lined t-shirt also depicts a skull. Isn't it the supernova pirate with a bounty of 200 million berry? Trafalgar Row. How could you meet such a big guy in a mermaid cafe? Chad Olos Higlich's the T-Beard remembered his 80 million bounty, and the 200 million bounty he was carrying. I want to cry without tears. As the saying goes, there are only pirates in the world who are called by the wrong name, and there are no pirates who give the wrong bounty. Especially at the level of more than 50 million bounties. The amount of bounty given by the world government to each pirate is strictly set by the standard. Not only does it take into account the size of the pirate's ability, but it also takes into account past records and experiences. This gives a convincing bounty. You could say that a tanuki with a bounty of only 50 berry is grossly underestimated. But it can't be said that a sea thief with a bounty of 500 million is seriously overestimated. Because the probability of the latter happening, it is almost zero. Obviously it's a person who only needs to stir up trouble in the mermaid cafe. And spread the language of human discrimination against fish people. The task can be completed perfectly. But at the instigation of the younger brothers. I have to go to the top box of the bird to enjoy it. At this moment, T-Beard's heart only has infinite regret and chagrin. I knew I would have slipped away just now. Now it's a hit on the iron plate, and if you want to go, you have to agree to others. A smile hurriedly appeared on his face. Bending down, facing Trafalgar Row's position, he whispered softly. Captain Luo, you're here, it's a coincidence, it's a coincidence. It's all a momentary misunderstanding. Brothers, come and apologize to Captain Luo, and make amends. T-Beard bowed his head and bent down to admit his mistake, while on the other hand, he kept gesturing to the younger brothers behind him. Motioning for the others to hurry up and follow. Maybe it's because the whole group has a correct attitude and admits their mistakes in a timely manner. There can be a chance to live. He had studied in the newspapers the power of all the 100 million berry bounties and pirates. Among them, I was deeply impressed by the fruits of Luo's surgery. With his T-bearded physique, he is not too afraid of opponents who are known for their brute strength. It's only Luo's unguardable room space that makes him scared when he sees it. But he finished the gesture and waited for a long time. I didn't see my younger brothers follow. T-Beard blew his beard and glared, turning his head and glaring. But I saw that my subordinates were still looking like they were not giving up. Blankly looking in one direction ahead. And that's not where Luo is. Hey, what are you all looking at, can't you notice my gestures? T-Beard whispered angrily at one of his closest henchmen. At this time, the latter woke up from a dream and looked at T-Beard as well. There was unconcealed fear in his eyes. I saw him tremble and raise his hand, pointing in one direction. I was trembling when I spoke. Big brother, we may be in trouble this time. The younger brother was crying, and his face was dead grey. T-Beard angrily smacked on the top of the other's head. Of course Lao Tzu knows, isn't this a hurry up for you all to apologize to Captain Luo, one by one stunned like a stupid bird. T-Beard was so angry that his nostrils were smoking. No, it's not, big brother, look over there. Over there. T-Beard frowned and looked in the direction of his younger brother's finger. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, even the soul seems to be sealed in ice. He had just noticed a kimono woman standing in this direction. I thought the reason why the younger brothers stayed was because they were attracted by beauty. It was only this time that he followed the direction of his younger brother's finger and saw the man sitting behind the woman in the kimono. Suddenly frightened and scattered. Black suit, black hair, and red eyes, handsome appearance, elegant and charming. In recent times, who is the most popular role among women in the four seas including the Great Voyage and the New World? The man named Si Chen can definitely be far ahead on the popularity list and create a fault level. When his picture was published in newspapers and spread all over the world, countless noble ladies and young girls with spring fell into madness in an instant because of a photo. The three views follow the five senses. The truth of appearance justice is common in every world. Regarding Si Chen's appearance, in addition to women, it is the pirates who are most concerned. After all, it's a peer. I don't know if I will meet you on the road one day, if you offend someone who shouldn't be offended because of your clumsiness. Then you will be a super bad guy who will go down in history. Nowadays, T-Beard felt that he was worthy of the title of the first in the history of the super unlucky guy. After all, other people may have accidentally met on the road, which is bad luck. He hit the muzzle of the gun by himself, which is typical of his bad brain. 5 Emperors. T-Beard's teeth chattered. Chapter 59. When Si Chen raised his head, he looked around. In front of him, he already knelt down. From the T-Beard to his younger brothers, they all used a five-body posture to the ground, kneeling in front of Si Chen. If in front of the 200 million berry row, T-Beard had a hint of something else on his mind. If you can't talk about it, you may have a chance to fight to the death. In front of the 5 emperors of 3.8 billion. Don't dare to leave anything to chance. Honestly admit your mistakes. But if you want to say that the person who regrets it the most in the audience, the T-Beard is not in the first place. The one who really left the most tears of remorse was none other than Vander Decken 9, who was still tied up in the corner at the moment. 5 emperors. The strongest pirate in the 5th place of the 4 queens. He's not the kind of person who likes to read the newspaper for the first time. Even the intelligence outside of Fishman Island is rarely involved. From childhood to adulthood, his criteria for judging whether an opponent is strong or not are simple. Number of ships. In general, the largest number of ships, the huge fleet, the size. It is often the powerful forces that are invincible on the sea. For example, Whitebeard. He had witnessed the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates on Fishman Island. Dozens of pirate ships are on the roam. Flags spread across the sky. So he never thought of it. One of the 5 emperors in the title, comparable to Whitebeard. It turned out to be so low-key. An inconspicuous ghost ship, coated in an equally inconspicuous bubble film. There weren't even a few entourages on board. Quietly came to the deep sea. Fortunately, he didn't die in such a large area of the sea, and was bumped into by him Vander Decken 9. How unlucky! He hated himself for not taking more time out to read the newspaper. This time I completely suffered the loss of no culture. Waiting for Mrs. Xiaoli from Dragon Palace City, with the Shark Star Prince and a large number of soldiers. When I hurried back to the Mermaid Cafe. That's what I saw, a slightly comical picture. The front desk and lobby of the cafe were destroyed, and many people and mermaids were killed and injured. But the most important, but also the most immiscible box. In addition to the tragic destruction of the gate, even the walls are cracked. On the whole, it is not possible to see the traces left after the battle. Si Chen and Luo were still sitting on chairs, drinking coffee leisurely. Guanjiu Raihe is in charge of the work of a maid and is cleaning the scene. Everything looks so neat. There is no sign that it has ever been invaded by the most vicious pirates. Oh, no. After all, those big guys who are now extremely vicious was heading towards the Shark Star Great Prince and the others, revealing 2 rows of big yellow teeth. Smile brightly. The Great Prince of the Shark Star swears. He had never seen a pirate smile so happy in front of him in his life. It was as if he had come to capture their officers and soldiers with heavily armed soldiers, but rather as a savior who had fallen from the sky. He almost didn't stretch out his hands and took the initiative to say to them, "Come and get me, please." At this moment, the Great Prince of Shark Star seemed to have a new understanding. Perhaps, in the world, it will be able to completely eliminate the pirates. Not the navy, and even more so the regular armies of their kingdoms. Instead, a stronger pirate appeared. Strong enough to subdue the 4 emperors, no, the 5 emperors, to the level of Roger at the beginning. It can't be as short-lived as Roger. Dominate the seas for 10, 20, or even longer. Like Whitebeard guarding Fishman Island, set rules for all pirates, and those who refuse to accept it will be suppressed immediately. If we do that, we may be able to truly bring peace to the world that we have not seen for a long time. But it's so hard. Even if he is as strong as Whitebeard, there are 3 other 4 emperors who can compete with him. Even if he is as strong as Roger, he is limited by terminal illness and cannot form a long-term maritime supremacy. To stand on top of the world, we can't have the slightest aging and decline, and continue to subdue the new generation of strong people emerging on this sea for decades. Under the law of the constant cycle of devil fruits. It's so hard. People all age, and there is a limit to the peak period. No one will ever be young. But there will always be someone who is young. Wait. No one will ever be young? The Great Prince of the Shark Star suddenly raised his head and looked at Si Chen. It was an extremely young and handsome face. If you don't know the true identity of the other party, I'm afraid that he will treat Si Chen as a noble prince of the kingdom who is traveling all over the world. 40 years ago, the other party was already like this. 40 years later, he still retains his youth. Could it be? The Shark Star Great Prince's heart tightened instantly, and a certain possibility stirred in his heart. Let his heart flutter. At this moment, Si Chen's voice also happened to sound. Your Royal Highness the Shark Star Prince, I don't know, what is King Neptune's reply? The Great Prince of the Shark Star replied almost without thinking. Captain Si Chen, my father ordered me to come immediately tonight to pick up your Excellency into Dragon Palace City for a meeting, and he will personally wait for your Excellency at the city gate. Chapter 60. Late night on Fishman Island. Ryugu Castle. The city gate location is particularly lively tonight. King Neptune, riding his favorite whale, Hoi, himself stood guard at the city gates. The second prince of the Imperial Star, the third prince of the Overturned Star, the left and right ministers, and many other high-level officials of the kingdom. They also accompanied King Neptune. Such a grand reception couldn't help but make the city gate guards whisper. Is there anyone coming to the palace tonight, and why is it so solemn? Yes, King Neptune personally came to the city gate to greet him, and the last time was when the Whitebeard pirates came, right? Could it be that Whitebeard will come to Dragon Palace City again today? Then I want to take a good look at what the strongest man in the world looks like. I haven't been selected for the city guard last time. Shhhh. Say it fast, say it fast. I have my brother who is on duty at the entrance today, and he told me that there was an absolutely amazing big man last night. Don't sell it, who the hell is it? Say it quickly. Don't scare you by saying it. If you don't say anything, we'll beat you up. Hehe, don't worry, okay, I'll just say it directly, who is coming this time? 5 Emperors Sichen. 5, the 5 Emperors, who has been in the limelight in the newspapers lately. Yes, that's him. I've heard of it, half a month ago in the Chambord Islands, he was a manpower opponent of 3 admirals, and he retreated. Wow! At the city gate, the left minister, wearing one-sided glasses and holding a cane of horns, walked slowly to King Neptune's side. "O King, the soldiers are too noisy, do you need to let the ministers stop it?" King Neptune shook his head. "Curiosity is in the nature of all animals, and our soldiers are not exempt from vulgarity, so let them discuss it. But it's so noisy, in the end, it's not a system, I'm afraid it's abrupt to the guests. I'm sure my soldiers will be quiet when the guests arrive." Hearing King Neptune say this, the left minister had no choice but to respectfully retreat. At this moment, a team approached from afar. From the richly decorated phoenix-tailed car at the front, it can be seen that it is the personal guard of the great prince of Shark Star. King Neptune waved his hand and said in a loud voice, "All ready." In an instant, all the whispers disappeared. One by one, the guards held their heads high and looked ahead. The momentum of the king's army was suddenly revealed. It didn't take long. The Grand Prince of Shark Star also came to King Neptune. He jumped off the phoenix-tailed car, got down on one knee, and said, "Father, the sons have already welcomed the 5 emperors Sichen." King Neptune looked behind the Grand Prince of Shark Star. "I saw Si Chen standing on the phoenix-tailed car that was supposed to be qualified to board the royal family." He took off his top hat and placed it on his chest, stooping slightly to King Neptune. "Ho ho, Your Excellency the 5 emperors Si Chen, what an extraordinary temperament, please enter the Dragon Palace city." Minister Zhou also shouted appropriately at this time. "Let's go." In an instant, the huge team began to move towards the Dragon Palace castle. Halfway through, I transferred to a giant flounder. Si Chen and his entourage came to a magnificent huge building. Banquet Hall. For the Dragon Palace Kingdom, this time is equivalent to the venue of the state banquet. The venue is extremely spacious and tall, and the decor is luxurious. In the center, there is a shell-shaped stage where mermaid singers and musicians perform. King Neptune arranged for Si Chen, Luo, Guanjiuraihe, Baibao, and others to sit on the main seat. He and the 3 princes, the left and right ministers, personally accompanied. The specifications are extremely high. There was not much practical content at the feast. It's all officials' words. It was mainly by Guanjiuraihe who came forward to talk with the high-level leaders of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Luo and PayPal played the performance that outsiders should have, and they didn't say a word, just buried their heads in eating. Si Chen tasted a little bit of each dish. In the face of accosting including Neptune and the left and right ministers, he also responded politely. Overall, tepid. After 3 rounds of drinking, King Neptune finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "Your Excellency Si Chen, listen to my son's Shark Star report. Your Excellency wants to see me by name on this trip. I don't know, what's the matter?" See Neptune straight to the point. Si Chen was not tactful to him, and said directly, "To tell you the truth, I'm here for Princess Otohim." "What?" Everyone at the table was amazed. Princess Otohim, as a queen, has such a noble status. Si Chen came at her bluntly. Even if Si Chen is the status of the 5 emperors, it still makes people feel unhappy. What's more, it is not a secret that Princess Otohim was assassinated 7 years ago. In this way, the offense is all the more serious. The 3 eldest princes couldn't hold back the anger in their hearts at all, and stood up suddenly, glaring at Si Chen angrily. Even if the other party is the 5 emperors, he knows that the difference in strength is huge. It can involve the prestige of the mother. Even if they die, they will not hesitate to fight. Strangely, it should have been the most angry King Neptune. At this time, he looked strange. He stared at Si Chen for a long time. Finally, he slowly spit out a sentence that shocked everyone. "Your Excellency, do you know the truth about Otohim's coma and sleep?" Chapter 61. What? Comatose and sleeping. The 3 mermaid princes and the ministers on the left and right all stared. I couldn't believe what came out of King Neptune's mouth. Princess Otohime was assassinated 7 years ago. It's a well-known news on Fishman Island. Including the Shark Star Prince, many people have witnessed it with their own eyes. A human shoots from the back and kills Princess Otohime. Later, Ryugu Castle held a grand funeral for Princess Otohime. Even in the minds of the 3 princes and the left and right ministers, Princess Otohime has all passed away. Nowadays, King Neptune himself said that Princess Otohime did not die, but fell into a coma and fell into a deep sleep. The news was undoubtedly a depth charge that shocked everyone. Alas! King Neptune sighed deeply and stood up. I'm sorry, guys, but I've been lying to everyone, and that's what Bok and I decided to make together. But now is the time to tell you the truth. Please come with me, Your Excellency Si Chen and all of you. After more than 10 minutes, the group followed King Neptune to a tall tower. Father, this is where my sister Shirahoshi lives. The great prince of Shark Star spoke. He remembered that when his sister Princess Shirahoshi was 6 years old, he inadvertently summoned the Sea Kings with a cry, and was just seen by Vander Decken 9. The latter, because of his ancestors, has been looking for a mermaid princess who can manipulate the Sea Kings. As a result, he knew how terrifying Princess Shirahoshi's abilities were, so he moved to take Shirahoshi for himself. But in the face of the ugly appearance and no background of Vander Decken 9 came to the door to propose. How could King Neptune agree to this wedding? Resolutely refuse without hesitation. But Vander Decken 9 was a scoundrel. When the courtship failed, he moved the idea of forcibly marrying. Relying on the opportunity of touching Shirahoshi's little hand, he activated the marking ability of the target fruit. With Princess Shirahoshi as the bullseye, she keeps throwing dangerous objects from all over the place. So much so that when Baisin usually goes out normally, he will face danger to his life. As a last resort, King Neptune had no choice but to build a hard shell tower for Shirahoshi, heavily guarded by troops on the perimeter. This is to ensure the safety of Princess Shirahoshi. As a seahorse mermaid, the right minister always carries the long knife of the crescent moon blade and personally guards the gate of the hard shell tower. Don't let any of the juniors have a chance to sneak in and hurt Princess Shirahoshi. It's obviously talking about Princess Otohime related. Why did King Neptune take everyone to the hard shell tower where Princess Shirahoshi lived? I think of the 3 princes and the left and right ministers in normal times. If you want to enter and exit the hard shell tower, you need to report to the palace in advance. Obtain the approval of King Neptune to obtain pass. In the past, everyone only thought that King Neptune loved his daughter, so he acted more cautiously. Nowadays, it seems that there are many different flavors. Father, my son has something important to say. The great prince of the Shark Star was in front of the door of the hard shell tower, and suddenly stood up and spoke. What? Asked King Neptune. It's about Vander Decken 9, and the retainer was originally going to report it again tomorrow morning, but since he came to the hard shell tower, the retainer thinks it's better to report it here. Vander Decken 9, could it be that the Aquaman's army has already captured this man? King Neptune's eyes flashed with fierceness. Since the age of 6, Princess Shirahoshi has been locked in this hard shell tower and is not allowed to take a single step. As a father, this is the eternal pain in his heart. Seeing other people's children, playing around in their childhood, while the pearl in his palm is washing his face with tears in the closed tower every day. How could King Neptune not feel guilty, and his heart was like a knife? But although he was the king of a country, he had nothing to do with Vander Decken 9. Although the Dragon Palace Kingdom has the word Dragon Palace, it sits on the territory of Fishman Island. But it is far from being the absolute ruler of this deep sea. There are mostly powerful fishmen and human pirates who can ignore the attitude from the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Reckless. If it weren't for the fact that Whitebeard came forward back then. It's hard to say whether there is a female mermaid under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Palace Kingdom now. This is King Neptune's greatest frustration. Yes, Vander Decken 9 has been arrested, but it is not the Sea King army who is arresting this murderer, but His Excellency Si Chen. Where is the murderer? I've been imprisoned in the prison tower, waiting for my father's fate at any time. Good, good. King Neptune burst into tears of joy and hid his face from his tears. He turned around and walked in front of Si Chen, and actually bowed deeply to Si Chen. The crowd was shocked. As a qualified member of the World Conference, King Neptune bowed to a pirate. If the news leaks, I am afraid that it will cause the wrath of the world government and the navy. King Neptune, however, did not care, and said in the most sincere tone. Captain Si Chen's great kindness to my Dragon Palace Kingdom cannot be repaid. In the future, if there is any sending, the kingdom will spare no effort and use the strength of the country to serve your excellency. Chapter 62. After a hiccup, the group continued on, deep into the hard shell tower. In order for Princess Shirahoshi to be able to move freely in the tower, the interior of the hard shell tower, most of which is covered by seawater. Si Chen, Luo, Guanjiu Raihe, and others all changed into a specific set of bubble film clothes before they were able to enter smoothly. With King Neptune opening the way ahead, the group naturally walked unimpeded. After a while, they entered the core of the hard shell tower. After pushing open a huge door, the scene that appeared in front of him made the well-informed Luo Du's pupils flutter. Mermaid. Huge mermaid. However, despite having a huge body, the visual height exceeds 10 meters. But it's hard for you to use words like behemoth to describe the mermaid princess in front of you. I saw the mermaid princess Shirahoshi sitting on the shell on her knees. Long curly pink hair hangs down like silk. He wears a hair ornament in the shape of taiyaki on his head. The watery blue eyes, when they saw someone enter the room, immediately bloomed with joy. Before the tears of joy could speak, they were like a pool of overflowing spring water, spreading out of the eye sockets. I saw the expression of pity, and I could even use the word weak to describe this mermaid princess. But in addition to the huge body and the weak expression that does not match it, everyone's first impression of the mermaid princess is highly consistent. Beauty. A delicate face, a plump upper circumference, and a pink fishtail in shades. Everywhere exudes a touching charm. It makes people even want to ignore the huge difference in height and body type. Embrace it in your arms and love it. When he saw King Neptune and the three princes, Princess Shirahoshi blurted out a crying sentence of father. It made all the high-ranking of the kingdom cry. What a kind and gentle Princess Shirahoshi! But he can only hide in this hard shell tower all day long. Vander Decken 9 is damned. Shirahoshi, my good daughter, my father has good news for you. Vander Decken 9 has been captured, and you will be free in the future. When Bai Xing heard this, he immediately covered his face with his hands, unable to believe it. Really, father, can I leave this hard shell tower? King Neptune nodded vigorously. Yes, Shirahoshi, you are completely free from today onwards. Oh, by the way, all thanks to Captain Si Chen's help, come and give your benefactor a salute. White Star under the guidance of King Neptune. Lean down. The magnificent waves were presented in front of Si Chen. Lord Si Chen, I've heard your name, I can only read the newspaper and read the book every day in the tower, thank you, my lord, for helping me catch that big villain of Vander Decken 9. Si Chen smiled slightly and responded. You're welcome, Princess Shirahoshi. Bok mentioned in his letter that he likes you very much, and asks me to take care of you. Really, Lord Si Chen, you know Uncle Bok. Uncle Bok is the best person to Shirahoshi except for his father, Queen Mother, and 3 brothers. Lord Si Chen, I will be free from now on, can I make a request? Bai Xing clasped his hands together and made a request to Si Chen. Of course, Princess Shirahoshi, please speak. I hope to be able to be ridden on the back by Lord Si Chen and lead you to visit Fishman Island. Even if he is as stable as Si Chen, the corners of his mouth twitch at this moment. Ride you? Although he understood what Shirahoshi meant, there is no other conjecture than the simple expression of gratitude from a 15-year-old girl. But in terms of diction, it is indeed difficult for Si Chen, who was originally an old driver, not to have wonderful associations. Okay, Your Royal Highness Princess, when there is enough time in the future, I will definitely go to the appointment. Well, Lord Si Chen actually calls me by seeing, then we'll make a decision. Princess Shirahoshi stretched out her little finger and wanted to hook Si Chen. But she seems to have neglected her size. Even if it is a little finger, Si Chen wants to complete the action of pulling the hook, but he is afraid that he will have to hug the whole person. How could the 5 emperors make such a shameful move? King Neptune coughed from the side, just about to come forward to relieve the siege. At this moment, a surprising scene appeared. I saw that the sea water that filled the room suddenly flowed. In front of Si Chen, the flowing sea water suddenly condensed into the shape of a finger, gently resting on Princess Shirahoshi's little finger. The agreement is complete. King Neptune, the Grand Prince of Shark Star, and a group of high-ranking members of the Dragon Palace looked at each other. Such a delicate ability to control water. It's something that neither the fish people nor the merfolk can do. Originally, they thought that in addition to facing a very small number of humans with special fruit abilities, fish people and merfolk have a natural and absolute advantage on the bottom of the sea. This is also the key to the fact that the 3 princes had the confidence to shoot the case in the banquet hall before. But now Si Chen has revealed the subtle manipulation of water with one hand. But it suddenly shattered this stereotype. In case Si Chen uses this hand ability, it's not to complete the rehook action with Shirahoshi. It's about shackling and squeezing everyone present. I'm afraid that no one will be spared. Chapter 63. Si Chen has a good impression of Shirahoshi. On the one hand, there is the 15-year-old mermaid princess this year. It is indeed innocent, kind and lovely. It is easy to arouse the love and liking of others, regardless of gender, young and old. On the other hand, Bok Tiger did have during his slumber wrote to him. One of them is dedicated to the last letter. Explained his opinion of Princess Otohime, Fisher Tiger, and Princess Shirahoshi. Heartfelt and sincere. And bluntly said that he hoped that Si Chen would see the love of the former partner. In the future, Princess Shirahoshi, the daughter of Princess Otohime, can be properly given a certain amount of care. Bok Tiger is the third of the strings, and he is a companion who has been on board since the early days. And during the period when Si Chen's strength was not at the top. Take advantage of the characteristics of the fish people. It helped Si Chen a lot in his voyage to the New World. As the helmsman of the ship at that time and the most cheerful and optimistic person, Bok Tiger had a good relationship with everyone on the ship, including Si Chen. It is a fishman with big ambitions and ideals. Even if it's for the sake of this once intimate partner. Si Chen will also pay special attention to Shirahoshi. So, Vander Decken 9 didn't really have to cry out at all. He's really not the same as T-Beard. The latter was pure bad luck, picking what could be the most inopportune point in decades. Appeared in a most inappropriate place. And Vander Decken 9. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to find the ghost ship, Si Chen also wanted to take the initiative to find him. Perhaps, when the time comes, Si Chen's more energy will be consumed, and his end will be even more miserable. After all, Si Chen personally took action. And the light moon and the sun and the anger out of the sword. The ending can be described as very different. The sword of Guanjai Uraihi, at most, brings great physical trauma to people. And Si Chen's shot is often accompanied by great psychological horror. The Milne brothers, the bounty hunters who were once at the door of the Paradise Island Hotel, may know this very well. After the agreement with Shirahoshi completes the hook action, the condensed fingers of the water disappeared. Everything in the room was restored to its original state. But the shock left by the scene just now on everyone has not dissipated for a long time. Until Si Chen set his eyes on King Neptune. The other party woke up like a dream, and pretended to cough twice to hide his embarrassment. Then, that, Shirahoshi, take us to your mother. King Neptune spoke. Father, father, king. White star pupil earthquake. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. How many years? The Queen Mother was hidden in a crusty tower and slumbered. It's all secrets that only I and my father know. It's also her agreement with Uncle Bok. Even the father and queen miss the Queen Mother. When there are few people, you have to choose to sneak into the tower alone. She had seen her father wipe tears from her mother's bed countless times. For a king, the daughter could not be fully protected and let her have a free and happy childhood. After the princess was assassinated and fell into a coma, not only could she not openly recruit famous doctors to see her, but even the news of her life had to be carefully hidden. Everything King Neptune has been carrying all these years. The white stars are all in the eyes. It also hurts in the bottom of my heart. Now, is it finally possible to make the truth public? But. Shirahoshi remains apprehensive about the decision. Under her father's indoctrination again and again, she also understood how much hatred the matter promoted by her mother, Princess Otohime, would arouse it. It's not just the oppressed and discriminated fish people who will rise up against it. Even the radicals in the human race will not allow this to be successfully promoted. As long as the news of the death of the Queen Mother has not spread, I'm afraid that there will be a steady stream of assassin killers lurking in the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Don't worry, Shirahoshi, there was Uncle Bok in charge at the beginning, blocking countless open guns and arrows. This Lord Sichen was Uncle Bok's captain back then, and it would be fine with him. Hey! When Shirahoshi heard this, he was taken aback. She pressed down and threw her face under Si Chen's nose. I couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Uncle Bok's captain, Uncle Bok told me that if his captain arrived, he would be able to wake up the Queen Mother. What, Shirahoshi, why didn't you mention it to me about such an important matter? King Neptune was shocked. He never expected that his good daughter would hide such an important information. Shirahoshi stuck out his tongue and lowered his head and replied in a low voice. Yes, it was Uncle Bok who didn't let me say it. He said that he wanted to keep it secret and not disturb Lord Sichen's plan. King Neptune was angry and helpless. But he could understand Bok's concerns. If he knew the news back then, he was afraid that he would mobilize all his forces to find Si Chen at any cost. And at that time, I didn't know that the other party had the strength of the 5 emperors. In case of misunderstanding and conflict in the process, I'm afraid it will ruin Bok's careful arrangement. But his baby daughter began to hide something important from her 7 years ago. King Neptune was honestly not in his heart. Chapter 64. No matter how complicated King Neptune's mood was, when Shirahoshi personally pushed open the secret door hidden behind her bed, the 3 princes and the left and right ministers squeezed in almost with the attitude of rushing for the position. Queen Mother. Princess. The space behind the secret door is very small. It is estimated that there are only 50 square meters. The layout inside is also very simple. In addition to the sea cover that fills the house, there is only a shell-shaped bed, which is lonely in the center, and a tall blonde mermaid. Now he is lying quietly on the bed. This woman is none other than Princess Otohime. The Dragon Palace Kingdom once made a high profile in 1512 in the Haiwan calendar for Princess Otohime, who died in the assassination of the human race. A solemn funeral was held. No one thought of it. Princess Otohime, who was supposed to be buried in the sea forest, was actually secretly hidden by King Neptune in the secret door of the room of the White Star of the Heart Shell Tower. On the grounds that Shirahoshi was hunted down by Vander Decken IX and had to evade protection. Secretly hid Princess Otohime here. It can be described as killing two birds with one stone, hiding from the sky and crossing the sea. The three princes who haven't seen their mother for a long time, including Shirahoshi himself. They all cried and threw themselves at Princess Otohim's side and grabbed her arm. But no matter how hard they call, Princess Otohim has always been asleep. If it weren't for the fact that there was a hint of ruddy in her pale face, and her breathing was steady, I'm afraid that everyone will think that she is really dead. At this moment, Luo, who was watching from the sidelines, noticed that something was wrong. After he knew that Si Chen was coming to Fishman Island, he had also made up for the relevant history and geography of Fishman Island in these days. In order to lay the groundwork for the possibility of establishing a medical laboratory under the deep sea in the future. So he is very clear. Princess Otohim was dead in an assassination 7 years ago. At that time, the news reports about Princess Otohim were overwhelming. Luo has seen no less than 20 photos of Princess Otohim. Now he can see at a glance. Princess Otohim has been asleep for 7 years. But the appearance is almost the same as 7 years ago. It's like these 7 years are not in a deep sleep. It's as if it's frozen in ice. There is no sign of aging at all. Looking at the whole world, there seems to be only one person who can do this. And that one is far away, close at hand. It's Si Chen. Could it be that Princess Otohim's accident 7 years ago was related to Si Chen? As a high-ranking cadre of the Ghost Moon Pirates, what role does Bok Tiger, who ranks third in the 12 Ghost Moons, play? Luo Yin faintly grasped some kind of clue, but he always lacked a line to connect them all. The people in the Dragon Palace Kingdom are not fools either. After a short period of emotional ups and downs, they also figured out the key. Apparently, 40 years ago, Bok Tiger suddenly returned to Fishman Island from a journey to the sea. It is not unrelated to the disappearance of Si Chen, the leader of the Ghost Moon Pirates. The passage that Bai Xing recounted Bok's words confirmed that Princess Otohim's slumber was also related to Si Chen. So, 40 years ago, what is the real purpose of Bok Tiger returning to Fishman Island as the commander of the Sea King's army? After he was assassinated by Princess Otohim, he soon became seriously ill and died. Is there another hidden story in it? Princess Otohim, who should have been buried, suddenly came back from the dead and slept in a hard-shell tower. Why? As Bok said, Si Chen's arrival is the key to awakening Princess Otohim. How can this be explained? Countless mysteries shrouded in this small room. Even King Neptune, who personally operated most of the past, had many doubts and held them in his heart for many years. Today, the source of all the clues points to Si Chen, who was present. As a result, including the 3 princes of King Neptune, Princess Shirahoshi, Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Rollover Star, the left and right ministers and other core members of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, including Guanjai Uraihi, Trafalgar Row, and PayPal, who are watching the play at the moment, all set their eyes on Si Chen. Wait for him to give the final answer. At this time, Si Chen's eyes fell on Princess Otohim. It hasn't been moved for a long time. But everyone understands. At this moment, Si Chen's line of sight. It fell in the direction where Princess Otohim was, but it didn't fall on Princess Otohim. Rather, through Princess Otohim lying on the bed, reminiscing about some long-forgotten past. For a while, no one dared to bother. Everyone held their breath, for fear that one would accidentally disturb Si Chen, who was in the midst of his memories. After a long time, the Shark Star Grand Prince and the others felt as if a century had passed. Finally, there was movement in Si Chen. I saw him from the pocket of his suit jacket. He pulled out a yellowed piece of paper and handed it to King Neptune. He said lightly, "This is the letter that Bok sent to me to Constantine 7 years ago, and I saw it not long ago, and when you read it, you will understand what it all is." Chapter 65. 8 days ago. The first half of the Great Voyage, the Devil's Triangle. Constantine Reef. Although the entire reef is shrouded in a dark and dense fog, no sunlight can be seen at any time. But the sea breeze at night is noticeably cooler than during the day. Like Dusty and others, you can wear short-sleeved shirts during the day. And once it is night, it is often necessary to put on a coat to protect against the cold. Si Chen sat alone on a cliff at the highest point of the reef. At the bottom of the cliffs, docked with the terrifying three-masted schooner that originally belonged to Moonlight Moria. Now it has become a trophy of Constantine. Da-da-da. Behind him was the echo of Carmelite heels falling to the ground. Si Chen didn't look back. But you can also see the nun's dress at this time. A slim-fitting grey blazer with a short skirt of the same color. Wear yours with black pointed toe heels and round-rimmed glasses of the same color. The taste of an intellectual woman is vividly revealed at once. Take this outfit to shoot a Tudor series, and it should be able to sell well. Of course, if there is such an industrial chain in this world. Carmelite, I still think your nun's skin looks good. Skin. Forget it, when I didn't say it. I heard you, Tisk, you've been dressed up for hours, and you're really so cold. As I said, I hate it when people pretend to be tender in front of me. Does the constitution of a ghost also have a shelf life? The flesh doesn't have it, but the mind does. Humph. After a simple conversation between a straight man and a Carmelite sat down next to Si Chen. Leaning against a rock, looking up at the sky and the sea that are not visible at all. Silent for a long time. Carmelite suddenly spoke. The third string is dead. Si Chen quietly looked into the distance. After a long time, he said slowly. I know. 7 years ago, when he sent this letter back, I couldn't believe that ghosts would not be killed. No, you're wrong, there's a premise that ghosts don't get killed at night, and of course, there are exceptions. With his strength in the third string, plus the innate fish-human race, and under the deep sea, even if you deduce it 10,000 times, you can't find a reason for his death. But people, such strange creatures, even if they have become ghosts, there are always things more important than life and death to do. Okay, Lord Si Chen, forgive me for having a hard time understanding the stupid idea of putting aside eternal life and not pursuing it, but instead guarding a short life to claim to be wonderful. And now, I still can't understand their thoughts, but, after going through the last 3 things, at least, I don't think they're stupid. Si Chen suddenly smiled and stood up. I can change your Carmelite concept a little, and I believe that when Bach sees it, he will also smile and say that he died unjustly. If that guy hadn't really died, I'd definitely screw his head off when I saw him, and see if it was full of aquatic weeds. Si Chen put his hands behind his back and did not speak. Carmelite's chest heaved, and after calming down a little, she took out a piece of paper. Here, this is his last letter to you. Have you seen it? Of course, isn't it the authority you gave me? In the days when you didn't wake up, I was in charge of all the affairs of the Ghost Moon. Well, yes, I didn't blame you either. Oh, man. Carmelite twisted her plump hips and disappeared into the darkness. And Si Chen was alone for more than half an hour before he slowly opened the letter. Lord Si Chen. I'm sorry, but by the time you read this letter, it's likely that your subordinate is no longer alive. I beg your pardon for the fact that this death was of my own volition, and it was also the price I had to bear to make up for the mistakes I made. Back then, Lord Si Chen, you once instructed your subordinates to go to Fishman Island to protect Princess Otohim. She has a top-notch talent that is rare in history, and she may be able to use it in the future for the Ghost Moon Pirates. But unfortunately, the subordinate's mission failed. Even if I got a reminder from Lord Si Chen. Foiled a rebellion and assassination plot by a group of fishmen, including Hody Jones. Unexpectedly, Princess Otohim finally died under the gun of a human. The human's name was Charles, and he was a human slave who was trafficked to Fishman Street as a child. During the operation to eliminate Haughty Jones's poison, his subordinates rescued him with their own hands. Princess Otohime also personally met with all the liberated people, including Charles. Apologize to them and promise that something like this will never happen on Fishman Island again. The subordinates thought that as a freed slave, he should be full of gratitude to Princess Otohime. But I never expected that it was him who assassinated the person who should be grateful. When interrogated afterwards, the reason given by Charles was ridiculous, extremely. He even said that it was because of jealousy. Obviously, he has experienced so much suffering himself, and he has been tortured to the point that he is not human. Why is it because of Princess Otohime's words that everyone else can be spared the same suffering? He's jealous. Jealous of those humans who can escape disasters and live happily ever after because of the protection of Princess Otohime. For this reason, he even resented Princess Otohime who liberated Fishman Street. Thinks that it is her appearance that makes it impossible for her to absorb the only source of happiness from the same pain as others. He. How ridiculous, how ridiculous. Chapter 66. When King Neptune read the letter here, a look of pathos appeared on the faces of everyone present. Especially Luo and Guanjai Uraihi, their brows were furrowed and their expressions were complicated. Princess Otohime died in a human assassination. It was a big news that appeared in the world's first-class newspapers and magazines that year. The amount of attention it has attracted is not insignificant. They also roughly understood what was going on. But no one expected that the reason would be so tortuous. Si Chen turned out to be like having the magical ability to predict the future. Inform Bok in advance of the machinations of the fishman traders. After receiving Si Chen's reminder, Bok's work also went very smoothly. From the soldiers of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Haughty Jones, who was still very good at that time, was found. He took out a large number of black sheep who colluded with Haughty Jones and expelled them from Dragon Palace City. Not only that, but Bok even secretly arranged for someone to follow Haughty and his gang back to Fishman Street. Mobilized the military to completely wipe out the Fishman Street with a thunderbolt and liberated the human slaves imprisoned in it. But I never expected that. The turn of events didn't happen when Bok's work wasn't done well enough. On the contrary. It is precisely because of his style of eliminating evil that he laid the root cause for later incidents. No one expected that a human being would be rescued from torture. Would turn around and hate the great benefactor who saved himself from fire and water. Even turned the gun and assassinated Princess Otohime. When dealing with the enemy, I am submissive, and when dealing with my own people, I strike hard. The inferiority of human beings can be regarded as being understood by Charles. Even the Shark Star Prince and others. Even King Neptune. Back then, I only knew that Princess Otohime's death was assassinated by humans. But it is not clear that behind this assassination, there is such an absurd and sad story. I'm afraid this is also a request that Princess Otohime specially commissioned Bok at the last moment of her life. Otherwise, once the people of Fishman Island know the hidden story, the career she has put all her heart and soul into over the years is afraid that it will fall short. Don't say anything else. The enraged King Neptune and several princes, on impulse, are likely to take the rest of the humans on Fishman Island. From the sad and indignant expressions on the faces of several people at this moment, you can see how big the impact of the truth has on them. Let me continue reading the letter, King Neptune, and calm down first. Guanjiu Ri and the hand that saw King Neptune grasping the paper were all exerting force with their 5 fingers, and the green tendons were bursting out. Knows how emotional the other party is now. King Neptune hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to hand over the letter after glancing at Si Chen. Guanjiu Ri continued to read aloud the content that followed. The big mistake has been made, and the subordinates can't escape the blame. Looking back on these years on Fishman Island, I must admit that I have been deeply impressed by Princess Otohime's faith. Her ideals, her bravery, her persistence, her wisdom. They are all far above me. Except for being brave, I don't have anything that can match Princess Otohim's in any way. The people I have seen in my life, except for Lord Si Chen, it is really difficult to find a third person, which is enough to be compared with Princess Otohim. Above the sea, Lox is brave but unwise, impulsive and reckless. Although Roger has a strategy and strength, he has a limited pattern and cannot benefit the people, and the move to start the era of pirates is infinitely harmful. The Navy has a huge number of people, and it claims to be righteous, but it is basically just the eagle dog of the Draconian. Where can it be called true justice? In addition, the rest of the forces on this sea, big and small, are not worth mentioning. Princess Otohim's wish to promote peace between humans and fish people is unparalleled in the world. His subordinates were impressed by his courage and felt the value of his persistence. Is such a hero worthy of being admired by Lord Si Chen? If he dies at the hands of Xiao Xiao, his subordinates are unwilling, and it will be a great loss to the people on the sea. Therefore, after thinking hard, the subordinates made a crazy decision. Exchange transfusion. Transfuse all the blood of the Oni King in my body into Princess Otohim's body. In exchange for the survival of Princess Otohim. With my talents, I am not enough to bring Princess Otohim back to life. Also knows that doing such a crazy move will inevitably lead to the demise of the ghost body. Therefore, I specially left this letter and forwarded it to Lord Si Chen in person. I just hope that if the plan of my subordinates can succeed, I will keep Princess Otohim from dying. After Lord Sichen woke up, he was able to see the past and help him awaken the soul of Princess Otohim. If so, my subordinates will be grateful. If you can't do anything, please also ask Lord Si Chen to take care of Princess Otohim's daughter Princess Baxing. The princess once said to her subordinates that Princess Shirahoji was born by luck and possessed incredibly powerful abilities. I believe that it will also be beneficial to Lord Si Chen. This is also the last thing that subordinates can do for adults. Bottom string 3, Bok Tiger. A dull subordinate who has failed to live up to the trust of adults. Chapter 67. Light, moon, day, and finish reading the contents of the letter. The room fell silent. Everyone has their own shock in their hearts. From the perspective of King Neptune, the three mermaid princes, Shirahoshi, and the left and right ministers. When they were fully informed of the contents of the letter, all of them are in deep admiration for all the contributions that Bok Tiger has done on Fishman Island. Actually, on Mermaid Island. Although everyone refers to Bok Tiger and Fisher Tiger as the sun and moon of Fishman Island. But in fact, in the minds of many people, Bok's weight is far inferior to Fisher's. The latter was the hero who promoted the emancipation of slaves. The feat of slaying Mary Joya in the Holy Land with his personal bravery is unmatched. The Sun pirates created by themselves are even more powerful pirates that the people of Fishman Island talk about. There is even a saying that has spread widely on Fishman Island. That is, if Fisher Tiger had not died from the Navy's plot and the indifference of humanity to death. In fact, Fishman Island can also have its own 4 emperors today. There is no need for shelter from Whitebeard. This statement is forbidden in official circles, so as not to cause displeasure among the Whitebeard pirates. But in private, it is often secretly mentioned. Compare Fisher Tiger's heroic feats. It's just that in the palace all the year round, Bok Tiger, who serves as the commander of the Sea King army, is much more ordinary. That's how he waits silently by Princess Otohim's side all year round, doing their part with dedication. There is never too much outrageous behavior, and there are no heroic deeds that have been celebrated. Even cleaning Fishman Street has been criticized. It is said that he is a cold-blooded and ruthless fishman, who will only do things to his own kind, in exchange for promotion and so on. In the face of all criticism, Bok Tiger never seemed to care. He never responded. He's still just doing what he's supposed to do day in and day out. Other than that, nothing seems to have been accomplished. Even King Neptune, the Grand Prince of Shark Star and others. In fact, there is more or less the same view in my heart. But all the past cognition. In front of this letter of just a few hundred words, it was beaten to pieces. Fisher Tiger's assault on the Holy Land of Mary Joya was certainly a feat. But what about Roger landing on the final island and naming him Ralph Drew? Obviously, everyone will only come up with one answer to the comparison between the two. Roger's deeds are even greater, and they go down in history. And what did Bok say about Roger in his letter? Even the man who reached the legendary land of Ralph Drew, and for this won the crown of One Piece. So what? In the end, it's just the highest achievement of an individual and a mere pirate group, possessing perhaps the strongest power on the sea today. But he only used that power to find an island and gain fame. Such behavior, in Bok's opinion, the pattern is too small. And Roger, after becoming One Piece, use your influence to start the era of pirates. It is also a huge harm to the general public. It is not difficult to see that Bok's evaluation of Roger is not high. There is a big difference between it and the perception of the vast majority of people in the world today. What really makes Bok recognize and admire? According to the statement in his letter, apart from Si Chen, only Princess Otohim's behavior made him deeply admire. Single-handedly, we will eliminate the deep estrangement and discrimination accumulated by the Terran and fish folk for thousands of years. Promote the integration of two of the world's largest ethnic groups in an unprecedented way. And she. There is neither an invincible fighting power like Locke's, nor a lofty prestige like Roger. Is just relying on the identity of the Queen of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, as well as a spirit of perseverance. In the case that neither humans nor fishmen approve, and even fiercely resisted. Step by step, he is advancing his own plan. And before the assassination, surprising results had already been achieved. Grasshoppers shake the trees. Mantis arm as a car. With his own meager strength, he ignited a spark that was enough to ignite the prairie fire. What a great ambition and a career! And this is the direction that Bok Tiger is willing to fight for, to follow, and even to die for it. At this moment, Si Chen suddenly took a step. Go to the bed where Princess Otohim is sleeping. The three princes gathered around the bed, as well as Shirahoji and others, avoided one after another. Now, no one can question Bok's attitude towards Fishman Island. And Bok 40 years ago, he himself accepted Si Chen's order before returning to the island. In this way, Si Chen is equivalent to the behind-the-scenes benefactor of Fishman Island. Plus the only one who has the ability to wake up Princess Otohim is only Si Chen. It is reasonable to be reasonable. At this moment, no one will have the idea of blocking Si Chen's actions. Not to mention at this moment, the expression on Si Chen's face was unprecedentedly serious. It seems to tell everyone. The will of his subordinate, Bok Tiger. In any case, he has to do it for the other party today. At this time, Guanjiuraihi raised his head suddenly and looked directly at Si Chen's back. Because just a moment ago, no matter where you are, the 12 ghost moons. It seemed that they all heard Si Chen's whispering in their hearts. Bok, you're not a dull subordinate. Chapter 68. New World. The waters near Wano country. A fleet of ships that have attracted the attention of the world is slowly sailing on the sea. Late at night, the lights on the fleet are still bright, faintly floating on the sea with the sound of singing. It's not so much a team that's on the march. It's more like a merchant ship sailing on the sea. There is a joyful atmosphere everywhere. This fleet is none other than the 100 Beast Pirates under the command of the 4 Emperors Kaido. After Kaido issued a declaration of war to the world against the Ghost Moon Pirates, the heavily armed 100 Beast Pirates fleet has been floating on the sea. This move is to show the world the gesture from the 4 Emperors Kaido. Although they can't grasp the whereabouts of the Ghost Moon Pirates' cotters now, especially Captain Si Chen. But at the same time, the members of the Ghost Moon Pirates can't have a chance to show their faces in public. Otherwise, Once the members of the Ghost Moon Pirates are locked in a specific location, this terrifying fleet from the 4 emperors will be the first to head towards the location and destroy all obstacles in your path. By acting like this, Kaido is showing his muscles to the world. At the same time, Si Chen was forced to fight head-on. Otherwise, under the terrifying pressure of such Mount Tai, no force dared to accept Si Chen's existence. If no one responds for a long time, the existence of the so-called 5 emperors is just a joke. Yang Mu. In order to achieve this goal, Kaido even arranged a photography team. Follow the fleet. Every day, the latest images are sent to the world through the newspapers of Wano country. Later, perhaps the world government was also reversed by Kaido's high-profile posture. Rather than making people around the world panic and worrying about whether the actions of the 4 emperors Kaido will have a bad impact, it's better to show it generously under the nose of the world. So it started 2 days ago. The Navy arranged for a lieutenant general to lead the team, while supervising the movements of the 100 beast pirates from a distance. Using live broadcast technology, every move of the current 100 beast pirates is clearly displayed to people all over the world to watch. It seems to be meant to declare, "Don't panic, everything is under the control of the Navy." If you say, "The 100 beast pirates who are dancing their teeth and claws on the sea," it was like a majestic dragon with a raging flame on its body, and its mighty torso could be seen thousands of miles away. Then at this time, in the darkness that this dragon cannot see, but there are these invisible eyes, looking at it with bad intentions. Tut tut, Kaido's advance troops are ahead. If you read that right, the leader should be Jack of the Drought, one of the big boards. On a boat with the lights turned off, a young man with blue hair lowers his lookout. On his shoulders stood a strange old man who was as thin as a bamboo pole, with white hair and beard, and held an infusion hanger as a crutch. The old man was short in stature, but his small eyes shone with wisdom. The 100 beast pirates have a full 20,000 members. Among them, the Cotter level includes the Big Kenban 3, the Flying 6, the Numbered 1, the Real Fight and others. Pick any one out, there are hundreds of millions of bounties. Are you serious about dealing with such an opponent? Before the blue-haired man could reply, standing on the side, a tall woman with long, straight pink hair, denim suspender shorts, and heart-shaped lipstick rolled her eyes. She slammed her brown boots onto the deck and crumpled a piece of roast that had fallen. The hands were greasy, and the mouth was bulging as if it had just been stuffed with a mouthful full of food. Finally swallowed it in a big gulp, and then she hurriedly said, "Hey, you little old man is too timid, aren't you just the 4 emperors, and you're scared before you fight?" The little old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "Big stomach girl, pay attention to your words. What are the 4 emperors? Do you have the ability to sit in that position?" The pink-haired woman grinned, haughty. "I can't do it, but I can't do it now, it's hard to say in the future, besides, I'm not a person who takes refuge in the line." "Hee, look behind you, this is the so-called walking people, a bunch of recovered pirates, a bunch of mercenaries from the kingdom, and a whole bunch of bounty hunters." The little old man was counting with his fingers, and the more he counted, the more angry he became. "It's such a patchwork ragtag army that wants to ambush the fleet of the 4 emperors Kaido, I really don't understand what is going on in your mind." The pink-haired woman thought about it very seriously. Suddenly, I felt that what the little old man said seemed to be reasonable. She turned her head to look at the young man with blue hair. "Hey, what do you think? You know, I, Joali Bonako, have put my whole fortune on the line for this operation." The young man was unhurried and smiled slightly, as if he was confident. "Don't worry, you don't need to charge, most of the people behind you tonight are brought to support the field." "Then who's going to fight?" The blue-haired young man turned around and reached out to the tip of his nose. "Of course, I did it myself." Joel Bonny was going to make a mocking remark. "Are you alone? It's not enough to go up and deliver food. But when her gaze is level with the other's eyes, the mocking words were swallowed. I saw that in one of the scar-covered eye sockets, a conspicuous number emerged. Next one. Such strange eyeballs made Joelle Bonny, a supernova pirate who has always been rude and arrogant, involuntarily become cautious. Are you sure? You promised me that after tonight's battle, you will introduce me to Captain Si Chen. When that name is mentioned, her eyes almost overflowed with admiration. Don't worry, I didn't just fight this battle myself, but I also asked for strong reinforcements to help. The blue-haired young man said calmly. It seems that the huge fleet in the distance is not taken into account at all. Chapter 69. Fishman Island. Si Chen walked to the bed where Princess Otohim was sleeping. He stretched out a finger and put it on Princess Otohim's forehead. Under the curious and nervous gaze of everyone in the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Si Chen and Princess Otohim, in the dark soul space, finally met. Long admired the daimyo, Captain Si Chen, Bok always mentioned your name to me. Princess Otohim looked at the legendary man in front of her with a calm expression. 7 years of slumber did not make her afraid to approach people. On the contrary, she was like a woman who had just woken up from a long slumber, exuding a laid-back and relaxed charm. First time we met, Princess Otohim, I thought, you can see what's going on outside, right? Princess Otohim's eyes trembled slightly. She first looked at Si Chen seriously for a while, and then nodded. Yes, it's amazing, my soul seems to have undergone some mutation after Bok gave me a blood transfusion. I could hear Shirahoshi and Neptune calling to me, including every word they said in my ear. But whenever I wanted to respond, there was always an inexplicable force that trapped me in this unknown darkness. Does Captain Sichen know what the reason is? Hearing this, Si Chen nodded. Bok has given you all his blood, keeping your soul alive and your body alive. But his ghost blood concentration is not enough to make you a real ghost. The current situation is that you have awakened some of the characteristics of ghosts with your not pure ghost blood, especially your strength in the soul, so that you can even comprehend and master the blood ghost art in this situation. But the extreme weakness of the body is not enough to carry the current strength of your soul, and this phenomenon of separation will occur. Si Chen explained. Princess Otohim was silent for a short time, and slowly asked. Therefore, if I want to wake up, I must accept a new round of your Majesty's blood and become a ghosts. Yes, you will gain an immortal constitution at the cost of never being able to stand in the sun again. For the past 7 years, in order to dispel loneliness, I have been observing the blood that Bok has given me, and I have noticed a trace of its characteristic. Si Chen raised his eyes. Blood-red eyes like jewels looked at Princess Otohim. There was emotion in his eyes. Is worthy of being a woman with a unique highest level of seeing and hearing domineering. Even if the body is extremely weak. The ghosting is not yet complete, and it is even in the embryonic stage. It is already possible to use her talent to analyze the characteristics of ghost blood in reverse. Such an ability, whether it's for the research of the Scourge Legion, or for other areas, including combat, will have an amazing effect. As early as 100 years ago, Si Chen carefully analyzed his awakened ghost dance Tsurugi no miserable bloodline, and planned the prototype and future of the pirates. He himself came to the conclusion that, for the candidates of the 12 ghost moons, it is a result of strong win strong, weak win weak. Humans who already have super potential. For example, the gang of codders of the Straw Hat Pirates who will be the protagonist in the future, especially Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Once the ghost is transformed, it will be greatly increased by the blood of the ancestors, so as to gain more powerful power. And this power, combined with the endless lifespan of the ghost, over time, it can become even more terrifying. Just like Sister Carmelite. 70 years ago, she didn't have the power to kill Moonlight Moria with a single blow today. Whether it's soul or spatial abilities, It is all accumulated over a long period of time, and gradually improved skills, so that they become more and more perfect. Si Chen himself is the same. Although he shared the blood of the ancestors, it would cause him to be weak to a certain extent. But he was also able to draw strength from the strength of the 12 ghost moons, so as to gain ascension. In the nautical world, this reverse ascension is particularly noticeable. Because the level of power in the nautical world itself is much higher than the demon destruction world in which Onibatsuji is located. Find the humans with the strongest qualifications in this world and make them the 12 ghost moons. It has become a long-term strategic goal set by Si Chen 100 years ago. There is no doubt that Princess Otohime, who has the domineering spirit of the highest level of seeing and hearing. It is an extremely important part of this strategic goal. If I become a ghost, does it mean that I will always be under the checks and balances of Captain Sichen? Princess Otohime asked about her concerns. Si Chen didn't hide it, and nodded directly. Yes, I have the ultimate control over the ghosts, and it is only a thought to deprive or even kill you. Princess Otohime smiled wryly. What a sincere answer, Captain Si Chen. However, I can promise you that I will give you the maximum freedom to continue to fulfill your dreams without being constrained. Si Chen understood. Those who have the best qualifications. They often have unique personalities that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve, as well as the pursuit of faith. It's hard to define, because they have qualifications first, and then they choose their personality and beliefs. Or is it because of their own personality and beliefs that their qualifications are far beyond ordinary people? Death is not the end of everyone's fears. Eternal life is not the end that everyone aspires to. He chose to respect that personality and beliefs. Perhaps, this is the biggest difference between Si Chen and Ghost Dance Suji in essence. I trust Captain Sichen's promise, just as I trust Bok with all I do. I'm curious, I don't know what kind of ranking Captain Sichen plans to give me among the 12 ghost months. Princess Otohime suddenly showed a sly smile that belonged to a little woman. Winding too. Si Chen looked directly at the other party and said firmly. Princess Otohime was silent for a moment. Winding too. Among the 12 ghost months, the second place is ranked. The chips given by Si Chen are heavy enough. So much so that for a while, a strange feeling appeared in Princess Otohime's heart. It's like after years of hard work and dedication, I finally got a recognition from the highest level. Inexplicably moved. She pondered for a moment. Finally, he slowly raised his head. And Si Chen's eyes collided together. The last first question was asked. Bok often said that Captain Sichen's dream is wider than this sea. Can I be curious to ask, what is Captain Sichen's dream?